Everyone, thank you so much for attending and getting here to the study session of Tuesday, April 21st. Just having fun. So we're going to start with item one. Item one, time has been set aside on the Prosperity Initiative. I have lots of wonderful things to say. I know that Lena's coming up, and Mr. Manager, and if you'd like to open up the item.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here at the table is Lena Perrell with our Housing and Community Development Department. And Lena is our lead for the Prosperity Initiative for the city's actions and activities. And she has a presentation for you this morning with an update. And while we've presented to you kind of a draft of an action plan, we're not seeking a decision on that action plan today. We want to do some additional outreach to other departments and other areas of the city. And at a future meeting, we'd be bringing back to you an action plan for adoption. But for today, we just wanted to give you an update and a snapshot of where we are. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lena.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm here today to give the annual update on the Prosperity Initiative and what the Prosperity Initiative team has been working on over the past year. But before we get to that, I want to kind of go back and remind us all of what the Prosperity Initiative is, why it's important, and how we got here. Okay, so the Prosperity Initiative is focused on breaking those cycles of intergenerational poverty in Pima County. The goal is to ensure every child grows up with the skills, tools, and resources they need to achieve economic stability. It's really about using those strategies that we know work to help families move out of poverty. There are two key parts of the initiative. First is that collaborative effort between the City of Tucson, Pima County, and our community partners with the Community Coalition for Prosperity. And it's to address those root causes of poverty and build long-term community wealth. And second, it's the actual set of evidence-based set of policies that can be implemented specifically at the local level. So overall, it's both a partnership and a practical roadmap for expanding opportunity and improving outcomes for families. And what we mean by intergenerational poverty, so intergenerational poverty is when a child who grows up in a family with income levels below or near the poverty level continue to experience that poverty into adulthood. Studies show that children who are born into families with incomes below or at the poverty level are twice as likely to remain in poverty than children who did not grow up in poverty. And looking at local data, we can see that poverty remains persistently high in both Tucson and Pima County. The blue line at the top shows percentages of people living in below the poverty level in Tucson from 2018 to 2023, and it's consistently higher than both Pima County and statewide rates. And even these numbers don't tell the full story. We know that many more people are struggling, especially as wages haven't kept pace with the rising cost of living. And poverty in Tucson does not affect our community equitably. Black or African American, Hispanic or Latino, American Indian or Alaska Native, and Asian residents are more likely to live in poverty than white residents. Children actually experience the highest rates of poverty of any age group, with about 1 in 4 children living below the poverty level in 2023. And poverty is concentrated in specific areas, so where you live can greatly impact your opportunities. But we also know that poverty in Tucson didn't just happen. It's the results of decades of inequitable investment and opportunity that past policies like restrictive zoning or racially exclusive housing covenants and uneven public investment limited where people could live, work, and build their wealth. So there are systems, not individual choices, that shaped which neighborhoods had access to jobs, housing, schools, and infrastructure. And over time, those inequities have compounded, leaving some communities carrying those heaviest burdens of poverty generation after generation. And how we got here with the Prosperity Initiative, just gonna back up a little. So in 2022, then Councilmember, now Vice Mayor Santa Cruz invited Bonnie Bazada to speak to Mayor and Council about pandemic-era poverty, leading to the creation of a city-county task force. And the working group developed goals, conducted research, held over 180 small group meetings, and with more than 800 community members. And by December of 2023, the full report was complete, and Mayor and Council adopted the Prosperity Initiative in January 2024 and directed staff to begin that implementation. And why it's important, why we're talking about it, we know that poverty does hurt everyone, not just those affected. It drains our local economy by billions of dollars each year in lost productivity, increased healthcare costs, and more, and children suffer the most. So research shows growing up in poverty severely limits a child's ability to thrive as an adult, especially in their health, education, and income. And these are the 13 policies that were adopted back in January of 2024, and we've now organized them into these 4 buckets of housing, jobs, health, and education. And on top of that, we also have these 3 cross-policy strategies, and we think of them as the umbrella that connects and supports all the previous 13 policies. And so kind of going up to today, we'll just go over what we've been doing over the past year. And 2025 was a busy year, so we met with you all in January of 2025 and came out with this work plan, and I'll walk through some updates on each of these items. So for our work plan updates on communication, website, and data, we created high-level policy explainers for each policy and cross-policy strategy designed for social media and trainings. They're all available on the Prosperity Initiative website. The City Prosperity Initiative website, which was requested by Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, shares updates and houses all policies, summaries, technical briefs at prosperity.tucsonaz.gov. And we have an indicators dashboard in development showing baseline data for region-wide Prosperity Initiative indicators. And I'll go a little more in updates on that in a little bit. And we know that regional collaboration is a key part of the initiative. So the city-county work group meets monthly with between City of Tucson and Pima County staff to align efforts and share best practices. And the City-County Community Coalition for Prosperity Work Group also meets monthly, bringing together all of those staff to coordinate efforts, address our gaps, and make sure that we're sharing our best practices. And we've held 30 workshops over the past year with city departments, division, and ward offices to introduce the Prosperity Initiative and its importance. In these sessions, we discussed how the initiative connects to department work, including programs that are already advancing the Prosperity Initiative policies. An updated policies and practice scan was created and included in your materials today, showing all aligned work the city does that's aligned with the Prosperity Initiative. An internal city work group has helped with implementation of the initiative priorities when developing the city's Prosperity Initiative action plan. The 3 city work group meetings have been held since November of 2025 with representatives from all departments, and the work group will continue as the action plan moves forward. And for the actual action plan, so we've created this action plan to translate the adopted Prosperity Initiative policies into actionable steps for the city over the next 3 to 5 years, aligned with Pima County and the Community Coalition for Prosperity. The focus is really those city-specific departmental responsibilities and cross-departmental coordination to ensure community engagement, measurable impact, and accountability are all achieved. And then these are the Prosperity Initiative policies that the action plan focuses on the most. We can't focus on all the policies, so we really tried to narrow down what is the city already doing and working on, where could we grow a little, and then in the next 3 to 5 years, reassess. But our actual action plan goals, we have first creating inclusive, safe, and healthy and opportunity-rich neighborhoods by strengthening safety, youth access, cohesion, and services in high-need areas. Second, addressing the root causes of poverty through housing stability, housing mobility, workforce access, healthcare, childcare, and financial resilience. Third, expanding economic and community mobility, improving education to career pathways, and supporting small and local businesses and enhancing job opportunities. And fourth, ensuring equitable and accessible city systems by streamlining our services, centering equity, improving engagement, and using data to drive decisions. So just our next steps before happy to take any questions and feedback. Our next steps including meeting with department leadership, like the city manager said, to review the action plan and the actions each department is responsible for. We'll return to Mayor and Council with a final action plan late summer, early fall, and by that time we also hope to have a policy indicator dashboard ready for your review. So happy to answer any questions and we greatly appreciate any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you so much, Lena, for doing this incredible work. Just want to recognize the work that you have been doing in partnership with, I know that you've given presentations and feedback sessions to mayor and council offices with the council members present. I know that you have been working incredibly well with Pima County and the Community Coalition for Prosperity. Appreciate all of the work. And I do want to start by recognizing the Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for really the vision to bring this to Mayor and Council and working with Pima County and Bonnie Bazara when you know she had this project and bringing it to us because it really has created an umbrella of putting a structure to be able to do this work and embed it into our systems. And so I would say that we appreciate the incredible work that you've done, that you did with Bonnie to get to this point, and this work is really reflected. I'm really happy to see the city manager and our assistant city managers and our department directors and our teams taking the Prosperity Initiative and running with it and embedding it in the work that they do in their departments. And I noticed that our budget memo, it reflects the interest in putting together a budget that embeds the Prosperity Initiative in it. It embeds prosperity, economy, equity into the work that we're doing. So appreciate you all for doing this. I'm encouraged about the draft action plan. As a matter of fact, I took the plan with me, the draft action plan with me to Boston. And so I had a 5-hour plane ride, and I put a lot of input into that draft plan. I would highly recommend that you all do the same, right? Put your thoughts and ideas into it. For me, the Prosperity Initiative reflected a lot of the work that we are doing already, right? Creating the Equity Office also brought by Vice Mayor Santa Cruz to our table was an initial piece of looking at our systems with a new lens and really recognizing as a city that for generations, decades, we had so much stacked against some in this community. And even though because of racist covenants, because of redlining, because of so much, there had been the removal or the exclusion of some in our community. But now, when we think about the city, we see poverty at higher levels than the county and the state. And when we put things together, that's one of the reasons why our Harvard Bloomberg goal is to pair economic development and economic mobility to us bringing down the percentages of poverty. When I started as a council member, poverty in Tucson was at 24%. And we've been able to bring it down to 18%, but that's not good enough. We need to continue going. And so I would say that throughout the city of Tucson, there are pockets of poverty and areas that need investment to make sure that we are working throughout the city of Tucson. That was one of the things that I noticed that I think we need to focus on mapping as well, to make sure that we find the pockets of poverties in every part of our city, because there are, and pockets of need. So that was one of the reasons why we created the second Thrive Zone, which is in the 29th Street area, that's in Ward 4. That we were considering other areas for Thrive Zone, if you all remember, in Ward 6. There's pockets in Ward 3. There's unfortunate, right? That is everywhere in our city. And so we have to make sure that we're putting all of the pieces together to work on this issue. So anyway, I one of the biggest questions I had when I took a look at the draft action plan was, how are we engaging other regional partners? I know that we're partnering with Pima County, and I know that we're partnering with the Community Coalition for Prosperity, but how is it that we're engaging, for example, the chambers of commerce? How are we engaging the business community? How are we engaging the school districts and the community college and the University of Arizona to leverage additional resources to create this coalition that we need to work on such a big issue, which is reducing poverty? I guess that's the biggest question for me.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor. That has come up in almost every meeting we've been in, is how we are connecting with the University of Arizona, Pima Community College, our school districts, our Chamber of Commerce, and through the Community Coalition, they've been doing some engagement with that. And I think conversations between the city, the county, and the coalition is that all of us together should be in those conversations together. So that's something we'll be focusing on this coming year.
I'd be happy to help convene. What mayors do, one of the things that we can do is convene. And so I would be more than happy to convene with, my colleagues on the council to bring our partners to the table, very specifically the business community and university, college, and school districts, to have a conversation about how they can all own this initiative, like I said, to be able to leverage additional resources at the table. Any questions, comments, observations? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. This item means a lot to me. This work, like you said, started with conversations with Bonnie Basata about how we build safety nets for our families here locally, and it's been gratifying to watch it take a life of its own. Moving from a regional research effort into an actual city action plan with goals, timelines, and accountability structures, because that's exactly what we hope for. And thank you for challenging us to also take a pen to the plan to make sure that all our input is captured. We know, as you mentioned, that Tucson's most resilient and most resource-starved neighborhoods are who we are centering in this work. when we're talking about housing mobility or fare-free transit, our having equity in our park systems and our workforce pipelines, we're talking about the daily realities of our constituents, and we want to make sure that we keep that in front of us. I appreciate the three-tier framework, the continue, the near-term, and the future investment, so that we're not just cataloging what we're doing, but we're naming the gaps and acknowledging what requires new funding and some structural change. And I am proud that our city, has a document, a living document such as this one, to continue this work. So the only thing, I want to make sure that as we're moving towards adoption, that doesn't necessarily mean implementation. And so we know that this plan is only going to work if we have not only the interdepartment coordination, but as suggested, that we fund a program coordinator position that helps make that possible. And I know that for this fiscal year, it's going to be a challenge. It's a challenging budget year, but I just want to make sure that in the meantime, this isn't just assigned to a staff member who already has 10 other priorities on their plate. The city manager, if there's an opportunity to reconfigure an existing position, whether it's through your office or the Office of Equity, to absorb this function. I would appreciate that if we had a little more clarity on that, so we know who our go-to person is. The other thing I just wanted to add, and I know that I've talked to you about this, is that the community deserves to know this work is happening and also be able to track whether it's making a difference in their lives. So I want to make sure that we're developing a public-facing messaging campaign that does two things: that it educates residents about the Prosperity Initiative, and what it is and what programs and resources are available to them right now. And then second, also invites them into the accountability process. When the data dashboard launches this summer, that's an opportunity for residents to not have to wait for an annual report to the council, but that they're seeing that transparency in real time. So I hope that that's something we can take into consideration as we move forward. Thank you.
Good feedback. Any others interested? Councilmember Schubert?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to echo Vice Mayor Santa Cruz's comment about the Prosperity Initiative Coordinator position. Seems like a critical investment in order to continue prioritizing this important work. So I would be supportive of that, and I was also relieved that the high priority programming that's listed in the priorities and practices scan document is retained in the budget, because that was going to be a thing. It's like a great plan and it's a question of implementing it and putting money into it. So I think it's great that our budget is serving as that moral document. And then, when I was looking at the policies and practices scan, there's a lot of stuff under Parks and Recreation. And this is really timely with budget conversations about how important these programs are to our residents. So just looking ahead to 2028, when Prop 407 expires and we start talking about putting together a new plan, I think we should be doing that with the Prosperity Initiative in mind, our new, whatever it looks like, the new Parks and Connections. And I think those are all of them. My last comment, in Section 2, improving the quality of life and opportunity in high poverty areas, Ward 1's visionary participatory budgeting process was listed as one of the city initiatives that supported that goal. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to express my interest in expanding that model, hopefully citywide eventually, but as a Ward 6 office, we'd like to follow suit.
There's Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, for putting this out to us, and thank you for presenting. I would just like to express my gratitude to you all and making sure that all city departments were included in this work. And I'm also curious to know if you saw any reoccurring themes and if there were certain perspectives that emerged. If so, how are these differences addressed?
Thank Thank you. Yes, there were quite a few reoccurring themes. I think the number one theme was about workforce and job quality throughout the departments. There was a great want and need for more guidance on workforce, guidance on making sure we're hiring folks from the community, from these high poverty areas, and that we're investing in those communities. I'd say that was out of all of the things discussed was the most across the board. There wasn't really any huge differences among the things. A lot of the times, again, it was the same things coming up over and over.
Any others? Councilwoman Lee.
Just a super quick question, and also gratitude for bringing this forward and for all the work that you all are doing. It's amazing. Just a question for the city manager, kind of teeing up the budget conversation. I agree, we need to figure out how to continue to have a point person and keep this work moving forward. I'm just curious, when we go to implement the idea of a coordinator role, when we're laying people off and park staff is being impacted, how do you see the allocation of this work? Just with all of the hiring freezing and the layoffs that were, not layoffs, but the non-hiring piece. Sorry, I don't want to freak anybody out. We're not laying anybody off, but you know what I mean, just with the position and the work.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Lee, we do have some vacancies in some of the areas of our city manager's office that we've been holding for a period of time in order to look at this work and what we need to do moving forward. So I'm confident we can bring within our existing headcount and existing funded positions, even in FY27, the rearrangement of workforce that would allow us to give the Prosperity Initiative the emphasis it needs, including continuing support from HCD and other departments, LEDA included in that. So again, clarifying, no layoffs. And we do have vacancy management as an active strategy. Having said that, I do have some positions that we've been kind of holding strategically for the post-budget discussion for seeing where mayor and council's emphasis areas are and how we apply those vacancies to address that work.
Awesome, thank you for clarifying. And again, no layoffs. That was a misstatement on my part.
Any others? Alrighty. I just again wanted to, my deep appreciation to Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for really bringing to the table such a visionary concept and putting the Prosperity Initiative, because and pertaining to the question from Councilmember Schubert, we have been putting and instituting a lot of this concepts to work already, right? Our housing affordability strategy for Tucson that we started, I always forget, 22, really pinpointed the focus and investment in affordability and housing stability, which is huge when it comes to making sure that children and families and individuals have stability in their housing. And the VIVA sites, the violence interruption programming, the community safety, health, and wellness program that we started 6 years ago. All of this work really kind of came together under the Prosperity Initiative umbrella. And even the, American Rescue Plan dollars that we put to work in partnership with Pima County, in hiring summer youth employment program opportunities in the zip codes of highest poverty, the Thrive in the 05, the 29th Street Thrive Zone, Grant and Alvernell locations. We have been very deliberate as a mayor and council to target the areas of highest need and where we see the lowest incomes and high violence and gun crimes in our community, including our tree equity score card, right? We based it on the areas of highest need. And so, but the Prosperity Initiative itself brings much more coordination and puts all this work under one roof. Areas that we can still do a lot of work in, right? There's areas of improvement that we need to continue working on, but a lot of this work we have been putting it to practice. And I do see that our budget, even our budgeting process, is instituting the Prosperity Initiative. So very happy with the update, looking forward to continuous improvement and continuous investment in this work, and looking forward to the continued work with Pima County, our school districts, the university, Pima College, and the business community in this. Thank you, Lena. Great work. Righty, right on time. We're keeping a good pace today. Alrighty, the second item, item 2, has been set aside. Time has been set aside for a presentation and update on fiscal year 2027 recommended budget. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here are Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, Anna Rosenberry, and our Director of Business Services, Angel Ozomalam. We've been working feverishly together, including inputs from all the directors of our departments who are here, and I appreciate their attendance, and many members of the Business Services Department to bring you, drum roll please, a balanced recommended budget. Thank you. We'll be here all week. Having said that, it was a challenging budget as we expected, but it is from our perspective, from staff's perspective, a workable budget that we do believe met the direction and emphasis that you've provided to us over the last few months, if not longer. That is in alignment with your overall policy objectives, and that is doable. So we do have a presentation for you on the recommended budget. At the end, we remind you of the path ahead. You don't have any action scheduled for today. There are public hearings and public engagements that are ahead of us before you ultimately look at final budget adoption in June. And there's several touch points along the way. So this is sort of the middle of the conversation, but it's the start of the real detailed evaluation of the budget that would be brought to you for FY27. So with that, we're going to navigate through. So there is one change to this slide from what was in the materials. There was a stray bullet from last year about a budget survey that we did last year with the public. That should have been deleted. We are planning to do that community-wide budget survey this coming fall, along with our detailed deep dive that we've done. We started last year with the housing equation last fall, and we want to do another one, which we'll formulate with you and talk with you before we launch that. And when we do that deep dive, which was very helpful and meaningful for this year, we also recognized it really focused on one or two topics. And so we want to couple that with a broader community-based survey that would be happening in the fall. But for this year, we did the housing equation fall budget engagement. That was, we got a lot of positive feedback from the community about how they were able to engage with the information, but also with the leaders of the departments, the folks who actually do the work. We did have our third employee budget town hall. We went virtual this year, and we ended up with over 600 employee inputs to the survey that accompanied that budget town hall. We've given you a preview of that. We'll give you the final of that on the May 5th presentation. And then we did have a joint meeting of labor and executive leadership. We meet with our executive leadership team regularly. That's our department directors. We also meet with labor regularly, but rarely do we bring them all together. And we've done that in the employee budget town hall before, but it really it's 600 people. It's a different conversation when you have 60. And so when we had the labor unions and their leadership, along with our department directors and other city managers, we had a very productive conversation that did fundamentally affect what we brought to you as a recommended budget. Through that, we were able to avoid some of the more dire cuts to services, and in place, we did enhanced vacancy management, which is vacancies that we control beyond just what normally happens through attrition. We have vacancy savings that we budget for regularly, but this is to actually give the directors more tools but they also have to come up with more savings throughout the course of a year, but they're given a lot of autonomy on how they go about doing that. So that was an effective meeting that fundamentally affected the budget. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Anna to talk you through some of it, and then I'll be back at the end.
Thank you. Thank you to Mayor and council members. As you recall, we had a lot of difficulty responding to economic concerns that occurred during this fiscal year, in fiscal year 26. And as you're aware, we developed a spending plan and have been monitoring our projections on how we're going to end fiscal year 26, because it is the starting point for the budget that we have developed and is in front of you. If this time last year, we were presenting and you were adopting a budget that within the general fund was anticipating receiving $776 million in revenues to fund our general fund operations. But we were quickly observing as we got into the early parts of the fiscal year that those revenues weren't coming in as we expected them to do. And we have since then revised our projections for our current year down to $733 million in the general fund, meaning that we have had to respond and adjust in the current year to a loss of $43 million in revenues within the general fund and our projections for completing this current fiscal year. As I mentioned, we did that not on the fly, but in the moment. We were working with department heads and other program leaders within the organization to develop a response to those revenue shortfalls. We called it spend plan adjustments that we enacted this fall. We project that for fiscal year 2026, we had projected that we will end operations with a deficit of 1.6 million, and we have a projected year-end available cash balance of $80.4 million. Those projected year-end results are much better than where we thought we would be at the time that we were working on the spend plan. So we have, I think, actively managed our spending to better align what we're spending with the revenues that are coming in. And that is all to the credit of our department and program managers who have had to do that this fiscal year. So this is a very simple way to summarize all of the pages and all of the work that we have done. And this is a pie chart that shows you the fiscal year 27 recommended budget has a recommendation of expenditures in total of $2.55 billion to fund our operations across all of our programs, departments, and funds. Of that $2.55 billion, 2/3 of it will fund operations. There's an additional 28%, approximately 30% that will go towards capital, and approximately 5% that will go towards debt service. This simple pie chart is derived from all of the details that are shown in your Exhibit 2, which are the state forms, giving you details of revenues for the organization and expenditures by both department and by fund, as well as a nearly 40-page narrative that we have prepared in the memorandum that's attached to this item. So people who would like to dig into the details and the numbers, they can look to both of those items attached to the materials today. As you're aware, one of the difficulties that we have been keeping an eye on and addressing is what has been the change in trend for collection of local sales taxes that we had seen in the recent past 6 years, I would say. Why have local sales taxes been such a concern and issue for us? Why do we keep talking about this? As you can see, since fiscal 2019 through 2024, we had been experiencing an upward trend in collections, pretty predictable upward increase in local sales taxes that are a significant portion of the city's budget. And it was in January of 2025 that we really started to see a rupture in the upward trend. We saw a decline in sales tax collections occur starting in January of 2025. And you can see our actual collections, that last blue bar for fiscal 25 at $315 million for the year was the first year out of that 7-year period where we did not see an increase. We actually saw a decrease in those collections. So again, a break in a trend. And we are projecting for the current fiscal year that we are in right now, fiscal 26, that's the yellow bar, that we will collect in total even less than we collected last year in local sales taxes. And this fiscal year 27 budget that we have recommended for you predicts a slow recovery in these local sales taxes. Knowing that our budget is developed based on that, we'll be keeping a close eye on how much we're collecting. This information comes to us on a week-by-week basis, although there's a fair amount of noise in that weekly data, but we monitor it closely. You have also seen, and we have had a lot of conversations about our state shared income tax revenues to the general fund. This is another revenue source for us where you can see we had experienced years of upward trend in collections into our general fund. And fiscal year 25 really, again, broke that trend. That was primarily related to coming from the state policy to implement a flat income tax. And you can see how our collections continue to be much lower than what we were on trend to collect. We received this information about how much this revenue source is expected to be from the state. The revenues are actually coming to us 2 years after they're collected by the state. That's how these revenues flow. For the budget that we have recommended to you, we're estimating that fiscal 27, the first green bar that you see there, will be collections of $116.6 million. And then we are keeping a close eye on fiscal 28 and the issues of state of Arizona income tax conformity with federal income taxes. An important element of recommending the budget is also to establish the property tax rates that will be imposed on property taxes for properties within the city limits of Tucson. There is information within the state forms themselves that you give more details about property taxes, but we wanted to call to your attention that the fiscal year 27 property tax levy for primary property taxes plus the collection of primary property taxes that are related to involuntary torts paid by the city in total will bring into the general fund, well, in total to the city, $20.77 million. And that rate that will be applied is slightly lower than the rate that was applied for fiscal year 26. Again, there's more detailed information regarding the property taxes found within Exhibit 2. This table of total general fund revenues for fiscal year 27 gives you more of the details of how we were planning, projecting to collect dollars to fund our fiscal 27 spending plan within the general fund. We've talked about a number of these items already. It incorporates the change in local sales tax that we're expecting to see, as well as a state shared income tax and other sources of revenue within the general fund. I think what this table again can show you is the amount that we are planning to receive for fiscal 27 within the general fund for revenues. That $758.757 million is less than what we were expecting to receive at this time last year when we were developing the fiscal 26 spending plan. That has been a difficulty for us in developing this year's budget. Although granted, it is more than we are expecting to receive in total by the end of this fiscal year. So again, that is something we want you to be aware of. We're expecting to receive more than we project we'll receive this year in the coming year. So we've got to monitor that and make sure that that's actually happening as we get into fiscal 27. Regarding the general fund expenditures and their projections, we talking revenues, now we're talking what we're going to spend the dollars on. Our recommended general fund budget expenses total $758.4 million. We plan to use $39.2 million of fund balance, and this fund balance will be spent on items that we've talked about as investment plan items, carry forward amounts, and planned one-time expenditures. We are projecting that at the end of fiscal 27, we will have an operating surplus of $350,000. So operationally balanced, current revenues are supporting current expenditures. I think the city manager has a comment he'd like to make.
Barely more revenues than expenditure.
And we will have a ending cash available balance. In addition to our rainy day fund, beyond the rainy day fund, we expect to have $19.2 million. These items that are discussed on this slide are also presented in that 5-year financial forecast that we talk about a lot. It is Exhibit 3 of your packet. This is just the summary for fiscal 27. As you know, we use that 5-year model to show, okay, based on this spending plan, how are things looking into the future? In general, that 5-year financial forecast shows us that for fiscal 28, the year after this year's budget, we still have operating deficits and some deficit cash positions. But I feel like, and I believe the city manager feels like, all the work that we've done this year on this year's spending plan gets us to within a manageable distance of solving those budget issues for next year. But you can see years 3, 4, and 5 of that financial model. We still have more work to do. Within our specific proposals for fiscal year 27 is a recommended new policy. And we've covered a lot of topics and issues with you at this table in the last couple of months. There were a number of items within what we called a menu of options that we presented to you last time. And there is a recommendation to fund the following fiscal year 27 priority projects and programs by using fiscal year 26 rollover savings from the mayor and council offices in lieu of programming new spending on these items. In total, these items amount to approximately $950,000, and the suggestion for the particular programs are funding of the DVF TAP in partnership with Pima County, funding year 2 of Star Village operations, funding the nonprofit discounts at the Tucson Convention Center, and a funding affordable housing development fee incentives.
I'll jump back in here with, as we bring this to a close. One, some of the highlights is year 2 of the employee investment plan is fully funded. That is the most significant spending addition to this year's budget, is an investment in our employees. The Safe City Initiative is supported with additional police officers, sworn police officers funded. The city pensions, both TSRS and PSPRS, are funded at their appropriate levels. We continue to have a robust employee benefits funded. The transit system is funded, and as we go from 26 to 27, even with full funding, and a fare free status. If you stay in that mode, we actually have a $5 million reduction to the general fund transfer from the general fund to the transit fund. This will be toward the end of the investment plan, and substantial completion would occur in the next year or two. So that's on track for those investments you've made out of fund balance that accumulated over a number of years. There are no losses of critical programs or drastic service cuts, especially including that policy that we recommend. If you adopt that for this year, you will retain 3 items that would have had a cliff on them. Star Village was funded for 1 year. DVFTAP had a grant that went away. These are things that we'll be retaining that would have been first on the cut block because they were never funded out of the general fund. And even though we spend all this time talking about the general fund, we have the enterprise and special reference, 2/3 of the budget. They're all on track, and they're all doing well financially. So as we look toward where we're headed, we do have current activities that are part of that spend plan. That spend plan that we did in the fall was not just a one-time get-out-of-jail-free card. That was a new mode of operation. So we still have a hiring frost for filling vacant positions, not a freeze. If you adopt this budget and we do the vacancy management, the frost would be transitioned from the city manager's office saying no to the directors having the autonomy to fill the vacancies that they think are the most critical at the time they think they're critical, with a target that they have to meet. So we would not be imposing it top-down. It'd be at the department level. We have to do the revenue tracking and expenditure tracking on a frequent basis because we are balanced by a razor's edge. We are still doing the initial steps of the compensation plan implementation, which you've yet to adopt. We presented it to you at a previous meeting. We've included the compensation plan in this recommended budget. Ultimately, when you adopt the budget, you adopt the comp plan. But we're doing the groundwork to be ready to hit the ground running with the first set of compensation that would be in late June, early July, and the market and 4,900 adjustments, which is pay placement for individuals, would be in October. And we are preparing for May 5th, which will be a public hearing on the budget based on your input today. So with that, we look ahead. May 5th, we'll have another study session, but you will also be that evening having that first public hearing on the 27 budget. May 19th, another study session, because you just can't get enough of those. But then that night, May 19th, would be tentative budget adoption for FY27. And when you adopt the tentative budget, as a reminder, you're adopting the spending cap. The details can still flow all the way up till June 9th, when you would have final budget adoption and a final public hearing. That public hearing is on the truth in taxation and budget as tentatively adopted. And then you would ultimately adopt the final budget at a special regular meeting, which happens right there. You go from one meeting, you do another meeting, you come back. And then in June 23rd, we do the tax levy adoption. So that's the path from here. We look forward to your feedback and input as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tamir, and all of you for the presentation and the incredible work done. One, I really want to thank you for being so deliberate about including, of course, our department directors, but management and City of Tucson staff, as well as the labor groups that really have to, also as us, right? They have constituencies like we do in City of Tucson employees. And so in listening to them and making sure that they are part of the conversation, that I truly, truly appreciate. It's taken a lot of work to get here, and I've seen you firsthand, how you all have been putting this work, but also to my colleagues on the council that have been very clear on, the priorities, and putting at the table the priorities of their residents and the residents of the City of Tucson. This budget really reflects as you put it in your memo, right? I did read the, what is it, 47 pages that you shared with us. I usually do my homework, okay? And it really does reflect the policy objectives that mayor and council have been seeking in terms of equity, sustainability, prosperity, and our economy, and centering the investments that we are doing in our employees. This year alone, we are investing $18.1 million in our employees. And we have had this trend happening, I would say, for the last 6 years, in bringing our employees to market. And, you know, that floor moves on us, but we try and chase that floor in terms of market pay. We are also fully funding 2 fire stations that had been on the menu of possibilities of having to close. For many of us, we did not want to see that happen because of the urgency nature of having fire stations available to our community. I have sent letters to both President Garamella at the University of Arizona and to Governor Hobbs and Director Ryan Thornell from the Arizona Department of Corrections for us to start working with them on funding strategies for both Fire Station 3 and Fire Station 6. President Garamella indicated that he had received my letter and was going to commence the conversation with his chief of staff and his team. And Governor Hobbs also indicated that she was in receipt of the letter requesting the State Department of Corrections to help fund Fire Station 6. We also see that none of our parks or neighborhood centers or pools, we're not closing, and we're going to keep free for our community. Pools in our city are part of our cooling infrastructure for families and children, and being able to have the classes and access to the pools is important. We know that public safety is top of mind for many Tucson residents, so we have secured a community-oriented policing services grant, $6.3 million from our federal partners to support recruitment and staffing across our police department. And I talked about this during my report to Tucsonans, that my goal was to hire 50 additional police officers, expand our Safe City initiative, and continue investing in prevention and intervention efforts, and we have that. So really good budget. Thank you so much for thinking innovatively and creatively and working with our department directors in in the needs and priorities of our community. So any comments or observations, Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you. Well, I just want to echo all of the amazing work that the team did, and to all of the executive leadership team and folks back here. You all seem to have your teeth, and everybody looks good, so I don't think you knocked anybody out during this process. So I know it's been a lot of work that each of you have done, and I just want to share my gratitude for that. Tim, I love delegating the decision-making to the directors. I love the autonomy that exists with that, so I really love that, and I'll be interested to see how that works out for you all next budget cycle. And Mayor, to your point about continuing to prioritize investment in our teammates is utmost priority. I do have a couple questions in terms of flexibility after we adopt the budget. For example, we did do some cuts to non-perm folks in parks, and we've often had from our Little League teams, we've heard concerns about the conditions of the fields and whatnot, and there's kind of an issue brewing with the combination of the reduction of non-perm staff and the maintenance levels with the increase of park fees. So there's some tension brewing there. My question is, as these things move forward, if we start to see more of an impact and we need to pivot and put more investment in a certain place, are we going to have the opportunity to do that? What's that going to look like if we start to see that some of these cuts are having more of an impact than we had anticipated?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Lee, yes, we retain quite a bit of flexibility during the fiscal year to make adjustments on spending in order to address emergent problems. And specifically with the Parks and Rec, and you brought up the role of non-perm, which is non-permanent employees. A lot of our Parks and Recreation operates off full-time staff, but also seasonally, and for certain roles, it's non-permanent staff. And so there's a pool of capacity there that's used to really move that non-perm investment to where it needs, whether it's greenskeeping, whether it's rec centers, whether it's lifeguards, things of that nature. One of the things that wasn't highlighted in the presentation, but when we worked with Director Hamway on how to approach Parks and Rec for next year, and part of the discretion we gave Director Hamway was, in addition to the vacancy management opportunity, we also gave her the opportunity to identify some of her full-time positions that she thinks she could hold for a period of time, but we would not take it as savings. We would translate it into investment in her non-permanent capacity. So there's about $330,000 of spending capacity that she retains, but she can use it where she needs it, when she needs it, through using non-perm employees. And that does mean we'll be holding some of these full-time employees vacant for longer than we would, or maybe for even the full fiscal year. But to get to that very outcome you were stressing there, we're giving not just the flexibility on how to meet their target, but specifically in Parks and Rec, the flexibility to use a more nimble, non-permanent resource where needed, when needed, in lieu of locking in on some of the full-time positions.
Perfect. Thanks for explaining that. And then my other, you kind of talked about it, Tim, in the fall when we go back out and have these conversations for the next fiscal year. I definitely agree, having a more broad budget conversation. And I really appreciated the monopoly money exercise you put it through. It really makes things visual. And so hopefully we can have more of a broad conversation and not one that's specifically focused on a topic.
Thank you for that. And I will hype myself. There's a new video where we use Jenga blocks. It is now, it's either available or will be available starting today or tomorrow. And it's 20 minutes of me, so it's fabulous. But it actually takes
Rating.
the full budget and explains it yet again using Jenga blocks in order to kind of explain how it all works.
That's going to go viral very fast. So I look
Yes.
forward to seeing
Just
that.
my friends and family have put it at 10 views.
Any others? Councilmember Cunningham.
A few things. Number one, I ran behind this morning, so I didn't get to talk about the Prosperity Initiative, and I want to congratulate some of the work that's already been happened. The Tucson MSA frequently ranked at the bottom with their peer cities and the number of persons living below poverty, and that number has significantly reduced over the years. So among our peer cities, we're actually performing pretty well. As a matter of fact, in our metropolitan statistic area, we're about even with the city of Phoenix, which wasn't the case 10 years ago. So there's some really good data for us for that. That brings me to the budget, and I'm super excited that we're going to be able to balance. That's very promising news, but it isn't all sunshine and roses. I know it's a great moment and everybody should be happy, and it is, that's important, but I still think we have some concerns with staffing in different departments. We definitely have issues with filling positions, and we have some issues with service delivery, including response, emergency response, including park maintenance, including the prosecutor's office. We have some retention and some things of that nature where we want to have competitive pay for our employees. We want to make those numbers, and we want to meet them. I was just curious. One of the things that we used to do with the budget was we used to get a really good estimate from year to year on how many full-time employees we had in each department and how many part-time employees we had from each department. And I don't really want to have to request that. I think it's important to know how many people we have and what our staffing pieces are. And even more so, an aggregate, a breakdown or aggregate average per department, per employee. I think that's really important to know. When we factor in ERE, which is the employee-related expenses that include pension and include health insurance benefits, plus our end of what we pay on payroll taxes, I think it's important to know kind of how much we're spending and how we're measuring up to other cities and stuff like that. So we've got some pieces we have a swirl still in fire where we've got folks that are promoting out of engineer and to captain, and if they go back to step one, they still have a paid, they have a lower pay, so they have to move up a step. But then we have folks that, because steps were frozen for a while, are stuck at step one and probably need to be bumped. So hopefully we can remedy some of those things this year. And it looks like if you're not, because we have a big jump from step 7 to step 8 to top out in certain parts, on certain classifications in fire, there may be a different way we want to do that and take a look at having the step as opposed to in other words, have the big increase to the job as opposed to the step. So there may be a flip to do that next year, and I think that'll be pretty important to do. Everything that I think some of the folks want to do is a little bit ambitious this year at $2.5 million price tag, but there might be some savings and stuff we can actualize over the year and work on some strategies to get to that. I have a couple questions. I wanted to know in this budget how many PCNs we had for 2026. That's personnel control numbers. I want to know how many PCNs we had for 2026 for commissioned police.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, for sworn or commissioned sworn police, for FY '25, last year we had 842 authorized, not filled, because we've been lagging behind on filling it. For the fiscal year we're in, it's 878 authorized, and for the recommended budget for next year, it's 911. And for the first time this year and into next year, our recruit academies are showing more full of Tucson police than others. We've had a significant increase in recruitment, applicants, people successfully making it into the academy. So we've actually had more robust police officer recruit academies in the most recent years, and we project that to go through the next year and running sufficient academies to try to get to that 911 number.
Okay, no, again, super important to understand that. My hope was to get to 912. Can you give me the same numbers for fire, please?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I do not have, I was anticipating the question on police. I do not have the number of for
No, that's
fire.
my fault. It came up yesterday. I didn't prepare you for it. So I want to get those as well, just so we have them. And we probably want to get some understanding of where our, some of our attrition is. We've got our natural attrition, but we are starting to see just a bit of an uptick in people leaving for other departments. So I want to be really careful on where we are on those PCNs.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, we'll get you those numbers, but I will acknowledge that last year, going into this year's budget, we did add 14 firefighter PCNs. The challenge is the attrition in fire has been faster than our ability to onboard and train new firefighters. So they've not actually seen the benefit of those additional 14. We will get you the numbers, and I will also round out by saying, been working very closely with Tucson Firefighters Association and Tucson Fire Command Association in order to look at those promotional disincentives that you mentioned earlier. And we're still working, even as recently as this morning, to try to get to the right outcome, even yet in the fiscal year budget.
We're not that far apart, I don't think. I think it's actually really manageable. It's just, it does come at a cost, and we just have to understand what that cost is going to be. The last piece is that I was curious about our number of groundskeepers and how many we have per park. I wanted to see, I know we have 237 full-time people in parks, and they make do with the least. But I just wanted to see kind of what our model was and how we can kind of maximize that we have someone on site at every park every day. I think that's a good goal to have. I think we already do for certain functions, but having someone through the week there to be able to check through, I think will help us with our service delivery in that department. So those are the pieces where I'm seeing some things that are part. Finally, the last piece is I think there's an opportunity to stand up long-term savings if we do an in-house fog seal unit within DTM. By having it in-house, especially just on residential, we can do a lot of preventive maintenance on our residential roads, kind of renew at least 1/3 of them every year, and we won't have to continue to bond out for mill and fills and for long-term maintenance. So I think we could preserve that pavement. I know we have somewhat of a pavement going, but I think we'd have some cost avoidance in-house. So those are some things with the budget that as we think about the budget moving forward. And I'd love to see if we could find revenues to have those opportunities to do.
I'm glad that you talk about being able to do more, Councilmember Cunningham, because your 912 was my 911, right? My goal was 911, as well as Chief Prieto's goal for police officers within the city of Tucson. We could absolutely do more, but the city of Tucson has been faced with the Doug Ducey flat tax. This year alone, the budget that we are putting together for '27, we should have received $152 million if the Doug Ducey flat tax would not have passed. Instead, we received $116 million. So could we do more with more money? Absolutely. I think we all want that. Unfortunately, both the federal government and the state government have been taking from cities and towns throughout the state instead of giving. And if they further continue taking from cities like Tucson, we will see another $7 million, according to our budget and finance departments, if the state legislature passes their conformity to the big, beautiful bill. And so we're still in a place, Councilmember Cunningham, that because of what the federal government and the state government are doing, we can receive way more. So, I mean, yes, absolutely, let's dream. And let's make sure that we are continuously improving the services that we are providing our residents. But when the federal and state governments are cutting off our feet and tying our hands behind our backs, there's very, very, very little that we can do. Anyone else want to speak? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I appreciate your comments. You and my colleagues have covered. Mayor, I appreciate your comments. You and my colleagues have covered all the questions and comments that I had, except for two things. One, very good job. I mean, this was not an easy task, and it's great that the city takes the length of time that it does to come to what I think is a pretty good solution at this point. But to the public, we're not done yet. We heard a lot over the last couple weeks when there was a menu of items, some of which my colleagues and I didn't agree to, but it was on a list, and we heard from people who would be really concerned about fire stations closing or community centers closing. I think there's still time for the public to be involved, and I encourage anybody who's following us to look closely at the budget and give us some suggestions. Maybe there's some ideas that we can incorporate, if not this year, maybe down the road. Great job. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, echoing the praise from the other members of the council, thank you so much. Really appreciate the proposal that we have before us and the way that our priorities have been preserved. Just really leaning into that evidence-based decision-making and using the data to help us decide. And just thinking about the amount of money we have and the amount of money we don't have. One place my mind is going is making sure that we're not incurring more long-term costs by making cuts now. One example, I just wanted a little more clarification about the status of TC3. There was a remark at the meeting this week that there wouldn't be any layoffs, but the reduction in funding would result in a reduction in services. And just as far as programs go, I think it deserves full funding because of the way it reduces upstream costs. So just curious for more clarification about that, as well as the funding status of the 311 program, which also in my mind is another pragmatic intervention that reduces future costs.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Schubert, taking 311 first, 311 remains fully funded in this budget. What we were able to do was reduce the general fund contribution to 311 directly based on the services that 311 provides to some of our special revenue funds, water, HERF, ES. And we did that very thoughtfully. We didn't just go by total call volume. We went by call volume in those areas that was resolved with one call at 311. It's not a savings to the department if they end up 311 answers and forwards the call. But if 311 resolved the call, we quantified that. And that allowed us to reduce the general fund by about $125,000, if I recall. But the program is still fully funded now with the special revenue funds contributing as they traditionally do to a service that they provide. Regarding TC3, it's been a kind of an interesting one. We do not expect to have any layoff or loss of anybody's job. What we're expecting is that we can reduce the general fund funding to that program by combining it with other programs and looking for efficiencies with community safety, health, and wellness, and other investments that we have in the budget. So we're actually challenging the fire chief and the team and our community safety program director, Brandy Champion, to look at what are the synergies and efficiencies that we've not taken advantage of there in order to preserve the highest level of service we can, but avoid some of the duplication that I do believe exists in the system. So while it's a reduction in the budget, I do not see that as necessarily a reduction in service. I see it as a challenge for us to resolve and find ways to do the work, putting the right work in the right hands, as the mayor says repeatedly. This is a classic example of that.
Thank you so much. And I realized I was saying upstream. I meant downstream costs, just a clarification.
Any others? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to start by recognizing the city manager and the team for the significant work done to reduce our budget deficit from 16.8 million to a balanced budget since our last meeting in April 7th. So appreciate the meaningful progress we've made in a very difficult moment. I'm also thankful to see the recommendation to keep our public transit system accessible by keeping it fare-free for so many working families, as we spoke about earlier during the Prosperity Initiative, who are weighing rising electric and grocery bills against prescription medications. This isn't an amenity for them, it's a lifeline. I also want to acknowledge that you're recommending the $300,000 from our council offices carry over to fund year 2 of Star Village pilot. It has been a pilot that we know is working in helping support some of our most vulnerable unhoused residents by having a safe sleeping site for them and wraparound resources. And so I'm very thankful that we're continuing that work. I also appreciate the creative thinking around the loaning of the portable showers. And I just want to make sure that we're keeping track of it too, because I think even though we purchased it, we want to make sure it's being put to use. Finally, as we were talking about the hiring frost, and you mentioned giving department directors kind of the say about what is urgent and not. I just want to make sure that we are continuing to apply an equity lens on this approach. It's because some departments, serve some of our most vulnerable residents, and a uniform frost doesn't account for that. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking about the human impact as well. So some of my questions are You mentioned doing the Budget 101 video, and when will that be available to the public? I think, we've been asking for a long time about how do we make our budget more accessible and educational to the community, so they have a sense of how it works. I am also wondering about the strategies that our HCD and the county are deploying to address the housing choice voucher wait lists, given the significant reduction in federal funding from this administration. So just, we get calls constantly about folks having been in line for 5+ years and not even hearing from folks about where they're at. So I'm just curious how we can keep our community informed. Gabriela was reminding me recently when we were on the bus that there was an unhoused mother who's been on the wait list for 5 years. And so when we're talking about, I think we're working really hard on building affordable housing, but that the supply alone isn't the answer. We need to figure out a way to fund it as well. Also concerned, my colleagues already talked about Parks and Rec and wanting to make sure that we continue just doing the basic maintenance, especially with our public bathrooms. We constantly get calls about bathrooms not being locked up at night and things happening during the night, and then them not being accessible in the morning for park users. So wanting to make sure that we are keeping our public bathrooms functioning. Finally, we haven't received an update on our youth employment program. So I'm wondering, where do we stand on funding and operations, given, this budget environment, but also our emphasis on the Prosperity Initiative Action Plan. I just want to make sure that this program isn't quietly falling through the cracks. And then finally, City Manager, I was encouraged by the creative ways that y'all were thinking about cost savings, and I want to continue having that conversation year round. We don't have a city comptroller that can help point out some of those efficiencies, but I want to see that not just during the budget season when we're scrambling. Can we keep asking these hard questions? Are certain functions still necessary? Are we recovering costs appropriately for the services we provide? Are we holding on to outdated systems that cost more than they're worth? I remember Councilmember Cunningham raising our phone system as one example, and I think that's the kind of institutional habit we need to build, just regularly auditing legacy systems and identifying technology upgrades that can generate long-term savings. I'm hopeful that, while I believe that innovation shouldn't be a crisis response, I'd love to formalize that process so that we're surfacing these opportunities continuously, just rather than waiting when we're facing a deficit. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? All righty. Thank you so much for the incredible work that you've all put into this. The department directors are all also part of my appreciation and the work that you're all putting into us. I do know that we have budget information sessions we should all be sharing, right, with our community. Virtual sessions will be Wednesday, April 22nd from 6 to 7 p.m. and Friday, May 1st from 9 to 10 a.m. Also, there's going to be in-person information sessions, April 23rd at Udall from 6 to 7 p.m., April 28th at El Pueblo Recreation Center from 6 to 7, April 30th at Donna Liggins from 6 to 7 p.m. So if we can all share that information so that people can be able to not just enjoy the wonderful video by our city manager, but also participate in these sessions. Thank you all so much. Muchas gracias. So I was just informed, Mr. Manager and colleagues, that there is food waiting for us. We can enter executive session, or we can have our mass transit conversation first, whichever executive session. Okay. There's some hungry bellies in here. So what we can do is get a motion to go into executive session.
So move, Mayor.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor of going into executive session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries, and our clerk will read the item.
Item 4 is noticed as an executive session, quarterly discussion/update on non-disclosure agreements, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03A4.
Thank you.
Do you need a motion to go in? Did we do that?
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favors of returning to study session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, so we move on to item 3. Right? Is it 5? Oh, okay, direction, you're right. Item 5. What is the council's pleasure for item 5?
Madam Mayor, an appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session and continue to update the mayor and council on non-disclosure agreements entered into by the city of Tucson.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Okay, now to 3. Thank you. We move on to item 3. I just want to make sure that I say hello and welcome back Mr. Sam Credio from parental leave. You must not want to be here. How much sleep did you get last night, Mr. Credio? Good. Alrighty, so time has been set aside for continued discussion and direction relating to funding for mass transit. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. And as a reminder to the mayor, since we're doing this item after exec session, I would ask that we also move item 9 up to be after item 3, since it's very related content. If you'll indulge that, that'd be great. So we are here to give you an update on mass transit funding. You've already welcomed back to the table Director Sam Credio, Department of Transportation and Mobility. But giving him a slow acquisition back into the role, we have Deputy Director Andy Bemis, who's been working this issue for several months with working with leadership and all of you. So without further ado, I would turn it over to Andy Bemis to give a brief overview of the item.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for having me. I'll be talking today about an update on issues related to funding for mass transit. I'll give an overview of recent past actions that Mayor and Council have taken to save costs and increase revenues for transit. And we'll discuss new funding available for transit in the RTA Next plan, along with some recommendations for changes to the RTA procedures as they relate to fare credits and how they fund transit service in the city of Tucson. So over the past year, Mayor and Council have implemented a series of cost savings measures like the elimination of Route 22 and minor service changes across the SunTrans system, together with taking action on new revenue generating activities like increasing the public utility tax, the transient occupancy tax, and the Visit Tucson contribution to transit. Together, these actions are anticipated to net approximately $10.1 million in support of public transit next year. Additionally, on March 10th, voters approved, as we all know, Propositions 418 and 419, which will extend financial support for transit over the next 20 years with the extension of the half-cent sales tax for RTA Next. Those collections began on April 1st. In addition to continuing the funding for the existing transit services that RTA pays for, there are some new transit categories in the RTA Next plan, and those include funding for streetcar operations, for the Stone Avenue Bus Rapid Transit Project, for transit safety and security investments, and a special carve-out for South Tucson Transit. The current IGAs for RTA-funded transit service are in effect and will remain in effect through this fiscal year. So there will need to be new IGAs moving into FY27. We do have some recommendations to incorporate changes into future RTA transit IGAs. So first, current IGAs require that the city provide fare revenue credits to the RTA for the estimated amount of fare revenues lost on RTA-funded service. That policy has not been applied consistently across the region, and as long as fares remain free in the city and region-wide, the RTA should cover the full cost of those RTA-funded services as they've been doing outside the city of Tucson. Additionally, RTA should contribute to the local match requirements for transit capital investments and bus vehicle purchases to enable the transit services to happen. And then finally, we'd like to continue working with Mayor and Council, with the Tucson Transit Advisory Committee, with PAG RTA Transit Working Group, and other relevant PAG RTA committees and the general public to develop an updated service plan over the coming years that identifies opportunities to reinvest RTA Next funds in high efficiency and high productivity transit services to maximize the RTA Next benefit to the regional community, specifically looking at, possibly express routes and others that have lower productivity and lower efficiency. In your materials, we've also included information about ridership and revenue estimates associated with different possible return to fare scenarios that were requested, as well as preliminary results of an economic analysis and crime and code enforcement impacts of the fare-free policy. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bemis. I think for me, it's, I'm going to have much more questions in terms of the detail and minutia of our relationship with the RTA and their fare credits. But first, I think I just want to express gratitude, first and foremost, for our city manager and your entire Department of Transportation Mobility team, the work that we have done with Suntran and Teamsters and Tucson Police Department on safety and security is very important for me that we continue that work. The $2 million that we are receiving, or is it $2.5 million per year?
2.5 million
2.5 million per
region-wide
year for
per year.
safety and security.
Yes.
That is very important that we continue working with Suntran, TPD, DTM and Teamsters, and I know that there's some representation from the Teamsters today. I really appreciate your partnership in those conversations. I know that we have a representative from the Teamsters in the Safe City Task Force. Very important that we tap into those funds immediately and put them to work. I know that Mayor and Council approved $500,000 for safety and security, but it was kind of a bit of a bridge and gap funding until we saw if Prop 418, 419 passed. I would love to be able to make sure that we revive that safety and security action plan and put it to work immediately. I've talked to the city manager, and I think at this table about how important I believe the whatever we want to call them, right? Ambassadors, Safe City ambassadors or Suntran ambassadors to make sure that we're connecting people that need resources to the resources that they need. And that we continue working a safe city deployment style of security measures so that we can connect security, which would be TPD or the Suntran's security, contracted security company, to the services that are available. So when we do safe city deployments, I would love to be able to model something like those with our transit system to make sure that we are connecting those that need the help to the resources, those that are committing crime to the accountability that they have to face. I also want to talk about the financial burden that the city of Tucson has been carrying for other jurisdictions outside our city limits. It's about time that we address the imbalances that the past executive director of the RTA had put on us very unfairly, charging those credits to the city of Tucson and not charging it to Oro Valley, Sahuarita, Pima County, or Marana, really has been costing the city more than $2 million a year. So we really need to go back to the table to work with Mr. Ortega, the new executive director at the RTA, to redo the intergovernmental agreements that we have with them to really clarify and clean up that imbalance of the city of Tucson having to carry those funds for other jurisdictions. The other piece that I want you to expand on is the maintenance of effort. I know that the city of Tucson and every jurisdiction, including Pima County, entered into a maintenance of effort back in 2006, that every jurisdiction, including Pima County, City of Tucson, and Marana or Valle Sahuarita, entered an agreement saying that we were all going to maintain the effort in terms of funding transit. Well, the City of Tucson's maintenance of effort has grown to $65 million, while Pima County has kept their maintenance of effort in 2006 levels, which is $7 million. And every city or every town in our region has kept the same maintenance of effort funding that they'd had in 2006. I think that is unjust and inequitable. And so we've got to address that at the RTA as well. So I know I've touched on a few issues. Can you also talk about the infrastructure that is needed to be able to charge fares again, and why the city manager is recommending that we stay fare-free until we figure out the infrastructure?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I'll start, and I invite the team to jump in. Regarding the fare collection infrastructure, there is a system on board the coaches that would allow us to go back to fare collection. And whether it's collecting some fares or all fares, the system needs to be operated as a system. And in year one, to return to fare collection is about $1 million cost to operate that system, regardless of the revenues that are coming in. And then each year after that, under the current system, is about an $800,000 cost per year. And the state of our system, since it's aging and is going out of service soon, to continue fare collection past 2028, there would need to be a one-time $6 million capital investment into the fare collection system. So we've accounted for that in the numbers that we've presented in the memo about what it would look like under different scenarios to return to fare collection now and then recapitalize the system in 2028. And so you see that only under the most robust fare scenarios do we actually make more money in than out, covering the cost of collection. So on the one hand, there is a cost to collecting fares, and on the other hand is who should bear the cost of operating that fare collection system. And so I think those are valid arguments and discussions to have with the RTA. With that, Mr. Bemis, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mayor. Did you want me to expand on the maintenance of effort and fair credit relationship
Yes.
right now?
Yes,
okay,
please.
happy to do so. So we'll start with maintenance of effort. You're absolutely right. This is part of state statute and the enabling legislation for the Regional Transportation Authority. It requires that jurisdictions maintain their level of investment in transit at the same level that they were investing in 2004, adjusted for inflation every year, so that RTA funds are supplementing transit service in the region, not supplanting investments in transit. In your materials, you have a graph showing that what our maintenance of effort requirement would be adjusted for inflation, and then you see our investment that is considered maintenance of effort contribution well above. This year it exceeds the maintenance of effort requirement by $32 million. The other jurisdictions also have maintenance of effort requirements. Marana and Pima County pay maintenance of effort funds to the RTA, and then the RTA uses those funds to both deliver the transit services region-wide and also reimburse us for transit services that we provide outside city limits. Those jurisdictions have been making their required maintenance of effort contribution, but nothing more. As we all know, the cost of maintaining the same level of service goes up over time with inflation, with the cost of labor and fuel and all that. So the city's been absorbing that cost, providing that services across the city, whereas the RTA has been absorbing that cost for the service outside the city. Moving to fare credits. So right now, the city of Tucson pays for and provides the transit service, including the service in the RTA 1 plan, and then we seek reimbursement from the RTA for the trips, the additional nights and weekends and frequency that the RTA is paying for. As per the current policy and the agreements that we have in place, we deduct an amount from what we seek for reimbursement that would be an estimate of what fares would have collected had we been collecting fares, and that's been in place since 2020. So that isn't in place outside the city. The RTA has picked up the full cost of providing transit service on Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride in Pima County and in outside the city limits.
Thank you, Andy. Well, I just wanted to also include that this March 17th of 2026 was 6 years since the mayor and council decided to go fare-free. And it was actually credit to the Teamsters that came to mayor and council and said, let's not charge fares because of COVID-19. We had to keep the transit system going. And they didn't want to charge fares because of the proximity issue. So, but mayor and council have continued to invest in fare-free transit. I know that you included additional economic review of who's using the system and how the fare-free system has been helping working families. But I wanted to thank my colleagues on the council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, for consistently bringing real solutions to the table to help fund our transit system. And I also want to give credit to the passage of Proposition 418 and 419, the RTA Next, for also relieving our general fund of about approximately $5 million in transit-related investments that will alleviate the pressure to our general fund. So with that, I wanted to open it up. Vice Mayor, if you wanted to.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I share this sometimes, and I think it's always a good reminder about why I've been such a proponent of keeping our transit system accessible. I grew up riding the bus as a kid, and especially when I was 12 years old, if I did not have enough money to pay for fares, I had to walk. And so that meant I'm going to summer school at Pister. I live in Little Town, and I'm having to walk to wherever my dad was working at the time to get a ride back home. I felt like that makes our young people even more unsafe. A couple weeks ago, we took a bus ride with veterans just to the VA hospital and to talk about transit. And I would say that over 30% of the folks on the bus were on mobility devices, needing assistance to get around. So you get to see in real time the people that are using the bus to get to doctor appointments, to get to work, to get groceries. It's been, like I said earlier, a lifeline. Mayor, as you mentioned, returning to fare collection is going to cost us more than it earns us. In every realistic near-term scenario, and Tucson's fare-free system is generating measurable economic, ridership, and equity gains that make it worth protecting. We've done the hard work on the budget. We have $10 million plus in new revenue and savings secured, with $12.65 million more coming in fiscal year 27. So this is not the time to reverse course on a policy that's been working. Tucson is the only major Western city that recovered and exceeded pre-pandemic ridership, and over 71% of our riders are low income. Fare free isn't just popular for the people that use it, it's serving the people who depend on it the most. 96% of new jobs created in the last 4 years are located along transit corridors. 90% of new housing and 87% of new residents are in those same corridors, and transit is helping drive Tucson's growth. Returning to fares does not address safety, and the data is clear on this. The post-pandemic crime spike happened on transit systems across the country, regardless of fare policy. Systems that charge fares saw the same surge. It was a ridership denominator problem. When fewer people rode, the ratio of incidents per rider spiked. For example, in New York, from 1 major felony per million rides to nearly 10. What actually reverses that trend is bringing more riders back. Philadelphia also saw a 34% drop in serious crime alongside a 16% ridership increase. Minneapolis saw similar results. More riders means more eyes, more community presence, safer systems. Fare-free is a safety strategy. A fare box is not. What stops concerning behavior is what we're funding now. Dedicated security staff, incident data systems, and targeted interventions through the Transit Safety and Security Action Plan. Nationally, as we know locally, transit crime has been highly concentrated. A small number of stops account for a disproportionate share of incidents and risk spikes at specific times of day. Tucson's Transit Safety and Security Action Plan is built on that logic with targeted deployment, incident data systems, and interventions at the stops and times where it's actually needed. And I feel like that's been a smart evidence-based policy that we've been implementing. So even as crime numbers improve, the fear of crime can keep people off transit, and that's worth naming explicitly. Safety perception can be a ridership barrier that compounds itself. So we have work to do on showing the community that we're looking out for their safety as they're using our transit system. So I also wanted to uplift an idea that came out of a conversation with Councilmember Dahl last week that I think has real potential. He proposed creating a bus stop adoption program similar to our existing Adopt the Park and Adopt the Street programs, where community members, businesses, and organizations could take ownership of the upkeep and stewardship of a local bus stop. Given the condition of some of our stops and the resource constraints we're navigating, I feel like this kind of community partnership model could be a meaningful way to fill gaps while also building neighborhood investment in our transit system. And I would love to see staff explore what that could look like for us. I support the city manager's recommendation. And so with that, Mayor, I want to make a motion. I move to direct the city manager and staff to work with the Regional Transportation Authority to develop a transit planning and funding strategy for RTA Next that aligns with current city transit priorities, including federal grant cost sharing, establishing cost sharing arrangements with the city for required local matches on federal grants that benefit the regional transit system, including awards under the low to no emission vehicle program. The Fair Credit Policy update, updating Fair Credit Policy as outlined in the Maintenance of Effort Agreements with unincorporated Pima County, Marana, and any other jurisdiction where Fair Credit Policy was applied since 2020. And Express Route Efficiency Audit, auditing ridership of RTA-funded express routes to identify efficiencies that can result in cost savings and/or increased frequency or expanded service hours.
Seconded.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, one of the ways I've always approached difficult decisions like this, whether it's personally or professionally in my career, and especially in this role, is trying to be as data informed as possible. It helps me think clearly, focus on the facts, and strip out emotion or assumptions that can often come up with these complex issues. So one of the challenges in this particular decision and in this job in general is that we often are asked to make these really significant decisions without clear or definitive data. In this case, we asked our staff last year to go through the process of the Title VI equity analysis and analyze potential impacts of reinstating fares. Staff brought back multiple scenarios, including a conservative option that was projected to generate about $8.5 million in fare collection while maintaining free transit service for those who needed it the most. That analysis and those assumptions behind the analysis was challenged, and there was a desire to understand whether there was a measurable economic benefit associated with the fare-free policy. So an additional study was commissioned at a cost of $20,000, focused specifically on identifying and quantifying potential positive economic impacts. When I learned we were commissioning that study, I asked a series of questions to better understand what was actually being studied, what data we were using, and whether we were looking at the issue comprehensively. Specifically, if we were going to try to quantify potential economic benefits, I wanted to make sure we were also looking at the other side of the coin and considering potential negative impacts of a fare-free policy that we've heard raised over the years, including concerns about crime, retail impacts, and overall system experience, because if we're going to make a decision of this magnitude, we need to look at the situation holistically. The draft version that's in our materials of the study that was recently sent to us included a number of data points, property tax, sales tax, and other indicators, but it also makes clear in multiple places that it does not establish a causal relationship between fare free transit and those outcomes. It describes the analysis as associative, not causal, and notes limitations in the data, including the information is not detailed enough and does not fully account for other contributing factors. The same limitation applies more broadly. We've heard concerns over the years about issues like crime, retail impacts, and overall system experience, but the data available today does not allow us to definitively link those outcomes to fare-free transit either. We need to apply that same standard consistently. We can't conclusively tie positive economic impacts to the policy, and we can't conclusively tie negative impacts to the policy. So while the study presents information, it also makes clear that we don't have a complete or definitive picture of the impacts of either side of the equation. We're not looking at something that proves a benefit or disproves concerns. So therein lies some of the challenge that I have in navigating this decision. At the same time, we still have a very real challenge that we need to tackle. Staff did an amazing job balancing the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, which is critical, but a broader issue hasn't gone away. Right now, we're subsidizing transit at about 9% of our general fund. Even as that starts to come down, the level is significantly out of alignment with peer cities, both in Arizona and nationally, and is not a sustainable position long-term. That means we're continuing to direct tens of millions of dollars of our general fund into transit, which directly impacts our ability to invest in core services. So while we're working through uncertainty on the data side, the underlying financial challenge is still very real, and we have to move forward toward a more balanced and sustainable model. So to me, there's a huge piece that is missing from the conversation. Since we suspended fares back in March of 2020, we have not gone back out to the community in a broad and intentional way to ask how the community wants us to move forward. As a council, we've set a precedent and placed a high value on community engagement, whether it was for Project Blue or even how we're going to rename the Cesar Chavez holiday. And we've made sure to go directly to the community to ask for their feedback before taking action. And I feel like that's what we're missing here. We need to hear broadly from as many Tucsonans as possible, not just anecdotal feedback, but real structured input from across the community. That includes fare-free transit advocates, the Teamsters, users of the transit system, our business community, neighborhood and community groups, institutional partners, our city employees, rider experience and safety advocates, public safety stakeholders, and anyone else that our colleagues feel is important. We need to present them with the options we're considering, continuing free fare policy, or looking at option D or E, which both have the potential to generate revenue into the general fund. We already have engagement happening around town with the budget town halls and other community conversations, so we can build this into that work and also create additional ways for people to participate. At the same time, we should use this process to better understand what options exist that reduce the general fund pressure in a significant and sustainable way. If the data isn't definitive, then the community's voice becomes even more critical in helping us guide this decision. We may not have perfect data, but we do have a responsibility to address an unsustainable funding model. So for me, rather than forcing a decision in the absence of clear data, I think we need to take a thoughtful approach. And with that, I actually do have a substitute motion to put on the floor. I do agree with the Vice Mayor's direction on the RTA piece, but I will offer a substitute motion. I move to direct the city manager to take a couple of steps around the long-term sustainability and policy direction of our transit system. First, over the next year, work with the RTA to identify and move forward a long-term strategy to improve the financial sustainability of Tucson's transit system. Second, within the next 90 days, conduct robust community engagement to get direct feedback on fare-free transit policy and future funding options. And return to the mayor and council at the July 21st study session with community feedback, recommendations based on that input, and a range of options to reduce the general fund subsidy over time to a more sustainable level consistent with peer cities, including any legally available options such as partnership opportunities, funding strategies, or fare-based structures that would allow the city to quantify system value and support those investments.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any continued discussion on this particular motion? Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lee, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and also to staff. and the years of work that has been done, 6 years to be exact. And 6 years ago, you, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, inspired me by taking the visionary step of making fares free during the pandemic. And it turned out that that delivered an enormous benefit to the people of Tucson, to the point where the Mayor and Council has continued to affirm commitment to making transit universally accessible. Universal access to transit, in fact, is an assurance and a certainty that we can provide in a time of extreme uncertainty. This should be the function of local government. We're facing rising costs. People are looking at losing their benefits, losing food stamps. The most vulnerable people in our communities are going to be hit the hardest. So frankly, just to be candid, I think it's a waste of time to continue to threaten to reinstate fares when we know that 71% of the users of the system qualify as low income. Having a universally accessible transit system should be celebrated and also properly marketed. That's actually never happened. We haven't really given our system a chance to fully express the potential of being fare-free. The signage is confusing, the maps are confusing. I know that we're doing a lot of work with the federal grant that we just received to improve our bus stops so that users of buses can have clear information about routes and times and what to expect. The only real link that I have seen between fares and safety has been that not charging fares has been proven to be a safety intervention. And Vice Mayor also brought up a lot of really compelling information about safety in the transit system and wanting to get more riders on the buses, and that will create more safety than a lot of these other costly measures. It also links with our Prosperity Initiative Policy 8, prioritizing transportation options to connect vulnerable communities to jobs and resources. So how can we make decisions that support our transit system and not weaken it? Well, we can move forward from talking about fares and focus instead on making evidence-based choices about investment. The Ambassador Program pilot showed real promise. We need a public campaign to get the word out. And it's just a fact that has been continually proven by research and case studies that more riders mean safer experiences. I don't view this as a political issue, so I really appreciate Councilmember Lee talking about data and wanting to lean into the information that we can gather when we have really hard and impactful decisions before us. And it's true, there are some things that remain unknown. I think, Professor Nelson does make some leaps when it comes to some of these intangible financial benefits, when it comes to fare-free and being able to link those. However, there are some things that we definitely know thanks to the hard work of staff. We know that the most feasible options for reinstating fares aren't going to make us money. The only one that actually makes money is the option that is the least likely, which involves going back to 2018 fares and assuming that we won't experience a dip in ridership, or that we don't have 71% of people who are going to qualify for free passes. It doesn't pencil out. It's not going to help balance the budget, even if it does pencil out. However, I share the interest in making sure that what we are doing with our public transit system is sustainable and practical and pragmatic. So I look forward to continuing that discussion and grounding this in fact. And moving forward, if we're going to have any public input, I think it's really important to ensure that bus riders and the people most impacted by the system are the voices that we are sure to bring to the forefront. Because there are a lot of impressions out there about the transit system, but some of the strongest opinions I've heard have been from people who don't ride the buses themselves. So that's a little bit hard when I think that our ethics should be to ensure that the people who are most impacted by the decisions that we're making have a voice in the process. But just to end on a positive note, Tucson's leadership is to be celebrated. Our ridership went up. We have a stronger transit system than other transit systems that continue to charge fares and experience a drop in ridership. There are systems out there that are charging fares, but bus drivers often don't enforce or collect them at the moment of boarding because of safety issues. So we're also improving working conditions for bus drivers and operators, not having to worry about handling money or having to enforce who can get on the bus and who can't, making a smoother boarding experience and I think that we need to free up our resources to focus on the important work of improving the system for riders and making public transit a system that everybody can use, not just the people that rely on it and don't have cars, which is actually a lot more people than most would imagine. And, you know, of the 3.4 million new riders that added to the system between 2019 and 2025, 2.7 are attributable to riders between the ages of 25 and 54. So we have a lot of milestones that we've reached over the last 6 years, and I think it's time to tell the story to the public about that and get more people riding the bus and to put aside the topic of talking about fares anymore.
Any others? Councilmember Barajas and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is, something that a lot of families and stakeholders, riders, bus drivers, business owners have constantly, reached out to me in our office because public transit is essential, across the city. And many of our Ward 5 residents do rely on it every day to get to work, school, essential services. But we do owe it to our community to deliver a transit system that truly serves everyone, and it must be reliable, safe, and financially stable. Without a consistent funding strategy, service quality declines, safety concerns grow, and the very people who rely on transit the most are impacted. Ignoring the need for a long-term plan risks undermining the access we're trying to protect, so I would like to engage with our residents and really hear from our community how we could better strengthen this system. I do think we need to do some type of accountability, just like when you have, when you get on the road, you have your driver's license. Just when you go out and you check out a book, you have a library card. I do think we need something in place because we do really need to think ahead, and we need to make sure that our residents have the opportunity to express how they feel when it comes to public transit. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
What we have is we have a conflation of core values. I've actually said in the past that if we had more and more people on the bus in a higher percentage, then it should be free. But the biggest piece we have right now is we have a situation where we've got some unpredictable behavior on the bus, and it's highlighted. Whether or not statistically it is causing the type of problems people say it's causing doesn't mean it can't be ignored. And that's why going out to the citizens and collecting some information, I think, is important. There's a couple other things that I want to make sure people understand. First of all, I've got the 25 numbers. Do we have numbers on the total transit budget and the general fund transfer for 26 yet? Do we have estimates?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, working backwards from 27, I believe the recommended budget has a general fund transfer of 63 million approximately for FY26 the year, when I believe it was approximately 68 million. We do have this data, and we'll see if we can get you more precise numbers as we speak here.
And then our total has run anywhere between 100 to 110 million. But I want to make sure people understand that not all of that is SunTran. Some of that is SunVan, Sun On Demand. There's different programs that we have, and people have got to understand that I'm not ever going to advocate against the investment we make into SunVan or even SunLink. I think that those investments are fine. I'd love to have an option where even if we kept the fares free, we'd still have a way to give out passes or something so people who need to get a free pass can get one. But at the end of the day, we just need more information. One other thing about the fare box. So there's a capital outlay that we need to change fare boxes. I remember when we did parking meters a few years ago, we changed to digital parking meters and we had the vendor collect money until they were paid. So is there an option to do something like that with the fare box vendor, or is that just out? To pay it back initially so we don't have to outlay cash?
Thank you for that question, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cunningham. That's not a question we've posed specifically, so I don't have an answer right now. I think that may be possible. I also just want to note that the cost for replacing the fare boxes is likely eligible for FTA formula and discretion competitive grants. So it would just be the local match portion that would need to be paid for, possibly also eligible for RTA.
So it's a cash management piece to that, and that's fine. Again, for me, even going down that road is kind of a different discussion, but I think it needs to be had. I will say this, prior to 2019, before COVID, we averaged around $40 to $50 million of general fund transfer into the transit investment. And then while COVID was going on, it went all the way down to 20 million because we were receiving a lot of federal grants. Because we've continued the program, which again, we can argue the value and non-value every time, but now we're up to $68 million last year. So we've increased it another 23 million. And so when we're talking about that priority, for me, it's hard because we're now looking at raising pickleball fees, which we've gotten some discussions about. We're looking at raising some league fees. We raised taxes on hotels. We did all these things for this kind of sacred cow for the free transit piece. And for me, I don't know if those are the best use of the dollars. There's a little pushback there. Look, it's okay to disagree with people, all right? But that's kind of where we find ourselves. We're at this discussion point. This year, our budget's balanced, and I'm not sure that there's will to initiate fares at this time. But what I'll say is that whether or not we want to get some of the other things we want to do, whether we're going to reinvest in housing and unhoused, which again is, while it's not directly related to free transit, it's become a symptom to every discussion we have, whether it's parks, police coverage, emergency response, pools, whether or not the pools can be free. Every single discussion comes back to, well, what about the unhoused and how do we deal with it? So we have to conflate all these issues together and kind of think about them holistically. I think going out to the community and getting the feedback that Councilmember Lee's motion has is kind of a good step in this process. The two motions do pretty much the same thing, except we're getting some extra input. And I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with that. We're still going to go back out and get our FTA money. We're still looking at a reduction of almost 10% from the 68 to 63 in the general fund transfer. And those are good things. Those are things that the city manager and the mayor's team should be celebrated for. But at the end of the day, when we're really taking a look at what our priorities are going forward, I think having this discussion with the community is important.
I just wanted, Councilmember Dahl, did you want to include anything? Alrighty. I just wanted to thank you both, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and Councilman Lee, for the conversation. I might ask you to reread your motion because it's long. I too make my decisions based on evidence and facts. And, you know, there's room for us to disagree, and that's not just acceptable, but we should bring disagreements to the table. I think it's healthy, and I think it brings the different and diverse perspectives of everyone in the community. What I can't let go of, though, is those in the community that try to use fare-free transit as if it's the root causes of fentanyl use and crime in our community. That I will not accept, because the root causes of fentanyl use are much more complex. The root causes of unsheltered homelessness and crime are much more complex, and we cannot use the excuse of fare-free transit for what's happening not just across the country. It is happening across the world. Mental, behavioral health issues, substance use disorders, and the causation of people becoming unsheltered because of those issues and other very complex issues is happening throughout the world. I just came back from Harvard and Cambridge talking with 44 other mayors that are from around the world. And it sounded like the same discussion we're having here, with mayors worried about fentanyl and drug issues and mental behavioral health issues, mostly in the unsheltered. So whether it's Athens, Greece, or Mérida, Yucatan in Mexico, or places as far as Brazil, the same thing is happening. And so this is much bigger than laying all blame on Fair Free Transit. Saying that, we keep hearing that charging fares would produce about $8.5 million. By the way, $8.5 million, many people think that that will absolutely cure all of the issues that we have when it comes to funding for the city of Tucson. It's not. And it's not $8.5 million that we're looking at, because if we do start charging fares again, even if we do the free low-income and youth and elders, that will bring in $6.5 million. If we go back to the 2018 fares, it would be 9.3 million, but that's, nobody is asking for that at this table. So I think that we can absolutely engage the community. I think at this table, we've talked about dedicated funding sources, either for public safety or transit or other investments that will help alleviate the general fund. What I would like to do, I would like to have both, right? I would like to have both conversations. But what I would like to do is make sure that we vote to give direction to the city manager to do all the work that he wants to do with the RTA, clean and clarify intergovernmental agreements, make sure that we do all of what he's presented in his recommendations. And then I do want to be able to have a conversation about priorities and what Tucsonans are willing to continue investing in, and whether it's a dedicated funding source for transit or public safety, or let's have those conversations. Can you read your motion again, Councilwoman Lee?
I sure can. So the motion is, I move to direct the city manager to take a couple of steps around the long-term sustainability and policy direction of our transit system. So the first piece, Mayor, is what you're talking about over the next year, because I think, Tim, you said you wanted a year, to work with the RTA to identify and move forward a long-term strategy to improve the financial sustainability of Tucson's transit system. So that includes all the components in the Vice Mayor's motion, as well as what you said, Mayor. Second, within the next 90 days, conduct robust community engagement to get direct feedback on the Fair Free Transit policy and future funding options, and return to Mayor and Council at the July 21st study session with community feedback, recommendations on that input, and a range of options to reduce the general fund subsidy over time to a more sustainable level consistent with peer cities, including any legally available options such as partnership opportunities, funding strategies, or fare-based structures that would allow the city to quantify system value and support those investments. So basically letting our partners like the U of A, PIMA, TUSD invest in the system if we have a structure for them to do that.
Did you have a?
Yes, Your Honor. While I'm the seconder of this motion, so there's one piece. From what I understand, we've been emailing each other about the July 21st meeting as being the joint county meeting.
No, we have a scheduled mayor and council meeting July 21st. And then
Okay.
I think the one that we are looking for, joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors, is July 23 or the 30th. So there's an option there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't feel comfortable with just having a 90-day conversation. I think that we're in the middle of a budgeting season. I think it should be a longer conversation to explore all of the pieces that you have in front of us, and sometimes it takes more than 90 days. So I think that we should in tandem work with this coming year, in tandem with the RTA discussions that we're having. Mr. Tamir, you have.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Lee, if I might offer, if it'd be acceptable and we end up with this motion moving forward, that we could certainly do as much work as we can on both aspects, the RTA discussion and the community dialogue, give you a report in 90 days, which may be centered around those three areas, the feedback, recommendations, and options, but leaving us the opportunity that if more work's necessary, we could get feedback from you and then set a new target. If that's acceptable, I think that's workable.
Mayor, I like that because it's iterative. We can see what we've got so far, what direction we might want to give at the 90-day mark. I kind of like that, especially since there's
A bit of an update as to what's going on, especially with the RTA.
Right.
Vice Mayor and then Councilmember
I
Barajas.
just wanted to say that I'm not in support of this second motion. I think it's disingenuous coming from a council member who has consistently said that they're against fare free transit and that they wouldn't vote for a budget that continued to have fare free. So to then pivot to say you want to do community engagement and hear from other people, specifically speaking about Project Blue, to me sounds like trying to create a campaign against fares and not actually having a real conversation about the needs of our transit system and having it focus on how do we make it better. It's just trying to, buy some time. So I do not support the motion. I feel like it's disingenuous, and we can have the conversations of how we need to improve safety, but the transit users need to be centered. And as we know, these folks are not going to go to a community engagement meeting. So what we need is intercept surveys, speaking to people on the bus about how we can improve the system. And that's all I want to say.
Councilmember Barajas.
Do we have a timeline of when we want to execute the Ambassador, Sunshine Ambassador Safety Program?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Barajas, as soon as possible. I wouldn't give a date as to when we think we'll be ready, but we've started those conversations with our community safety, health, and wellness team and our Housing and Community Development Department, and we'll be putting together a budget. We did ask, to your earlier point, Mayor, the executive director of the RTA, for pre-approval to begin spending money on things that are the new funding elements of the RTA Next plan. And we did, it's actually in your materials for the next item, we did get conditional approval to do that for this item. Some of the others were unconditional, like the funding for Sunlink. Go ahead, start spending money. You'll be reimbursed at such time that we get an RGA together. With this one, it was sort of conditional. Yes, we can fund things, but we need to coordinate with our other stakeholders to understand how much of the transit safety and security funding in RTA Next will go to support Sun Shuttle Dial Ride, City of Tucson, and under what categories. So we're putting that proposal together with TTAC and with you all to take to the RTA and say, here's what we would like to do based on our transit safety and security action plan. It's a long-winded answer. My hope is that it's over the next several months. That, we are thinking about doing some internal staffing per our conversations on this in the past, so we'll need to recruit and that kind of thing. Okay. But we can start now.
Okay.
Working on putting it together.
I just know, when it comes to public safety, people see public safety and define it differently. So if there's a way that we could also tie that into these community engagement endeavors, and we could think very robust of getting on the bus, doing those surveys, or doing a roundtable dedicated focus group conversations, just like what we did with Tucson Norte Sur. I do think we have to do a diverse range of conversations, where it's not a one-size-fits-all model. And we really do have to meet folks where they're at. But I would like to start that conversation with our constituents of what they would like to see this ambassador program look like. Thank you.
Is that pertaining to the motion, Councilmember Barajas, in terms of, as the Vice Mayor had suggested, that we need to make sure that we center the riders? I'm looking at the rider demographics, and streetcar ridership rose the most amongst the younger age, 18 to 24. But bus ridership rose substantially among riders between the ages of 25 to 54. That tells me that these are people that are working. These are students. and it accounted for 80% of the growth. So I want to make sure that we have a thorough discussion with the people that are using the bus, right? That are using our transit system. And seeing the demographics and ridership trends, Tucson's bus ridership gained the most among Western metropolitan areas with populations over 1 million. I don't want to lose that momentum, especially in a time where a gallon of gas is $4.69. And where right now, workers are the ones that are hit the worst. With inflation, with the cost of food, with the cost of rent, with the cost of gas, all of this is affecting workers, people ages 25 to 54. And disability riders, we've got to be very thoughtful in terms of how this conversation goes. Because if we go to our, if we go to just general community, I have seen very clearly that many people stuff the meetings, right? Many groups say, okay, there's going to be this meeting. Please make sure that you show up and you tell people that the fare freeze are causing the fentanyl problem in Tucson, and it's causing all crime. There are definitely biased opinions and biased groups that really stuff the opinion polling that is done if we are not deliberate about how we have conversations and whom we have conversations in our community about the future of our bus system. And I know that when we were in the middle of the 418, 419 campaign, there were people that were advocating against 418, 419. Why? Because they didn't have enough funding for transit. And so we've got to make sure that we're out there really working with stakeholders so that we can bring facts to the table and we can make decisions into the future, not based on biased opinions, but facts. So just wanted to ask Councilwoman Lee, did you want to, instead of a substitute motion, add your direction to the Vice Mayor's motion? And did you, Vice Mayor, want to put both together? No? Okay. So I think we're going to have to go to roll call.
Madam Mayor, if I may just briefly, I believe there might have been a friendly amendment to the substitute motion related to the reporting that I heard from. Is that accepted by the motion maker?
Yes, 90 days for a report back, and then we'll evaluate from there.
Is that acceptable to the seconder? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Dahl? Aye. Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Barajas?
Aye.
Ms. Schubert?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Nay.
Mayor Romero?
Nay. Substitute motion fails. We have the original motion at the table. Now we vote for the original motion. Any further questions?
Mayor, could we hear it again?
Okay.
The motion is to move to direct the city manager and staff to work with the Regional Transportation Authority to develop a transit planning and funding strategy for RTA Next that aligns with current city transit priorities, including federal grant cost sharing, establishing cost sharing arrangements with the city for required local matches on federal grants that benefit the regional transit system, including awards under the low to no emission vehicle program. Fair credit policy update, updating fair credit policy is outlined in the maintenance of effort agreements in unincorporated Pima County, Marana, and any other jurisdiction where fair credit policy was applied since 2020. and express route efficiency audit, auditing ridership of RTA-funded express routes to identify efficiencies that can result in cost savings and/or increase frequency or expanded service hours.
Is that okay? Councilmember Schubert?
I just have a procedural question because I seconded it the first time, but I want to propose a friendly amendment to add, putting a moratorium on discussing reinstating fares until April of 2028.
That's a friendly amendment. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so your friendly amendment is saying, let's put a moratorium.
Let's move forward. Let's talk about other things about buses, not the fares anymore.
Okay. Councilmember Dahl.
I have a question on whether we can tell future discussions at mayor and council not to discuss an item. Is that, Roy, is that possible?
I think that would be a concern, Mayor, that we bind future
Okay.
councils.
Alrighty. So would you reconsider your motion, your friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'm still willing to support it without the friendly amendment. I just want to express that it creates such a sense of uncertainty having this hanging over our heads, and I think it holds us back from moving forward with solutions and planning and strategy when we're just kind of stuck in the same place. So
Yeah.
I understand procedurally and legally why that might be untenable.
I hear you. Listen, first and foremost, I am not against having planning efforts in the city of Tucson to make sure that we are bringing in stakeholder and community input. I want to. I believe in that. I think that we have to move first with the recommendation by the city manager and then have a longer term approach. I don't like to make important decisions without really taking a look at how we plan ahead. And so that's why I voted against the substitute motion. I want to plan. We need to make sure that we're planning on based on budgeting and need. So the original motion stands. There's no friendly amendment accepted. Mr. Lusk.
Sorry, Mayor, I think we need to withdraw the friendly amendment officially.
Sure, I withdraw the friendly amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Original motion stands. Okay. Roll call. Question, Councilwoman Lee.
Just a quick clarification for Tim. Everything in the motion is specifically what you asked for direction for. Is that correct? This is just telling you what you wanted us to give direction on?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Lee, that is correct.
Okay, I support giving you the direction to do that.
Alrighty. Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Barajas?
Aye.
Ms. Schubert?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Alrighty. We're going to keep Andy maybe and Sam here. We're going to move on to item 9. Let's see. Item 9. Time has been set aside for an update on activities of the PAG Regional Council and the RTA Board on the delivery of the 2006 RTA program and RTA Next Plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Director Credio looks like he's gotten up to speed during this study session, so I will turn it over to Director Credio.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. First, I do want to say thank you for the warm welcome back. The parental leave benefit we provide our employees is a tremendous benefit to our employees, and I thank you for your support, and very blessed to have the time with my family, so thank you very much. Lastly, just a huge shout out to our team at DTM who really carried the water for these last several weeks and months on some very big rocks that we had for an organization, so they did a tremendous job, and my thanks to them. This item is our continued discussion and direction on items related to RTA. It is going to be a rather quick update. I know that you've had a more robust update while I was out on the projects. We did provide a schedule on this, on the material for this item. But more specifically, I want to talk about two things today. One is some of the pre-authorization dialogue that Deputy Director Bemis mentioned in his remarks on the last item. There was a letter from the city manager sent to the RTA asking for pre-authorization on several fronts. I do want to just report back on a few of those so you have that information. The first is on First Avenue, Grant to River. That is a 2006 RTA project. We are moving forward with a 30% milestone on that project and do expect to establish a new or amended IGA as that progresses into final design. We did receive pre-authorization to keep moving on the Stone Avenue BRT project, also known as High Capacity Transit RTA number 46. Also moving forward with pre-authorization on the streetcar operations. As you know, there's $2 million annually in the plan for streetcar operations, and because sales tax collection began on April 1st, we want to capture some of that revenue April 1st to June 30th. There are also transit operations, which on the previous item we talked a lot about, and we did receive some direction on that. So we will be working very closely with the RTA on the current IGAs, and also moving forward with the future IGAs and how that affects the transit allocation in the RTA plan. Also, we do have a safety and security action plan. Now we have a funding source for safety and security region-wide. So again, working with the RTA and the various stakeholders on being able to allocate and implement those funds. And then almost done here, there are two Drexel Road projects, Drexel Road Project 8 and 9. We did receive pre-authorization to move those projects forward. And then lastly, which really comes to the crux of what we're asking for today, is we received pre-authorization to move forward on the funding allocation for pavement rehabilitation for arterial and collector roads. That was a major win for our community in this plan, and but we do need some direction from you all because we do have to allocate those funds, or program those funds rather, and what we'd like to suggest is that we utilize some of our existing oversight bodies to help us with the programming of those funds. First off, we're asking that the Complete Streets Coordinating Council help us program the RTA next safety, ADA, and active transportation element projects. They're already doing a wonderful job in helping us oversee not only Prop 407, but also the Prop 411 safety funds that are allocated in that plan. And then lastly, we're looking for the Independent Oversight and Accountability Commission to program the recommendations for the specific pavement rehabilitation element. Again, this group has been doing a wonderful job helping guide us actually all the way back in Prop 409. If you can remember, this group has been working to help us oversee the expenditure of those funds, and we really believe they are best suited to help us define the projects that would be allocated for that pavement rehabilitation element, and we are ready to get after it really quickly. In fact, there's a meeting tonight of the IOAC, and so we'd love to return to them with some good news. With that, Mayor, that concludes our remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
As long as you tell the IOAC that we have to put Silver Bell on that list.
No, Ward 3 gets the
Same.
highest priority, Mayor.
No, people were coming with 418, 419, people were coming up to me and saying, will this finally take care of Silver Bell Road? Anyway, but we do have a really good opportunity to combine some of this pavement preservation, or what's the actual language that we use, Sam? Pavement rehabilitation? Rehabilitation with
Pavement rehabilitation for arterial and collector roads.
yeah, with 411 bike ped improvements, and making sure that we have also layer the ADA improvements that we have to do. So we have good opportunities to really take a look at the projects that we have in front of us, and use some of the RTA next funds. So do you need a motion? Alrighty, so may I have a motion? There's a motion.
Seconded.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, easy peasy. Thank you so much. Okay. we are going to go back to item 6. And let me know, by the way, if you all need a little bit of break. I'm just gonna continue moving on. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Sam. Welcome back. Alrighty, so item
Need to
6.
see photos soon, Sam.
Alrighty, I have requested that this item for mayor and council to receive an update and presentation on the efforts to support the unsheltered homelessness work that the city of Tucson is doing. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, joining us here at the table is our Community Safety Program Director, Brandy Champion, and who's been doing a fantastic job in this space, and as you've done in your previous roles. So we really appreciate you stepping into kind of the full umbrella of all of this work, and we look forward to your update, including we have a guest speaker today. So we will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It's my pleasure to give you an update today. So the Safe City Initiative, as it relates to community safety, health, and wellness and housing first, continues to focus on collaborative outreach and engagement, shelter access for folks, housing stabilization, and behavioral health and treatment connections by combining resource and services, some environmental cleanups, sometimes enforcement when needed, right? And targeting our high-impact areas. These efforts also focus on connecting people to pathways to get off the street and into stability, all of the different programs that we do. Our regional collaboration is growing. As you know, we're focusing on working a lot with our county partners, a lot of our nonprofit partners, and we have a really strong collaboration with Tucson Pima Collaboration and Homelessness. And I'd like to have Kat Davis come up to the podium and introduce herself and give you an update on TPCH actions.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me today, Honorable Mayor and Council. So I have some really exciting updates for you today. First of all, just this morning, the data summary from the 2026 PIT count was released for public review. This count was conducted in shelters on the night of January 27th, and the street count and youth count were completed on January 28th. Before we get into the data, I just want to thank the nearly 400 volunteers who made this possible. Since 2022, overall homelessness has remained relatively flat, and this trend continues into 2026. This year, 2,130 people were counted in 1,785 total households. This is a 4% decrease from the 2025 total numbers, but these small year-to-year variations are to be expected with the point-in-time count, as it is more of an estimate than a complete census. So future years will help us determine whether this is really a sustained trend. The same night the point-in-time count is completed, the housing inventory account also occurs. This is a count of all available beds in not only the emergency shelters, but also transitional housing, safe havens, and permanent housing across our community. The housing inventory count reflected a loss of nearly 200 emergency shelter beds this year. This reduction is largely due to two major causes. One is a reduction in funding from the Arizona Department of Housing that had previously funded 117 shelter beds through hotel vouchers. The other is some beds that are temporarily unavailable due to shelter renovations, and they should come back into service later this year. Because of the changes in bed availability, the point-in-time count does reflect a decrease in those counted in shelters for the first time since 2022. However, in 2026, 861 individuals were counted in shelter, and the housing inventory count reflects 881 available emergency shelter beds in our community. So this indicates an incredibly high shelter utilization rate. We're pleased to see there weren't any significant increases in the point-in-time count, but we still face many challenges as state and federal funding decreases and priorities shift. Second, I want to share some information on a recent rental assistant program that TPCH coordinated. We were awarded $185,000 by the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development as directed by Mayor and Council. This fund funded a rental assistance program that was quickly distributed to the community in partnership with the Community Investment Corporation. So the program began on March 19th, and the funding was depleted by April 7th. This reflects an average of $9,000 distributed per day. 97 households received funding, averaging $1,855 per household. This average aligns with other rental assistance programs TPCH has coordinated in 2023 and 24. The average monthly income of all applicants was just over $1,100 per month, though many people reported no monthly income at all. On the application, we also asked how quickly a household would become homeless if they did not receive funding, and the average length of time was reported to be 4.4 weeks. While this funding is potentially life-changing for those 97 families, the incredibly fast distribution of this funding reflects the deep need in our community for additional homelessness prevention funding. Our homeless response system is only able to serve 30% of people who request services each year. And so homeless prevention also provides relief to a system that is extremely overburdened. Lastly, in 2025, Mayor and Council, the Board of Supervisors, and the community all requested more accurate shelter bed availability and public information. So this was incorporated into the TPCH strategic plan, and our executive coalition began co-creating a better system. I'm excited to announce that the new shelter dashboard will be going live later today. This effort wouldn't be possible without the Pima County GIS team and University of Arizona's Southwest Institute for Research on Women, who diligently collected and visualized the shelter information. This dashboard will include the mapped shelter locations, bed availability, and quick filters for shelters that have any sobriety requirements or accept pets. Once you click on a specific shelter, additional information will pop up about how to access beds and other details. This will be updated multiple times a day, and it will also tell you on the shelter card when the last update occurred. In addition to shelters, the Pima County Libraries and Transition Center, the Southern Arizona VA, and the Suntran bus lines will also be shown on this map. It'll also connect to the Pima County Health Department's cooling center map. And so as those cooling centers come online this summer, that data will also appear on the shelter dashboard. Our hope is that this will not only provide better information to our community, but also to the navigators, outreach workers, and shelter staff that are working within the homeless response system. So for the next month, we'll be piloting and training folks how to use this new tool, and we'll continue to make iterative improvements. So thank you so much for all your time today. I'll pass it back to Brandy.
Thank you, Kat. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to invite up Tisha Tallman next, Chief Executive Officer of Primavera Foundation. We've hit a 6-month milestone on Star Village, and she'll be giving us an update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and a special thank you to Councilmember Dahl and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for all of their assistance with Star Village. So we're going to talk today a bit about the 6-month update. In general, we feel it's a huge success. It's definitely met a need, that there was a gap. It's being met, but of course, we're also revealing all sorts of other things that we know that this is just one additional intervention, and it reveals other interventions that might need to take place. Next slide. So for some of you who may not have visited Star Village yet, I just wanted to give you a basic view of the land, and there's a lower portion and upper portion tell you what's involved, and also what sorts of supplies and services are available to the women. So the capacity is 25. We remain at capacity. Very seldom do we go under capacity, but it fluctuates between 23 and 25 individuals. We have kept one tent as an overflow tent in the event that some emergency happens, and absolutely someone should be housed within the village. So the lower level, the boxcar container, is where the intakes take place. Our staff goes in there, they do all of the interviewing, the paperwork, and then the individuals are oriented if they're going to stay the night. There are rules that are up front in the beginning at the lower level intake lot. There are a couple of porta potties and a washing station. As soon as you walk into the lower level, there's also 3 mobile shelters. That's the lower middle photo. There is an ADA accessible shower, and that's on your right-hand side. Immediately, we are able to distribute water, distribute snacks, supplies, and get folks ready for going up to the upper level, which is the next slide. So there are a couple slides here that show you what's going on in the upper level. So we have 3 tents, like large military tents. We have the porta potties for the residents. We have another boxcar container, and then we have the individual tents. So in the upper left-hand corner, you're looking at the dining center, which also serves as the programming tent. So any services that come on site to Star Village, they're able to meet with the participants in the dining hall. They have their own refrigerator with a bunch of notices of various programs and services that they can receive. They have a library there. They have a microwave. They have water. And in some cases, people just sit there and just share conversation. There's also games and things that can keep the residents busy as well if they're not receiving income or receiving services at the time. It is air conditioned and heated during the seasons where it needs it. On the lower left-hand corner is a picture of the donation tent. This is going to be turned into an additional respite tent as the hot weather has already started here in Tucson. In the middle lower are the porta potties. We also have an additional one that staff utilizes 24/7. On the right-hand side, that is the respite tent. So there are 10 cots in that facility. It's simply cots and an air conditioner. So that's what the donation tent on the lower left is going to turn into very soon. They're getting it ready and moving the donations out now to accommodate for that. Upper right-hand side is a photograph of the 25 tents. Next slide. On the upper level, we also have a dog run. There are currently 7 dogs that serve as companions to our residents who are staying with the residents in their tents. We do have a couple of rest areas, and we just put up another umbrella when I was at the village a couple days ago due to some donations that we're receiving now for water rest shade camping that we have going on. So the women can sit under the shade and they can relax out of the sun. There's directions, restrictions are posted in 2 places on the upper deck for residents to be reminded of the rules and regulations. We started a program. I spoke to a church, and there was a church member that came up to me and said, I'd love to start a garden program in the village. So that's one of the garden bins on the upper left-hand corner. On the upper right-hand corner is another box car that serves for case management to meet with the residents and also for Primavera staff to attend to whatever needs the residents may have. They also can receive supplies up there, and there's another refrigerator and another microwave as well. The dining center on the last slide also serves as a house meeting place. So every week, the women have house meetings and they vocalize what it is they may need or what adjustments might need to be made depending upon their individual needs or assistance they may have moving forward to gaining permanent housing. And also to make it more convenient for looking for jobs. So internet was one of those requests, and we were able to get internet for the individuals. There's the pet run with pet run restrictions and rules. Next slide. And these are some of the individual resident tents. So As you can see, everybody's stylizing their tents, putting their names on them, little guindalejos, little decorations for the tents. Next slide. So it's been an iterative process. We've certainly had to make adjustments depending upon weather, depending upon the needs of the residents, and tents and electricity have been too. The city, and thank you to City Manager's Office, in particular Liz Morales, who's been a wonderful person that we've been able to obtain some more electricity as the needs have increased. We were experiencing blackouts in the beginning. We no longer have those issues. We went from little blue dome tents because we thought that would be the most climate friendly during our warm months, but we've actually found that no, the residents are like, we'd like to stand up and put on our clothes. So through donations, we changed the tents out to now standing tents. And the women are much more comfortable, able to stand and get ready for their jobs or programs or services to go out for the day. Next slide. So I did a little chart of kind of how we look at who's been at STAR. So there have been 82 residents who have received intakes. Now, there are some individuals who may have taken an intake, went up to the upper level, said, this is not for me, and may have left. But we count them because they did receive services. So when they came in and had an intake, they may have received water, they may have given referrals, they may have gotten snacks, blankets, whatever that might have been. So about half of the residents, this is a beautiful statistic that I think is so important for us to know, is that about half of the residents are the originals. So either they've been there from the very beginning or they've left and come back for one reason or another. And then in the people who have left, which is about half of the residents are always rotating, there are various places that they all have gone to. So about 25% of that 50% are getting some sort of housing, whether it's temporary shelter, which we actually believe going from the safe outdoor sleeping space to a temporary shelter is actually a step forward. Because this is a gap for someone who may have been on the streets, upwards of 10 years. So there are a lot of adjustments being made. So what that also signals to us about the originals, that 50%, is that they've been there since October or November. They have needed 6 months to transition, and they still have not transitioned. They all have a pathway to permanent housing. That's not the problem. There are other things that are standing in the way as barriers for them. Obtaining identification. It takes up to 3 months to obtain your birth certificate. Identification, things that, maybe there was an eviction previously on the record. It takes a while to clear those things up, get the money in order to be able to be housed moving forward. Next slide. And I do have to account my staff for all these beautiful posters and colors and how they really make it feel like home for the, one up, for the residents. There we go. So like I said, 82 residents have been served. About 50% or a little bit more are still there and have been there or returned. There have been a couple of residents who've returned because temporary shelter was too much for them, and they needed to come back and make some more adjustments before they're ready to move on with housing stability. About 21 residents a month participate in work. A number of the residents also participate in the homeless work program, which is with OPCS. They also participate in the cleanups that happen with the community and with Councilmember Dahl, with some of the Primavera staff, with OPCS. And all residents have a pathway to permanent housing. Next slide. So the services, they have case management on site, they have supportive services on site, medical services on site provided by El Rio. They have access to medication, access to referrals. We come to the table with 44 years of experience working in community and working with individuals who are in the unhoused community, in the shelter community, and safe and affordable housing community. So over those years, we have expansive referrals and various organizations that we work with. I have to say that this has to be the most collaborative project that we've ever worked on. People are coming from everywhere wanting to participate in this very novel way, and they've taken ownership of it. Weekly resident meetings, a resident advisory council, the community food bank, by and large, provides most of the meals. And there's also well-being on the site, gardening, a weekly work program, and empowerment programs. Most recently, the University of Arizona Women Gender Studies has been interested in coming out and being involved with empowerment programs for the women, which I believe is going to make all the difference. All of these pictures are postings. One is the library. There are notices regarding all the services that are going to be on site and available. We have married this with our outreach, our mobile outreach team, and our transportation services. OPCS also has their transportation services involved. So everything doesn't have to happen on site. However, we do believe in the, helping people where they are, meeting people where they are model. We do provide transportation for folks to go elsewhere. And so that's what all these other notices are about. Next slide. Volunteers. So, while Primavera has the village staff 24/7, OPCS does case management during a portion of the day during the week. We additionally have 333 total hours by volunteers, 156 total hours in meals teams. So those are folks who either donating the meals or coming in and serving the meals for the women. Of course, we have all these beautiful items. There's 2 churches that provide in our women's shelter and now Star Village with handmade quilts. And I had the pleasure of speaking to one huge, they're like hundreds of women that make these gorgeous quilts, and they bring them and really make it special for the women building community within Star Village. Next slide. So these are some of our residents, and I don't know how much time I have left, and I don't know if we have time for this, but no time. Okay. Anyway, 3 of the 5 women have been placed in permanent housing. There are 2, the bottom right and the middle. They're both waiting on housing, but it's the identification on both of them that's holding things up, but they do have a pathway towards permanent housing. And that's Snoopy in the upper left. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our update.
Well, I just want to thank you, Brandy and Kat and Tisha, for the incredible work. Primavera has really stepped up and worked in collaboration with El Pueblo Community Services as partners. Appreciate the incredible work that you're doing. I just want to report to my colleagues, if you haven't been to Star Village, I would highly recommend that you attend, that you see the work that they do. When I went, one of the residents told me that she had voted for me and was super, super savvy about politics. So we had a political conversation. But we also have the interest of the Governor Hobbs' staff tour Star Village on Friday, April 17th. My office was represented in the tour, and really happy that she's showing interest and offering support for writing letters of support for federal or nonprofit grants. So she is a fan of Star Village, happy that we have this here as a city, as a service. Also, we had Safe City Connect sessions, which I attended one at the Donna Ligon Center, and basically there were 3 in-person sessions, 1 virtual session. many concerns and questions revolving around public-facing dashboards for crime, treatment availability, and prosecution rates. People were also asking about long-term and low-barrier housing, continuum of treatment. There was a lot of questions in terms of treatment, transit safety. Many of the people wanted to make sure that they participated, right? They wanted to participate in their neighborhood's involvement with the city of Tucson. There's going to be a Safe City deployment on Wednesday, April 29th at 8 a.m. This deployment will focus in the east side in Ward 2, and we will be addressing public safety concerns while providing outreach and environmental remediation. Just wanted to share that with you all because it was just incredible for me to go to Star Village, experience the work that's happening there, attend the Safe City Connect sessions, and attend a Safe City deployment where we had Video Alternative to Jail. We had nonprofit partners there. Our TPD partners are incredible. And again, Safe City deployments are to connect people to the resources that they need. And at the end of the day, this is not to incarcerate, but to connect people. I'm really impressed, Brandy, with the percentages of acceptance of people accepting resources. I believe before we had about a 10% acceptance rate. Now the acceptance rate for services is 58.6, almost 60% of the individuals that participate in Safe City deployments accept services to whatever it is, right? Either housing intake, detox services, shelter placement, or medically assisted treatment. So thank you so much. 5 tons of debris removed. That's incredible work. I do hear from many business owners, many residents, that they can see tangible result with our Safe City deployments, and really appreciate the work being done. I just want to open it up for the colleagues, see if you have any other questions, comments, concerns at all. Councilmember Dahl, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Star Village is a huge success, and it wasn't just your efforts, Mayor, and the Vice Mayor, and my support, but all of the wards contributed to that and will continue to contribute it under the current budget proposal. It's changing lives. And I'll shout out to I have a staff member who on her own time volunteers there once a week, and so I'm getting some really good indirect reports, and it did not have, we haven't had a single complaint from neighbors since it's been operating. There was concerns that it would bring in more homeless, and it hasn't. It has taken the most vulnerable from that area and elsewhere in the city and brought them into service. So let's all pat ourselves on the back.
As a matter of fact, according to TPD, 1 mile radius in the area has seen a reduction in crime by 34%. So this pilot program is really teaching us a lot, and I love the that we are changing, you know, and pivoting wherever we need to pivot to make sure that we're providing the right services. Vice Mayor, and if there's any others, Councilmember Barajas.
I also just wanted to take a moment to thank staff for other work. So thank you, Brandy, and your team, and Primavera and OPCS for this partnership where we can really help meet this gap. I am interested in how we help support with the birth certificates and the IDs, if there's any way that, y'all are probably already working with the Homeless ID project, but yeah, what other resources do we need to bring in so folks aren't having to wait so long for that? So thank you for highlighting that. So we talked a little bit about the 24/7 staffing that's there and how the space is controlled. I heard a rumor going around the city that we've been having a lot of calls for service there. And so I don't know if you could speak to if you could speak to that, because we want to, make sure folks know that it's a safe space for women to be.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I'm not directly aware of any calls for service. I know that ACM Morales got some information from TPD about the reduction in crime. I do know that Primavera has been a good tenant and neighbor there, checking the area, sending their outreach teams to the area, just as well as we do for our city-run shelter. So very important, and I know that they're doing that work. We can see it in the area when we're there. So I think Liz could probably answer that.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Santa Cruz, we have the list of calls for service, and I'm happy to share that with the council.
Can you tell us what those calls are related to?
Yes, sorry, I don't have them readily available, but any calls that we've had, some of them were mental behavioral health, but very few medical related, and some calls for service that Primavera themselves instituted, but I would not categorize them as a high level of calls for service at Star Village. And we knew there would be calls for service, but they're related to staff calling for support and assistance.
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we clarified that for the public.
Yes, thank you.
So for medical services or mental needs, mental behavioral health needs, okay. Alrighty, any others? Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brandy and team, for that awesome presentation. Moving forward, can you share a little bit about what other wraparound services the city should have on our radar besides, the identification or the eviction prevention type stuff? Like what else do the women need to get them out back in the community?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Barajas, I believe that life skills is a big thing. Life skills, job readiness skills. People are coming from a place of crisis, right? That are experiencing homelessness, and they're not adept in how do I re-navigate myself back into society, to the work life, or connecting with benefits that they might need, right? So something that's been, I think, largely defunded is SOAR, which is the access to Social Security and disability benefits. That's a big thing for people. Having to navigate those systems is just really tough for people. And those type of wraparound services, case management services, which we are doing in community safety and housing first, we're just not scaled. And most of our nonprofits provide those, and that's why we want to connect with our nonprofit partners like Primavera, Community Bridges, things of that nature.
Brandy, I thought that Pima County offers those services. Don't they offer that at the Jackson Sullivan Employment Center for the unsheltered?
Oh, well, yes, they do. Sullivan Jackson does have that, and Pima County One Stop, of course, has job readiness and things like that. That's why it's important to have a really good suitcase of resources for
That's
our
right.
case managers.
Do they
right?
come to the site, though? Do they come to Star Village?
I'm not sure. Maybe Tisha? Oh, she left. Okay, so I can get that answer for you. And
I mean, it would be wonderful for Pima County to continue partnering with us on pilot projects like this one. I know that Jackson Sullivan Employment Center works very specifically. And I'm not sure if they receive federal funds to work with Unsheltered, but I wonder if they travel, right? If they go to where the need is. I wonder if we should ask.
And Mayor, certainly we want to make those connections. I think Old Pueblo Community Services could also, because they're providing the daytime case management wraparound services, what they're doing is they're developing case management plans and connecting them to the needed services. So we can confirm that they have that partnership with the county, but I have a lot of confidence that they're making those connections.
I was going to ask that, if what the gaps were, because Tisha did say that there are gaps that they want to fill, and as we learn, right, this is a pilot. That's what pilots do. They teach us new things, and we need to pivot when we do. so that we can provide those services on site to help transition the individuals to wherever we can connect them to much more permanent housing options, because that was the whole idea of Star Village, to connect them temporarily while we prepare them to go into more permanent housing. So thank you so much for your presentation. Great job. Thank you for everything you do. Excellent work. We are going to move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for a quarterly report on the implementation and progress of Tucson Resilient Together. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here at the table will be our Chief Resilience Officer, Fatima Luna, and our Energy Manager, Michael Catanzaro. They'll be handling items 7 and 8 as a team. And it is time for our quarterly update on the actions under our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, Tucson Resilient Together. And we are always happy to provide this update and very proud of the leadership that you provide and the investment that you provide for us to actually literally move the needles on our objectives here. So with that, I turn it over to Fatima Luna.
Before Fatima starts, I just wanted to acknowledge and congratulate that the city of Tucson received a Arizona Forward Chris Cordia Award in recognition for our Tree Center program, which is in partnership with Environmental Services and Tucson Clean and Beautiful. Congratulations, really appreciate all of the incredible work that's being done on building, urban forestry, workforce development, and using the principles of a circular economy. So we are leading, as always, and not just in the state, but nationally when it comes to climate work. So congratulations on receiving the Arizona Forward. I always like it when we receive the Arizona Forward Chris Cordia Award. And Phoenix is also nominated for something, so we usually tend to win. Anyway, great work. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So this is the third quarterly update for this fiscal year on the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together. And so I have 5 categories with updates. The first one was climate leadership. So I was going to mention the Chris Cordia Award. And it really goes to show that the work that both the mayor's vision through Tucson Million Trees Initiative and also the strong work that the Urban Forestry Program Manager, Nicole Gillette, Environmental Services, and our partners at Tucson Clean and Beautiful have been doing to bring these project to life. And so just as a side note, so the Tree Center located at the Los Reales Sustainability Campus has the capacity to grow out 7,000 trees each year. So it is also a learning space for youth and volunteers. It supports the circular economy concept that the mayor mentioned, turning our green waste to mulch to compost, and then trees that the trees that you see across the Tucson community. So it's a well-deserved a recognition for the city of Tucson and the team working on these. In terms of in the energy space, we focus on supporting the final phase of engagement for the ECA. And so you all adopted that early this month. It seems like a long time ago, but it was early this month. Yes. So our next step is to develop the implementation strategy and making sure that the strategy so that we guide how these potential investments can deliver the results that the community is looking for. For heat resilience, we hosted our 3rd annual Southern Arizona Heat Summit early this year. So participation has grown from about 140 participants the first year to 240 this year. And so it has significantly increased in just 3 years. This year we had strong support and new partnerships with the Arizona Community Foundation supporting youth participation and also youth project youth-led heat resilience project implementation. And so we're looking forward to that. And we actually received an email from a credit union wanting to be a sponsor for next year. So it's gaining momentum. So we're very happy about that. This year, we also launched our heat awareness efforts earlier. As you saw, like we had a record, the earliest ever 100-degree day in March. And so our efforts were launched early in partnership with the Red Cross, the Pima County Health Department. And so through the Red Cross heat walks, we are reaching residents directly into their homes. So we're focusing on vulnerable communities. And so far, there have been 6 heat walks visiting over 900 homes. So it's really impactful. We have volunteers from across the board, and the Red Cross is a wonderful partner in this effort. We also have a full schedule of heat events, including Loteria nights, heat assembly events, distribution events. So overall, we have about 30 scheduled. So if you want to participate in any of them, you're welcome to do so. I just want to give a shout out to Karina Martinez, who is here in the audience from my team, and also Telma Magallanes, because they wrote a grant for the Pima County and receive it, and that's how we're able to have the heat relief supplies that we need to spend our work this summer. So very grateful for that work. In terms of community engagement, we continue to show up at events across the community. We share information about the city programs, and also these help us to continue strengthening our relationships and partnerships across the community. I do want to mention one of our partnerships with the Arizona Community Foundation. As part of this work, the city's heat work and also our partners at Tucson Clean and Beautiful was featured in a short documentary that is called Racing Together, Belonging Beyond Borders. And so this documentary really highlights the climate work that is happening across the state. And the intention is to basically position our region for investments from philanthropy. So really bringing attention that Arizona is ready to receive these funds. And so, yeah, we look forward to hosting a screening here in Tucson, so I'll keep you posted on that. For nature-based solutions, our urban forestry program continues to implement the Grow Tucson grant. We will have a full update on nature-based solutions the next time we share an update. So I'll let Nicole share those updates with you all. So looking ahead as we move to the next quarter, we are fully focused on our heat response efforts on the ground. We're also continuing to advance the Donna Liggins Resilient Hub and developing the emergency protocols needed to support it. We're also going to continue working with you to implement the heat resilient projects that we committed to. And we're also going to be preparing our annual report that it's now going to be on a fiscal year cycle. So a little bit of change there, but it works so that we're aligned with the city in all departments. And so lastly, I also just want to take this opportunity to recognize my team, again, Karina Martinez and Nicole Gillette. They would be receiving the Drachman Impact Award from the University of Arizona at the end of this month, and that showcased their partnership with the U of A in providing opportunities, hands-on opportunities for students to learn about the work that the city is doing and also provide really like practical projects. So they're being recognized, and I just wanted to share that. It's well-deserved. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions or comments for Fatima on this report? I also wanted to thank Telma Magallanes, Karina, Nicole, yourself, and then our nonprofit partners, the Red Cross and others that are helping us with the heat walks. They're so important, and we are really seeing Pima County, I believe, Pima County Health Department is also a really great partner with our heat walks, and it's just to give information and resources to the community to make them aware of heat and how heat can kill. I know that our heat-related deaths went down for 2 years in a row. I'm not sure if we're doing that great this year, but I know that it really made a difference. So thank you for that important work as well. So if there's no questions or comments on this update, then we can move on to item 8. Let me read it into the record. Item 8. Time has been set aside at the request of Councilmember Cunningham to discuss the Tucson Renewable Energy Enterprise. Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So this item is a discussion of the Tucson Renewable Energy Enterprise, or TREE, which is brought forward by Councilmember Cunningham. And so Michael and I will tag team this item. So very high level at its core, TREE introduces the idea of neighborhood scale solar paired with shared battery storage. And so instead of one home installing solar panels on its own, you could have a cluster of homes, coordinated solar installations, and a shared battery system that reduces peak demand and can provide limited backup power. So this model remains connected to the existing grid. It does not replace it, and also adds a layer of local generation and resilience. So over time, these type of systems could also connect to broader approaches like the virtual power plants, so providing like benefits for at the grid level, and also serving local communities. So right now, we know that access to rooftop solar, it's uneven, so high upfront costs, financial challenges, barriers for renters and multi-family housing means that adoption usually tends to favor higher income households, while benefits are needed most elsewhere. So the proposal outlines a municipal financing approach where the city helps facilitate access to lower cost financing similar to a green bank or improvement district model. So staff evaluated the concept and identified 3 potential pathways forward, so each with different levels of complexity and risk. And I'll let Michael.
Can I introduce the item?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
But great job. That was
Okay.
awesome.
So the idea started because we had this discussion about public power throughout the city. And my number one piece was the ratepayers. We faced a number of different rate cases throughout the last decade, and the cost of people's utilities, specifically electricity, had gone up. One of the things that we found is that the incentives that used to exist, both federal and state, have been revoked. And there are less and less opportunities for people to purchase solar. So I asked, my question was, okay, what alternatives were there? And originally I was in the pie in the sky idea that we could just build a bunch of off-grid neighborhoods. And I still don't quit on that, by the way. Like, that could happen in the next 20 years, depending on technological advancements with green hydrogen batteries, with augmented solar panels. I mean, there's all these different things that can happen. But what we do know is if a group of neighbors could purchase all of their solar panels at once and receive some type of favorable financing, then the cost to do it is decreased. The cost per kilowatt hour they can produce is decreased. Also, if they can pool their resources and purchase batteries within their system, they can sell their excess power at different times of the year when the prices are higher and take advantage of a program called VPP, or virtual power plant, in which you, because you have stored battery space on your property, you have a better opportunity in recouping your costs. You cannot do those things without capital. You can't do those things without being collateralized to get loans to do it. So this idea evolved into the idea that we could facilitate that for different groups of neighbors. Different clusters of neighbors, no matter where they were, could form either a municipal improvement district, or they could self-finance. They could do it through their HOA, and we would help them do that. We'd also help maintain and monitor that system through a third party like Technicians of Sustainability or something like that. So that's kind of that's the impetus of TREE, which she covered. She kind of went through that, and they're going to tell you your options now. Thank you so much.
Great. I think you did a nice job laying it out. Staff kind of identified 3 potential pathways forward. The first is sort of a green bank model, where we take and we provide some financing for systems, but this would be sort of on an individual meter approach. The other option, the second option we identified, was sort of a coordinated systems on city-controlled sites, where we have land that we own contiguously with multiple pieces of property. With individual housing units, we could build a demo at a site like that. That could be feasibly possible. And then the third, I think we've talked about before, would be sort of going with a full-blown municipal utility option. And so those are the 3 basic outlines in terms of how this could move forward in the current regulatory environment. So with that, I'd open it up to questions.
One of the things about the municipal utility, we risk violating the ECA and the franchise agreement. However, if the franchise agreement expires, then it becomes it may become a relevant discussion. For now, it's not a relevant discussion. So for me, I'd like to move that we create a position either within Tucson Water or Environmental Services, because it's within they're both basically acting utilities that would work in conjunction with this team, and they would facilitate a pilot and try to facilitate the first neighborhood that could potentially be the first TREE neighborhood. And that's it. That's the motion. That's what we want to do. We want to establish the TREE program, but establish it as a pilot.
I'll second that.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second, and I appreciate it, Councilmember Cunningham, for bringing this forward. I think that the Tucson Renewable Energy Enterprise raises an important conversation that we are hearing more and more from our residents, that they want to be able to have access to renewable energy, affordability, and resiliency in basically in a world that the climate is changing in. At a high level, I think this proposal reflects a real interest from the community in being more directly engaged in the energy transition. The idea of working at a neighborhood scale, I think, is important that we do. I think, and I'm gonna request that you think about the idea of withdrawing your motion only because of this. I think that we are really putting together real concepts, including the ECA. We're sending a lot of work over to the Commission on Energy and Sustainability. We have an amazing team right now led by Fatima Luna, our Chief Resilience Officer. And I think that we have to put an implementation plan if the ECA and the franchise agreement are approved by voters. We're going to have a lot of work to do. And I would like to make sure that we have this particular program, the TREE program, as part of the work and the implementation plan that both our team and the Commission on Energy and Sustainability are going to work on. And to be able to put a strategy together and a work plan together is important to know how to divide the work amongst the people that we have right now. Will we need a new employee? I think we will. But I think we're putting the cart before the horse right now. So I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, Mr. Manager. What are you thinking?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cunningham. I am sensitive to what you're saying about the potential transition into the ECA and the franchise agreement and how this relates to that or doesn't. And I think it was clear from you, we don't want to conflict with that. I do have a project manager in the city manager's office that could certainly be tasked with setting up a pilot and putting some framework around this. Like you, I'm a bit reluctant to add a position at this point in the year, but I do have some folks that this could be a major assignment of them, even maybe their primary assignment, if that would be an acceptable outcome. And that would put us on the path of getting to go right away with exploring the ideas. And it's actually not even somebody at this table, so don't worry, Fatima, I'm not adding to your list. It'd be Stephen Addison as one of the project managers in my office that I think could actually take this and advance it.
I will amend my motion to add the kickstarting of the tree program to Stephen Atkins's tasks or whoever is in his position
Right.
from here on. And that's my amendment.
I accept the amendment.
Okay. Thank you so much for reconsidering that, because I think that we have an incredibly prepared team right now, and lots of work that we need to do to prepare for hopefully, the approval of a franchise agreement and an active ECA. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. With that adjustment, I'm going to support this. It occurs to me that there's an organization that maybe we could partner with on this, Solar United Neighbors. It's a nonprofit based out of Phoenix, but they do a lot of work in Tucson. They set up co-ops, and they're skilled at creating proposals for solar and getting the cheapest but best person to implement that. They've also taken money, I think, through the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona, and taken proposals from nonprofits and put solar on those. So I think they have some skills that might blend. So I would encourage Stephen to reach out to them. I also think that that there's maybe a role for consultation with our Commission on Energy, Climate and Energy, because we have some skillful people who are producing pretty good reports at no cost to us. So I would certainly think that we could bounce ideas off of them. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Paul, for bringing it up.
Yeah, no, I agree. Any other comments, questions, observations? I guess I have a question about if we can, as we're thinking about these projects, right, and we're thinking about tree, how do we deal with equity? So how do we, how do we think about renters versus homeowners? How do we make sure that the model is accessible to renters and accessible to low-income communities throughout the city? So I guess that's a big question I have.
So, and for me, that's the biggest piece, is that we can't really, I don't even know if we can get this model to work in the first place until we actually facilitate one. That's kind of the pilot piece. But ultimately, whether it's co-op owned buildings or low-income homeowners in low-income neighborhoods, we could even facilitate it with a grant program within the city. So there's a bunch of stuff we can do later. That's why, but I want to get it established so that that program's available. And I can't create a program that can be subsidized that doesn't exist yet. Right.
Well, we do have a solarization program that we partner with TFS, the Technicians for Sustainability, and SETI, that we do already. I think that's why I'm interested in putting all of this work, including tree and a possible implementation plan for the ECA, to have our Commission on Energy and Sustainability think about all of these things. The other piece that I was thinking about is the funding piece of it, and if there's any possible partnership that we can have with the City of Tucson Industrial Development Authority. I think they were putting into work a green bank that we encouraged them to. And so is that a possible partner that we can bring to the table? There's a lot of pieces that could possibly work if they're working together. Mr. Lusk.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I just wanted to introduce an opportunity to partner with another city in Michigan that we won't name because of our prior history. But they are actually asking these same questions and are dealing with the same issue. It might be helpful to discuss with them how we might learn from their pathway as well.
So yeah, the Ann Arbor, we can say it. I mean, look, we made the Final Four. I'm good. I've already adjusted my psyche with that. Their model is kind of where we want to go, but because we already have the ECA, we didn't really need to go to that point on this specific program. This specific program is just set up so we can try to pilot one neighborhood. And if we can see how that works, we can probably glean quite a bit of information on how to either use a solar grant subsidy, a solarization subsidy, whether or not we want to ask Solar United to facilitate the loan piece, or we want to have, like, the way I see this playing out, it's not going to be one size fits all. It's going to be an HOA is going to want to do something very specific. A new development is going to want to do something else. But there are old school Midtown and West Side neighborhoods with homes that are 30, 40, 100 years old, and having that mechanism for an MID and having their own mechanism is something else. And so I think they're all going to be in some instances there'll be pre-meter batteries. In some instances that we may even see a battery energy storage system, which is known as a BESS. Kind of looks like a shipping container with a bunch of batteries in it and a little air conditioner on top. A battery RV. But the bottom line is that it's not one size fits all. And that's why this is kind of really more conceptual. But what it does is it lays the groundwork so that if we ever do need a public power arm or something that can compete or keep in check our municipal partners, our municipal energy partners, it can be there and it can serve that course too. So that's the whole idea of the concept. I think it's really good. I'm willing to start with the city manager's person and kind of delegate, but I'm pretty sure that as we get started on the first project, it'll evolve a little bit, and that's fine.
All righty. Any others? Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor, I appreciate the way that you're looking to situate this conversation within our existing efforts and make sure it's folded into conversations that the CCES is going to be having about energy delivery and our grid and all of those related topics. To be quite honest, I still don't really understand how microgrids work, and tree sounds kind of like a microgrid. So I guess I'm just trying to say this PowerPoint is helpful, but it feels like a very high-level overview of some very complex decisions that we would have to make. I'm concerned about the equity piece too, especially since we just talked earlier about the Prosperity Initiative. And just thinking about, like, we do have groundwork and we need to, like, use the groundwork that we have already laid. And further complexity that, it's not a one-size-fits-all system, which is good. I think that's true, but it just means that it's complex and we need to be careful about how we're proceeding, because I've heard a lot about these alternative systems like, sort of city-run, green, municipal-run utilities being very inequitable because they're only accessible by privileged residents who can already afford to pay into things. And I just want to make sure we don't fall into the same pitfalls, perform the same mistakes. And just thinking about how this fits in, I'm also curious about how we're going to pay for it.
That's why I think it's important to think about, like, City of Tucson IDA and green banks and other. We need to think it through. And I appreciate the motion and you bringing the program. Any other questions or comments? If not, can we clarify the motion again, please?
The motion is to task the city manager's office or the person that they designate to fold the tree program into our existing efforts and try to initiate at least one pilot.
Okay. And the seconder is good? Alrighty, so all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Thank you, Fatima, Michael. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I'm going to give us a little 5-minute break so we can stretch our legs. Yes, absolutely. And then we'll be back in 5 minutes and continue on with the items. Alrighty, so we're moving on to item 10, and I just want to make sure that our presenters are here for item 10. And then I'll just call it, because I think we're all here. So item 10, time has been set aside for direction regarding an 8-year GPLED incentive request for the proposed development of a hotel project located at 45 North 5th Avenue. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And when we hear the word Moxie, my mind immediately goes to Mike Chakowski. So I'm going to just pivot straight to him. I'm glad you weren't tardy.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Romero, members of the council, thank you very much for all of that. I appreciate the moxie that you do have on this council. Item before you today is a request for an 8-year property tax abatement, the GPLET program, with Depot Plaza Hotel LLC. This is the first step in the process. With your direction, we'll be requesting the application fee, $5,000, and a third-party economic analysis, and bring those results back for a future council meeting. Just for reference, project location is the vacant lot. We're all very familiar with it, the asphalt lot above the Depot Plaza parking garage, immediately east of, and I had put just the MLK building, and then I've been referring to it as the new MLK building, but I'm getting to be the old guy now, so it's no longer the new MLK building, but so you all know it. On the southwest corner of 5th Avenue and Toole Avenue, yes, 2 avenues do intersect. Site has been identified for development, as we all know, for the last several decades. Depot Plaza Hotel intends to construct a 6-story, 137-room Marriott-branded Moxie Hotel. We've discussed it. The Moxie brand is a new brand of Marriott hotel designed to get their visitors out onto the streets, exploring all that we have in downtown Tucson. The property owner has completed the initial required consultation with my team in the attorney's office and conducted a neighborhood meeting. They have initiated the framework for a community benefits agreement with the Downtown Neighborhood Association, the 2 surrounding building owners. We are attempting to connect them with the Pie Allen Neighborhood Association, hopefully, and we continue those conversations so that we can finish the outline for the community benefits agreement, which will be brought to you with the economic analysis. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I have Brandy Haga Blackman here representing. Scott Steitler sends his regards. It is his wife's birthday today, so I guess that takes precedent over a council meeting.
Well, I just want to make sure that I hand it over to Councilmember Schubert. I know that this is in Ward 6, so go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mike. This project has been a long time coming. The site was actually originally earmarked for a hotel back in 2004. More than 22 years ago, so I'm excited. For those who might not be aware, the settlement agreement binds us to that initial intention of having a hotel development on this lot. So I just wanted to say that. In terms of community engagement, I've really appreciated how the developers are engaging intentionally with the community. Our staff joined one of their community meetings, which was attended by neighbors, and that included many residents from the MLK apartments. One of our Ward 6 public housing sites serving older adults and individuals with disabilities. The residents raised questions about safety, accessibility, and public space. We've been in touch with the developer, and they confirmed they're making a good faith effort to address those concerns. And as Mike mentioned, I'm also working on making sure that Pie Allen is connected and has a voice in that process. I also think that this hotel is going to be a great addition to our downtown area, in addition to activating a space that hasn't been used at all. Its location will give guests proximity to our amazing local restaurants, bars, and shops, and being close to the streetcar line will allow people to explore beyond that immediate area. And it also helps us move towards some of our Visit Tucson goals to establish more downtown hotel rooms to draw conventions and larger groups. So given this background, I feel comfortable moving the project forward. And I would be comfortable making the motion to direct staff to proceed with the next step in the incentive approval process for the proposed project at 45 North 5th Avenue.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do. I've sat at this table since December of 2007 and have seen this particular piece of property not been able to be activated. And there is a lot of wonderful things that we have seen throughout the years in our downtown. And this particular piece is an important piece for the continued development and activation of our downtown, but it's also important for the types of conventions we can attract to our convention center. I believe that there needs to be continuous improvement and development, not just in our downtown, but throughout the city of Tucson. But, you know, downtown is the heart of our city. It has tons of history, and it's a place where we can all come together and celebrate our heritage, our history, our culture, and all of the wonderful locally owned restaurants in the area, especially on a transit line. So it is, I'm really happy to see that this space is being, finally, we're coming into like tangible movement on the construction and development of this site. I had the opportunity to meet with Scott Steitler and Rudy Dabdu and the entire team just to talk about, the GPLIT and their plans and what the MOXIE means to that particular area. And a particular interest to me was the conversation coming from the development team about the community benefits agreement and what they're willing to do to activate the space and build community spaces for the MLK apartments and the rest of the area. So looking forward to, the work ahead. And it's important that we specifically note that reactivating this space and being able to grant the possible GPLIT will be so much more beneficial than that lot remaining empty. So important work, really amazing ideas with how the MOXIE will look and what it does and what it will do for construction jobs and permanent hotel jobs to add to our local economy. So I'm glad to hear that we're moving forward with this. Any other comments or questions about this? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mike. Really appreciate it. We move on to item 11. I have requested this item for city staff to provide an update on the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative. Mr. Manager, I'm just going to hand it over to you, and then I'll add my commentary after the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I know you will have plenty to add to this item because you're the one that brought this overall process to the city and to our team. Here we have with us Diana Alarcon from the city manager's office, who's one of the project managers for this, and Eric Garcia from the mayor's office, who's our innovation lead on this project. And we're excited to give you an update on where we're at. You've heard us mention it, you've heard us refer to it. Now we'll give you a little bit more insight onto where we've been over the last several months. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team to make the presentation.
Members, sorry, did it sound? My name is Diana. Oh, keep it pressed. Keep it pressed.
You are on your green.
Yeah. That's good. All right. You previously worked with me in my role with Ward 6 Council Office, and it's a pleasure to be here under my current role as project manager for the city manager's office. Here's Eric Garcia is my innovation lead, and we are excited to share the process and the update of this 9-month-long innovation track and how we came to be here today.
Next slide, please.
So this is a very, very exciting project because each year the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative invites a cohort of 45 mayors from around the world, so not just nationally, to participate in this flagship program. And as part of this experience, the city team is applying innovative methods here in the region to improve economic opportunity and reduce poverty. And we have a few terms that we're going to try to be kind of clear with just because they're a little jargony. So when you see the design creation of the aim statement, that means the research. If you see ideation, that's mostly brainstorming. And when you see the word prototyping, which will be said a lot later on in this presentation, it means the evaluation and testing of these ideas. Next slide, please. So initially, Mayor Romero had intended to apply for this initiative at the beginning of her first term, but unfortunately, due to COVID, some of these things got tabled, and Mayor decided to apply once things got settled. And she applied again in January 2025. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, but I think that's the correct date. And Tucson became selected as one of the participating cities, which is very impressive because it is a competitive process. And the easiest way to think of this project is think of a big consultant that usually a lot of cities or counties hire to provide technical support and innovative training for a lot of these complex urban challenges that we're going through. But they do this for free. So this is funded entirely by Bloomberg Philanthropies. And this initiative also teaches all of the staff to be able to have these projects later on hands-on and to work on these different innovative initiatives. So we don't have to always hire those big consultants.
Sorry, it's not letting me switch.
You can do it for you.
Yes, please.
So as part of this program, Mayor Romero participates on on-site projects at Harvard. That were also some projects that city manager and assistant city manager have been able to attend, including our chief of staff, Charlene Mendoza. So not only is it the on-site programs that we do here, but it is also executive training for our executive leaders here in the city. And the core team, led by Diana and myself, have led weekly workshops, and we've had 3 two-day site visits, as well as interactive classes, and the other 45 cities that are participating join some of these classes too, so we get to join in on them and kind of learn from their cities as well. So what you see right here up on there we go, the aim statement. So basically at the beginning of our program, our core team decided to workshop what we were going to make our mission. And we led to this. So the original aim statement, as you see on the board, is that by 2035, we will work with partners and residents on a shared vision to reduce poverty to below the state average by expanding equitable access to economic security so that Tucson is a safe, affordable, and resilient community with opportunity for all. So the reason we came up with this aim statement is because when Mayor Romero chose a specific track, it was rooted in the fact that Tucson had some of the highest poverty rates in the state of Arizona for the longest time, for a very long time. And currently at 18.9% of the city's population, compared to the 12% of the state population, we want to lower that. And Mayor had expressed that although we had made great strides in the last 7 years to bring that number down from 25 to 20%, it's still going to take a lot of ingenuity, a lot of strategizing and regional collaboration and research to continue to bring this number down. So when we refined our aim statement, which is still very similar to the first one, we made sure to refine it based on the research that we saw from our interviews and our ideation sessions, which show the understanding that economic security comes from interrupting the cycle of poverty and that it takes time. So, we go to the next one. And this is from a previous op-ed that Mayor Romero had added to the Arizona Daily Star. The problem is that we also have to recognize that poverty is also tied to Tucson's economic development and the types of economic opportunities that are available to Tucsonans. So although there are many obstacles that can deter folks in vulnerable economic conditions from escaping poverty, it can't happen without jobs and quality jobs. So even before this project, we have heard from thousands of community members, and I'm sure you all have as well, who have expressed through many community town halls hosted by the city that there is a need for more jobs and economic growth in Tucson, but industries that match the community's values, industries that are ethical and sustainable in both longevity, environmental friendliness, and success.
Thank you, Eric. Tucson, our problem focus, what the problem is, and it's a problem for, and it is a problem because Tucson doesn't have diverse jobs. It's making it very hard for many residents to achieve stability and a good quality of life. It pushes people to leave, leaves people, vulnerable residents behind, increases economic hardship, and limiting the city's future growth. Our innovation team, there's everyone. Next slide. Or I guess you can leave it on there if you want. Yeah. It is, it's a core team made up of a cross-departmental leadership and subject matter experts. We have representation from equity, housing, economic development, infrastructure, and communications. It combines strategy, data, and implementation. It's a team that is positioned to drive equitable and citywide impact.
And can I mention too, Diane and I have talked about this a lot. It is such an incredible team. I think that it really helped me appreciate, not that I didn't before, how talented our city staff is in all departments and how prepared everyone is and how easy it was to work on such a big project with people that have such incredible skills. So as you can see on this diagram, our first stage involved workshops between our BH9 coaches and our core team to define the aim statement, like I mentioned before, and to brainstorm who is most impacted by it in Tucson. Then we expanded our focus to design portion of the project, and we broke down each of these impacted groups and determined how they are affected by this problem that we identified, how they contribute to it, and where the gaps currently exist. And our team then began to analyze secondary research after coming up with 5 questions to keep our focus guided on accomplishing the goals of the impact statement. And this research included, what other cities are doing, what other economic plans Tucson and Pima County and other cities in the state, Phoenix, or other cities that are very similar in both population size and demographics to Tucson, what they have been doing and how they have been able to combat poverty. So it was very much informed by lots of research, secondary research, combined with the research that we did ourselves. So we then conducted interviews with stakeholders, which was the next step in the process, from across the region. And this was everything from some of the members that live in our Viva sites and our Thrive zones to other elected officials in the county, in the city, and this region. So it was very eye-opening to get perspectives from 2 very, very different groups. And after the interviews, we conducted the ideation sessions that we mentioned earlier, which included the stakeholders that we interviewed and additional folks to brainstorm in person, choosing some of the ideas and data points that we gathered from these interviews, providing feedback, building on these ideas, and then adding more additional input. And currently, we're on the testing phase of our prototype, which I mentioned earlier is kind of like the evaluation of these ideas to stakeholders that are closely related to the 2 ideas that we came up with, which we'll mention in a bit. So this past week and a half, we have been going to Viva sites and Thrive zones. We have been talking to Tucson business owners, regular business owners, small business owners, and even students from the Eller School at the University of Arizona, Eller College. And they have been providing input on these 2 ideas that we came out of. We were able to pick out of the 8 after we synthesize all of this data.
Next slide. These are the list of different stakeholders that we had reached out to. 50 stakeholders were identified and engaged with. 45 we had in-depth interviews that we completed. We intentionally included a diverse voice and lived experience stakeholder, and it's just, and the way that it's done is everybody kind of puts their input as to who they would think we want to hear from, and it's designed to ensure that no perspective is like overlooked, or that we have a good mix of people engaging.
So, and one of the things that I didn't mention in my last slide is after gathering this feedback and ideas, we will develop a portfolio that will be presented to all of you and this mayor and council to potentially use and take these ideas and maybe implement hopefully in the future. So in our synthesis, we did a lot. Like I'm not even joking, we have thousands of data points. And we worked on this newish platform called Miro. I'm not sure if any of you have ever used it. It's basically like Excel on steroids, but with sticky notes. So it does kind of help you channel that creative process a little bit, especially me as a teacher. It's very visual and easy to use and follow. And as I mentioned earlier, we gathered all this data from our own data points. And then we went through the series of synthesizing and breaking down this data into themes. So it was big thematic research and compartmentalizing them and by relevance, the secondary research, prosperity initiative, identified patterns, and then we narrowed them down to ideas that incorporated all of these insights. I will mention the ideas near the end so we can get through the slides first, but there's 8 of them. And when we decided on a prototype, we only picked 2, which I'll mention in a second. So in these ideation sessions, which is the brainstorming sessions that we had here in the city, we held both internal and external. So some of you and your staff might have been there to participate in it. And basically, we divided it between 2 days, and we had 2 rooms where people could interact with these boards, these sticky notes, and see some of the previous ideas from the interviews. So they weren't coming in without any sort of blank slate. They had stuff to work with, but they could also add their own ideas and suggestions for poverty reduction programs or economic development projects. So this was intentional inclusion to be diverse in terms of the voices and lived experiences that folks have, and it was designed to ensure that no perspective was overlooked. And we did have exit surveys afterwards for the respondents that attended the session, and we found it to be very valuable because based on the feedback, we saw that the process was very effective, and the folks that participated had very positive feedback, and we're very excited to actually do it again. There's a lot of people asking that if we had any other ideation sessions similar to that in the future, that they would love to participate, because people love giving their opinions.
They wanted it to be longer.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. What we've learned. Our main findings, I'll just summarize, is that everybody agrees we need to build a shared vision for Tucson's future and invest in infrastructure to support it. Attract and grow good paying jobs while strengthening key local industries. That's like mining, aerospace, agriculture. Expand flexible, accessible work options to support residents and retaining young professionals. Next slide. Promote sustainability and green jobs as part of Tucson's economic growth. Expand training, education, workforce pathways through schools and apprenticeships and flexible programs. And the other one is improve quality of life and community safety while supporting small businesses to grow. Those are the things that, I mean, it was from all the stickies and theming them. That's, we kept hearing it over and over.
Next slide, please. So through this data analysis and prototyping, a very, very big and almost serendipitous advantage that we have and has been helping us and have had since this project started is that just about at the same time that we had our starting point, the Urban Institute, which is an organization that specializes in economic and social policy, began doing a parallel project with Local First Arizona, and they're also working on an economic development strategy and research for Tucson in our region that is very similar to ours, except their focus is specifically on green jobs. So where this benefits us is that, one, they have been incredible and extremely collaborative, and they have shared and have promised to continue sharing any future data to help us inform our research, which is basically serving as a way to provide us with amplification for outreach, because, you know, we're never going to have enough people to interview. But this way, when you have an organization that's interviewing the people that you miss, oh my God, it's a data frenzy, and it's incredible. And when we combined our findings with the Urban Institute, our secondary research, our preliminary findings, or their preliminary findings, interviews that we held, the ideation sessions, and we synthesized thousands of these data points, we ended up refining them to these 8 ideas for you all to consider. We picked the 2 ideas to prototype based on a matrix of considerations, which ever of these ideas scored in the highest of these considerations were chosen to be the ones that Bloomberg Harvard coaches would help us prototype. So they're not the only ideas that we're going to prototype, they're just the ones that we're going to test out with their technical assistance. And we want to reiterate that the prototyping is not implementation. Ultimately, out of all these 8 ideas and all of these data points that we generated, you, the mayor and council, will get to choose from these ideas. Once we are done prototyping and evaluating them and deciding whether or not you would want to implement this, or if you wouldn't implement anything from this project at all. So the current 2 ideas that we are prototyping are, 1, a public scorecard, a mechanism where businesses would basically be graded on their ethics as a small business here in Tucson. So we would have a dashboard that the city would control, and these businesses would be able to voluntarily participate in. And if they do and they score high, they could potentially be or qualify for some sort of city incentive, publicity, or other sorts of benefits that we could brainstorm that the city could give them, and also encourage them to build up their workforce if that's something that they're struggling to do. And if these businesses were to not get a high score on their public scorecard, we wouldn't necessarily put them on blast. That's the last thing we want to do. We would help them get to the green area over 80%, which we would consider to be a very good passing score, so they could succeed and thrive. And then the second one, and Diana, you can speak to it more if you'd like to, because she's been working more closely to it.
It did change a little bit. At first, it was helping small businesses with, like, maybe a concierge through the permitting process, how to open your business. And then through more ideas and feedback, it did shift. And so what it's changed into is, how do we help, for example, our residents at Viva, like, what hobbies do they have? Is there something that they can start making money and do that? You know, can they tailor? Do they want to do nails? Like, how do we help them be an entrepreneur, start their own business?
And we also want to reiterate that, again, none of these ideas and data points will be wasted efforts, because there's thousands of them, like I mentioned, and then there's the 8 ideas that we picked to be tested for the prototype. They can be mixed and matched by the city in the future if needed. And the 2 that we chose are simply just because we have that assistance from Bloomberg Harvard to kind of train us. Because the great thing about this project is that it is training our core team here in the city staff to have the tools to do this work independently from Bloomberg Harvard in the future, and to continue to develop these skills and then to prototype different projects.
One of the best parts is also that is getting to work with people from around the world. We have sessions, we share ideas, we learn from each other. It's been very eye-opening to see the different perspectives and how it sparks new ideas. Us for them solutions. We've given them stuff that we've done maybe in the past and they're just working on now. And just also the process. It's so invaluable to learn this process and be able to know that you can use it for anything. You can use it for, it's such a great way to get a vast amount of feedback from people in a very short amount of time. It doesn't need to last 9 months, but it could be done faster, yeah.
And you might have seen it, but our mayor was able to present at Harvard last week in front of many Harvard professors and other mayors around the world, and to showcase Tucson and some of the things that we're doing here, and to provide ideas for some of the stuff that other places are experiencing for the first time. I know the part that I saw was my favorite was the mayor explaining how us as a city can maneuver heat and our climate issues and still be able to have a very important and thriving economic landscape.
Thank you so much for presenting. So we did apply for the City Leadership Initiative last January 2025. And as Diana and Eric both mentioned, the City of Tucson was chosen. And what I liked about this program is that one, and I've learned this from Tim Tamir, we had to pay for none of it. It has all been funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies, and it's not something that just the mayor alone goes through. We had to include the mayor, my chief of staff, the city manager, someone else, an alternate to the city manager. So Christina Swallow has been going through this process with us. And then we had to have a project lead and a project manager and a whole team within the city of Tucson. The manager helped select the group that ultimately joined us to go through this process. It has really been 9 months worth of work and interviews, as you said, and the Bloomberg Harvard team really push on selecting prototyping or piloting, right? The projects that we have under our discretion to be able to move forward. I think that's why the team selected the scorecard and the small business, micro business concept for the Viva sites and throughout the city. But there are 6 other ideas that ultimately were collected based on what the stakeholders in the community gave feedback on doing. In my being able to attend the Harvard graduation, they called it a graduation because that was the end of our training for me as the mayor. I just came back from Cambridge and Harvard, and I did participate in a couple of forums, but it really, what I learned from this last opportunity that I had to go to the Harvard campus and really learn from professors from the Kennedy School of Government, from the Harvard Business School, and so many other departments was that this really is just the beginning. And what Bloomberg Philanthropy say and the Harvard Center for Cities, what they encourage us to do is to continue leaning in on the resources available to not just mayors, but cities. So as an alumna of the, I brought some really nifty stuff that I'll share with all of you. But the Bloomberg Center for Cities at Harvard is that they have so much research and resources for city, and that as we continue working on the innovation work, because they put us in different tracks. There was the innovation track, there was the collaboration track, there was the data track. They selected our track for us, the innovation track. But there is additional work that we can do. All of you, your teams, city staff, can attend Harvard on behalf of the city of Tucson and get training on different pieces of what you all need. For me, what I see after this opportunity is that I would love to be able to continue on the economic development track. There's continued training that we can do, as well as the collaboration track. And the reason that I applied for this program, and I felt that it was necessary for us to approach the issue of economic development in our city, is because for decades I have seen that the economic development ecosystem in Tucson has been siloed, and that all of us are not working together. Pima County has a strategic plan. Sun Corridor had a strategic plan. Each and every one of the chambers had a strategic plan. The city had a strategic plan. None of these strategic plans talk to each other. And so ultimately, my goal with this work and picking the economic development as a key priority for the city of Tucson is to have a much more cohesive, collaborative approach that aligns our goals as closely as we possibly can with Pima County and other stakeholders in our region. That's why I thought it was wonderful to be able to have the Urban Institute do similar work with labor groups and conservation, sustainability, and green groups to be able to get the input, and all of us share this information so we could get to a point that is much more collaborative in our city. So I see this work and the work that was done and the training that our staff received as helpful for us to put it into action, to continue moving forward in terms of an economic development strategy that makes sense for Tucsonans, but that will continue moving us forward to create high-wage, long-term jobs in our city. So I wanted to thank everyone, the city manager, Christina Swallow, Diana, Eric from my office, that really help with the work. And then, of course, each and every one of the core team members for going through this process. And I'm hopeful that we can continue, continue with the collaboration track and with the economic development track, and bringing in the stakeholders in the community that we need to make sure that are part of the table and part of the discussion, which is Pima County, the University of Arizona, our business community, Pima Community College, labor, and other voices to make sure that we move forward with our key priority, with our, ambitious, impactful, measurement, to be able to get to a place where we are hustling in terms of economic development, but we're holding hands and moving not just our city, but our region forward in job creation, and bringing down at the same time, with the goal of bringing down poverty in our city. So happy to share all of the information. Again, like I said, this work is not just mine, but all of our cities, and you all have the same opportunity that my team, my staff, and all of us do to connect ourselves to the Center for Cities at Harvard University and get the training, the focused training that we all need. So thank you so much, Mr. Manager. I don't know if you wanted to add something, or Christina, if you wanted to add something to the conversation.
I think for both Christina and myself, we're just grateful to you for applying for the program, bringing resources to Tucson, not just through Harvard, but also through Bloomberg and their partners. These are opportunities, but they require us to meet them and be open and ask for the help. It's there if we're stepping forward to receive it. So that's a door that's wide open to us. And then also the Diana and Eric and the team, my main benefit from it, while we had a focused issue to work on, and I think we're going to get some good outcomes from that help us as we're at this inflection point with how we want to approach economic development in Tucson. It is more so for me, the learning that the team, which from across the city organization, them going through this as a cohort, has now created a dozen or so new leaders of the organization who will carry these lessons forward and pay it forward to their colleagues and those that they work with, and apply it to new challenges every day. So I'm more grateful than anything for the work that you've all done, the leadership that you provided, and for the opportunity it's given to our key staff members who got to engage.
And the work is not done. Again, this is just, I wanted to make sure that you all got an update, and we're still in the process. There's still 8 ideas, 2 are being prototyped, and your input and direction is going to be important as to where we put our focus in and how we continue and move forward. So the process is still ongoing, and your input is important to the process. So I don't know if you have any questions or comments. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to you and the staff that's been involved in this. This is an incredible program and an incredible opportunity, and it aligns with something that's happening in Ward 3. So 2 years ago, I formed a little nonprofit called Friends of Ward 3. I'm no longer directly connected with it, but they raised money. A year and a half, they raised $28,000 for little small programs in Ward 3. Things you could imagine. Traffic calming in one neighborhood, helping an Afghan women's group get swim lessons because they had some special needs. They're the fiscal sponsor for Friends of Danny Lopez Park. I envisioned them helping neighborhood associations and helping good projects. But what's occurred to them that a big help for people in Ward 3 would be appropriate economic development. And their chair has a lot of experience in business and business consulting, and he's taken it upon himself with an intern to start surveying businesses in Ward 3 and looking for opportunities for how the city can be more helpful. And he's already found some pretty interesting stuff. So I kind of laughed when you had the list of major industries in Tucson and included agriculture and mining. We have maybe 10 small farms, and we have no mines in the city of Tucson. But around us, we have that. And what we have, and we need to look regionally, but what we are going to concentrate on what's happening in Tucson. However, in both of those areas, we have some emerging industries. Because we're the UN's city of gastronomy, there's a lot of interesting things happening with the secondary things you do with farming, with food. Our restaurants are burgeoning. Barrio Breads is using locally grown wheat from Marana to produce the most delicious bread. Maya Teas is a national wholesaler. It's hidden in Ward 3. From one person, they now employ more than 20. So the secondary uses of foods, and we have some great sources with Mexican produce and with the winter vegetables that come out of Yuma, that process them and make them, like monsoon chocolate, taking cacao but making it into something that's delicious. So that's one opportunity that I think we could really exploit. Now mining, we don't have mining, but we have the world-class gem and mineral show. And in Thrive in the 05, the development, the only development that's happened that's outpaced our affordable housing, which is incredible, in transforming motels and restaurants into more usable space, has been companies that sell minerals. They have wholesale warehouses and also showrooms throughout Ward 3. They're kind of hidden. I know they exist in some of your wards as well. I don't think we're doing enough to promote that. And in one of the interviews Nigel Brooks had with one of the owners, they're having trouble finding staff. I mean, there's an opportunity there for good paying jobs. Some of them are seasonally, but some of them are not. So I'm excited to be involved. Maybe I'll finally go to Harvard, and in heaven, my father, you finally made it to Harvard, like our mayor has done. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for this program. Looking forward to working with you all.
Honorable Mayor and Council, just to make a quick clarification, thank you for the input, by the way. The reason why we added both agriculture and mining into the presentation is both in the secondary research that we did from previous economic research projects here in Tucson at the University of Arizona, Pima County, and from the interviews that we conducted, and as well as the Urban Institute. What we saw is that a lot of folks expressed that them and their families and their grandparents were able to escape poverty and to climb upward social mobility because of the opportunities that they had with mining. And it came as a surprise to us too, given the ethic of environmentally friendly jobs that are usually being asked for here in Tucson. Similarly with agriculture, and I think that there was so many data points there that even through the filtration, it still was available and looking right at us. So I think what folks also did express is that if there were to be instances of bringing mining back to Tucson, they would hope that it would be in a much more ethical, environmental, sustainable way, which I mean is a problem and has been a challenge for many places across the country. But that is the reason why we mentioned it was just very prevalent in both ideation and research. But agree with a lot of the other points that you gave from Ward 3, though. Those are a lot of very, very big gaps that Tucson needs to fill. So thank you.
What are the other 6 concepts that came out?
Honorable Mayor and Council, I thought you'd never ask. So the first idea is sustainable growth and workforce pathways, and we hyper-synthesize these, so we can give you the ideas in depth later if you'd like. And this means grow Tucson's economy through sustainability and green jobs, expand education, apprenticeships, and flexible work pathways. Oh, my battery just ran out on my laptop. Thankfully, we have Diana's. And improve quality of life, safety, and small business growth. Idea number 2 is the employer scorecard that we talked about and the earn and learn pipeline. Idea number 3 was innovation districts, mobility and corridors. So to develop micro-industry districts with shared space plus digital infrastructure, expand transit-connected hubs to drive jobs, tourism, and development, and then activate more cool corridors with mixed-use walkability and local business support. Idea number 4 was community power network to build neighborhood-based connections to jobs and city services, straighten local hiring pipelines through trusted community partners, and to simplify permitting and ensure inclusive community-driven growth. Idea number 5 is a Tucson Impact Exchange to create a sort of digital marketplace rewarding businesses for community impact, track contributions like local hiring, sustainability, and reinvestment, and to offer incentives and offsets to drive participation and accountability. Idea number 6 was small and legacy business support, which is the one that we mentioned earlier. Idea number 7 is food hall incubators, so to expand low-cost spaces for culinary entrepreneurs, and this actually ended up developing more later on to just any type of entrepreneurs, so it can be anything from a nail salon to even a boutique, barbershop, whatever it may be, to launch and grow, to support transition from cottage food and food trucks, or maybe even online selling to have that brick and mortar, and then straight into Tucson's local food economy and local small business pipeline. And then idea number 8 is advanced manufacturing and values-aligned economic development and growth. So to attract firms in semiconductor, EV, solar, and advanced manufacturing, position Tucson with emerging supply chain and innovation sectors, and to prioritize sustainable, low-carbon, and water-efficient industries, and to attract the quote-unquote big fish industries that align with community values and deliver high ROI.
The reason I wanted to make sure that we talked about that as well is because that's based on the input received from the community and the stakeholders that were interviewed. And so those are all ideas that we can, think about and possibly prototype in the future. It was important, I believe, for the Bloomberg Harvard staff, the trainers, that we prototype ideas that we can work on immediately on our own as a city. But I think that it's important to tell the whole story. I guess for me, my big question is the Urban Institute and their input. Is this melded into what we have so far, or is it something that they will present to us as they continue their work?
Honorable Mayor and Council. So far, the Urban Institute's project is a much longer timeline than ours. They will probably go in deeply into the year, but in their preliminary findings, they have shared that so far there's a lot of need for labor in terms of the trades, a lot of folks asking for jobs such as HVAC, and to increase apprenticeship programs and training to be able to get those trade skills. So in a way, it does align. We did see that in the research and a lot of the impact or the feedback that folks were giving us, but we will probably start to get some of these bigger chunks of research from them late June, early July, but we do meet with them at least once or twice a month. So we're keeping track of it, but it's a little bit slower. So as that comes in, we'll be updating you all.
Any other questions, comments? Ready? Thank you so much. Thanks for the incredible work, and we continue to want to hear from you. Okay, so that was item 11. On to item 12. I have requested this item for a discussion and presentation regarding the funding impact survey results conducted by the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a guest speaker with us today. We are bringing up the PowerPoint, and I'm going to arm her with the actual remote.
The power. Thank you so much. Great.
Generally that direction.
Okay, sounds good. I'll come to you for advice. Well, Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you so much for allowing me to spend some time with you this afternoon and share information about the nonprofit sector and the status of philanthropy in what's kind of one of those interesting times. So first, a little bit about the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona. We've been around since 1980, and our mission is to build a thriving Southern Arizona through philanthropy. We do a lot of things, but a simple way of explaining is we mobilize private charitable capital for public good. And we do that in a whole lot of different ways, some of which you'll hear about today. I do want to harken back to 2020 when we worked together. The city of Tucson was a wonderful partner with the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona during sort of the height of COVID, when a lot of nonprofit organizations were in danger of just suffering such a revenue shock that they were not going to survive. And together we distributed almost $1.2 million to nonprofits serving Tucsonans impacted by COVID-19. And that was a terrific partnership and one we really think is a great model for other types of partnerships down the line. So I want to frame the information I'm going to share with you, which comes from a specific survey that we did in partnership with the Community Coalition for Prosperity. And we did it in the fall of 2025, so it's recent, but it's a snapshot in time. But before I get into that data, I just want to frame things a little bit, because the nonprofit sector has traditionally not talked about itself very much. We're kind of the people who have just kind of get on with work and don't toot our horns too much. And so it can be kind of invisible. And so I do want to talk about it as an economic sector. It's a major economic driver in Arizona. It generates about $58–60 billion in annual revenue in the state. It's a big employer, and it is 200,000 workers in the state. It's the 6th largest industry, and that is larger than the construction industry. So if you think about where the nonprofit sector sits, that can be somewhat surprising. In the Tucson metro area, nonprofits employ over 42,000 people, generate $5 billion in annual revenue, and hold $13 billion in assets. So this is not, collectively, this is a significant part of our economy. In the city of Tucson itself, the number of private employment, percentage of private employment of the nonprofit sector is second only to Portland compared to our peer cities at the map dashboard at the Eller College tracks. So we have 10.4% of the private employment workforce in Tucson is nonprofit workers, and that is something that's quite high and above the US average. I also want to frame this from a really high level. So what's you're going to see happening here in Tucson is affected by and mirrors what is happening nationally. And I want to just point out a few things that are part of the picture. So one is that, no surprise, I think, to anyone here, we have a K-shaped economy where, in general, over the last many years, affluent Americans have been getting ahead and less affluent, low-income, and asset households have been falling behind. We're also currently in a volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous environment, a VUCA environment, and that is, something you only have to read the notifications on your phone every day to experience. Uniquely, in the American history, we're also experiencing the largest intergenerational transfer of wealth that has ever happened. So by 2048, it's estimated that $124 trillion will pass from baby boomers, mostly to their heirs, but a good chunk of that, about 18 trillion, is anticipated to pass to charity. Layered in, there's this new tax law from the federal government that's come into effect in 2026, which has completely rewritten incentives for charitable giving. The most notable changes for charitable giving are that non-itemizers, so the vast majority of people who file their taxes don't itemize, and non-itemizers can now claim a bit of a tax benefit, and that will be really important for people who are not such high income to get some benefit now from being able to make their charitable donations. So that's a plus. There's a lot of disincentives, unfortunately, for higher net worth people and corporations to give, and so this is really changing how nonprofits need to think about their fundraising. And then, of course, unprecedented changes in federal funding for nonprofits is having, it was an earthquake, and we're still having tremors, and I'll get into some of the effects there. So the Nonprofit Impact Survey was our attempt at the Community Foundation to understand what is going on, because there's nobody tracking this. This is, when a certain large percentage of the funding for a sector goes away or is now coupled with requirements that maybe you can't meet in terms of civil and criminal liabilities attached to certain funding, what happens? So we wanted to try and take a pulse. We put out a survey kind of like in an if they build it, will they come question, and they did. Over 135, I think 140 nonprofits, unique nonprofits completed it. And we really wanted to understand the impacts of policy shifts on the nonprofit organizations and their service recipients, nonprofit jobs, and try to anticipate the funding environment for 2026. So this was done in fall of 25, and see how things hold up. So we did see some pretty high-level themes emerge from the survey. In that time, again, snapshot in the fall, federal government funding restrictions were already creating operational strain, and you'll see a little more as I go on how that happened in a ripple effect. The most affected organizations were with budgets over $500,000 because those are large enough to potentially receive government funding. The grassroots organizations mostly are operating purely on private donations, volunteer time, and so on. We did try and track some of the service disruptions and saw, especially in the comments, very significant disruptions to service. And we do see that nonprofit safety net as under extreme strain and fraying. And as I sat here this afternoon, I heard a lot of mentions of how nonprofits are partnering with government and business. And I just think it's really important to bring to your attention the ways that this sector is under significant strain. So where are the respondents? The vast majority were in Pima County. Most of the locations track where we have populations, so most of those are in the city of Tucson. We did hear from the other counties in our Southern Arizona service area, particularly Santa Cruz County, where we have a strong presence. Budget sizes, we had kind of across the board everything from very small grassroots nonprofits with budgets under 100,000 to the largest nonprofits with budgets over 2 million. The population served, again, we weren't sure who would respond, but it was very across the board, elders, children, people with disabilities, people of all identities, people with diseases and illnesses, and so on. So it was very representative of the causes and demographics of nonprofits across our region. So the funding composition, I think, is important to think about. Private donations are the largest share of funding for nonprofits. Local and state grants, nearly 19% of funding. Federal grants, only 8%. Earned income, so this would be things like merchandise, renting out space in their buildings is 13%, and then endowment or investment 4%. So although the federal government share is relatively small, 30% of nonprofit respondents in Pima County are government funded. You're very aware that federal government and state and municipal government grants are very linked, so the impact was starting to compound already. We also saw that about 44% of respondents indicated that they are already feeling impacts. About 19% weren't sure. And we also had about 15 to 20% indicate funding layoffs. And the reason why that's not a single number is because many of them said no layoffs when they answered that question, but in their comments, they kept talking about layoffs. So we tried to, I think they weren't sure whether it was a layoff or just they didn't replace a position. And we did see some larger organizations, up to 60 staff, were either laid off or had been let go without replacing that position. We certainly saw impact on reduced programs and services, specifically to human services organizations. And then thematically, where policy shifts have impacted programming, the themes emerged were for immigrant and refugee communities, LGBTQIA plus communities, women and children, low-income families, and rural communities all were most impacted. We also wanted to know, that's the supply side in terms of the capacity of nonprofits. What about on the demand side, the people who are using services? And again, we expected that the demand might be much higher in certain areas, such as the ones that I just described, but people across these cause areas actually identified heightened demand from food and basic needs all the way to cultural and arts programming. I think some of it is just a lot of uncertainty and the economy, people feeling like families and individuals were stretched and they started to reach out and use these services. We also asked a subjective question, which is how concerned are you about the continued impacts of government funding cuts? So I actually had the dashboard up when this survey was going, and so I was watching the answers come in, and it was sort of ding, 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 very, very, very concerned. So that was concerning to me just to see that happening in action. The scale is 0 to 5, 5 being the most concerned, although it wasn't the same across all these areas. So first responders, for example, is close to 5, whereas news media and journalism is one of the lower ones, but the levels generally are pretty high across the board. So where does this leave nonprofits? And I wish I had a happier tale to tell, but I think part of my role here is just to tell what we're hearing from the communities we serve, exhausted and strained, a high administrative burden with low staff. One thing about nonprofits is they don't typically operate with large staffs or a lot of redundancies. So as they're laying people off and not being able to replace positions, they're simply not replacing those people, and the workload is just getting higher. There's underserved community members. There is a sort of moral injury to people who are positioned to help people who are coming to them for help, and they're unable to provide that help. And so it's causing a real reduction in morale among nonprofits. And they're also worried, do I have to find another job? And I will say anecdotally, we've grown and advertised some jobs. We're just inundated with resumes. So impacts beyond government funding, I do want to talk about the sort of sense, if you imagine if you're leading a nonprofit, you're looking to how can I continue, how can I do my good work? My usual sort of consistent sources of funding are the federal grants, state and local grants. Are those there anymore? Will they be there? What decisions do I need to make about the future? Corporations and foundations, especially early on, were tightening the belt on giving, and were actually kind of going to the side of being more cautious. And then individual donor confidence, same. We're taking a wait and see approach in relation to funding. Now, this isn't universal, some went the other direction, but there was definitely kind of that human, I don't know what's going on, it's very chaotic, I'm just gonna freeze. And so there was a lot of freezing, especially among individual donors and families. So despite all of that, I really wanna celebrate our nonprofits. I've talked extensively to nonprofit leaders, nonprofit professionals, donors who are supporting them. They're being smart, they're being savvy, they're committed. They have really tried to figure out how to be flexible and adaptive while still meeting their grant guideline, reporting while still delivering services. They're cross-training, they're trying to be redundant and prioritize things with layoffs, but there is a point where they can't continue to do that. There is really good, although challenging strategic planning happening, especially scenario planning. So essentially, a lot of nonprofits are saying, okay, here's our core services, here's what we're gonna need to sell. We'll sell this building, we'll stop this program, we'll get down to that core, and then hopefully we'll be able to get into a rebuilding mode and hold on to our core mission. I do want to shout out the Community Foundation's own Center for Healthy Nonprofits, which supports nonprofits with free and low-cost capacity building. We're launching, and we have slots available for a program called Ascend, which actually is both a leadership and a financial, personal finance course for nonprofit professionals to help them hopefully stay in the career that we hope they will stay in their nonprofit sector. And I also believe the current moment creates opportunities for collaboration, such as we've heard a lot about today. So what do nonprofits need? They need general operating support. That was a really clear answer. I'm very pleased to say I heard the Homeless ID Project mentioned. We just granted them a general operating support grant like a week ago. And so I'm really pleased to be able, through our community foundation, to provide general operating support. But the more they're trying to pivot and be flexible, the more flexible funding helps them. And I think when we put the survey out, it might have been one of the first times that these groups had actually been asked to share what they were experiencing. So I'd never seen an Excel spreadsheet fill up with words faster and more than this one. There were just voluminous comments. One question we asked is, what would you like policymakers and funders to know? And these were some of the answers. Trust us to do the work rather than mandate how we do it. We're worried about persecution and working on hot button issues. General operating support's the hardest to obtain. And then, very seriously, people are dying, rights are being taken away. Silence from funders and officials is complicity. So what can you do? Anything that you have within your power to streamline applications, reporting, anything nonprofits are interacting with you about, with so much on their plates, the less they're spending on paperwork, even though it's certainly necessary, the easier the rest of their work will be. Making city spaces available at a nonprofit rate, and I think I saw in the budget there was a consideration around that for at least one property, and thank you for that, and leading conversations about the sector with residents and other policy and lawmakers. Really, I'm here for awareness. I don't know how much you typically hear from this sector as a sector as opposed to independent, like around housing or around any other key issues, environment. But this sector also is partnered with business and with government most critically. And if it kind of folds, then that's one of the legs of your three-legged stool. So that is all I wanted to share, but I'm more than happy to provide answers to any questions or take any comments.
Jenny, thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciate you coming to us and talking to us about how the nonprofit sector is feeling. I, to this day, appreciate our partnership during COVID and how we created We Are One Somos Uno. And we're able to activate funds, almost $1.2 million to make sure that our nonprofit sector survived the pandemic.
Yeah.
And so I remember that time as chaotic, but we really kind of put the ideas together, and we couldn't have done it without the community foundation. So really appreciate the partnership. I know that there are increased demand for services right now and decreased budgets. And that's unfortunate that we are seeing such a cut in funding from the federal government to organizations that really tend to help the most vulnerable, children, youth in crisis, seniors, people with disabilities, people with mental behavioral needs, et cetera. So, these services and assistance like eviction prevention, shelter, utility assistance, these are not extras. These are essential services that people need to survive. So, I know that the nonprofit community really appreciates your work and the efforts of the Community Foundation. I am really interested in exploring how the city and other private partners can make spaces that are empty available to the nonprofit community, and be mindful of how we, how we group the services. I've always admired that the Historic Y has like this nonprofit hub, and they keep the Historic Y active. And so I'm looking forward to our continued kind of brainstorming or ideation, as we learned today, of how we can work together, especially in these difficult times. So I'm just going to open up for my colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments. Member Barajas.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm always interested to see what, our local nonprofits, what they're doing, where they're serving. I'm curious, just because I do notice like somewhat of a philanthropic desert, South 22nd Street. I'm curious to see on a visual, on a map, where our nonprofits, are located and the zip codes they serve, and if it correlates to the same, if they are truly community-based. And then with that too, I would love to see a breakdown of the types of nonprofits that we have in those, on that map. So if it's focused on like social services or, arts and culture related, academics. And I'm also, I would like to explore, how we could collaborate with our remote nonprofits, because I also know that a lot of our nonprofits don't have facilities. So if we can make it an easier process for them, that would be something I would like to see. So thank you.
Any others? All righty. I know that you gave this presentation to the Pima County Board of Supervisors.
I did, yeah.
What was the feedback there? What are the types of actions that they have an appetite to do?
Nothing specific came up, but they were very open to the information, and I think would certainly be available for continued discussion and partnership. I definitely got that idea. And thank you also for that comment. We were working a lot with the map dashboard, and that's where some of these slides came from. So I can actually propose to them what you just said, so, and see if we could get something whipped up. Yeah. And you're right, there's a lot of nonprofits went remote during COVID, and it's certainly a good cost savings. On the other hand, there's some challenges, of just holding the team together, and also for working with donors.
And I guess this will be my last question, because we do have to move forward with the other items, but I've always wondered about philanthropic organizations and how we can attract more of those, funds into Tucson. Is there a specific approach that the community foundation has a strategy for?
Yes, actually. So one of the things that I can think of sort of two ways to answer that, and probably more with more time. But the first way is to actually help the people who are already here, who care about our community, become more aware and more engaged in giving. And that's one of our key strategies. We also recently worked on a study for second home owners and how they give in their second home community, and how to engage them. And that's something that we think is important. So that's one way, and we have a lot of strategies for that. Another way is national philanthropy. So it really is cause-based in my experience. So for example, we're currently the recipients of a fair amount of funding from the MacArthur Foundation and from Press Forward and from some other national funds because of our local news initiative. And so that is an area where those national philanthropies are interested in investing in local areas. And so we put our hand up, and there's that natural partnership. So I think it's where those partnerships exist, where we're whoever we are, whether it's the Community Foundation, the City of Tucson, or whomever is on the ground in an area that they want to work with. And I will say, and I've been working with national philanthropies for most of my career, so it's been more than 2 decades. They have made some changes. They used to just think wherever they were in New York or Cambridge or wherever they are, like they could tell us all what to do and it would work. There's a lot more understanding that you need to partner with people locally. So that is a strength that we can bring.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
Jenny,
you.
really appreciate the incredible work that you're all doing, and looking forward to our continued partnership.
Agreed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, so let's see, we move on to item 13. Time has been set aside for discussion direction relating to matters pending in front of the Pima County Board of Supervisors and other regional jurisdictions. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. So joining us here at the table for this item, Stephanie Zamora from my office will lead the discussion on the Pima County and local matters. And then when we go to item 14, Laura Dent, our Intergovernmental Relations Director, is here to go to the state and national levels. With that, I turn it over to the team for Pima County and other local.
Mr. Manager, my report included updates from the Pima County Board of Supervisors and the town of Sahuarita. Relatively short this time around, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may arise from that. Thank you, Honorable Mayor.
Any questions, comments? We are trying to plan a joint meeting with the Pima County Board of Supervisors, FYI. So if you haven't responded to the clerk's office, doing a little poll of your availability in July, please do so. Really important in working with Chair Allen. We've been talking about how we continue working on unsheltered homelessness and the opioid settlement work, but also how do we go upstream and do some prevention work around the Prosperity Initiative. So looking forward to that discussion in our joint meeting. Other than that, item 14. So item 14, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders of direction to any associated litigation. And I see Ms. Dent is here with us.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council. I'll just share some really brief updates with you today. At the federal level, Senate Republicans released a budget resolution to fast-track an immigration enforcement bill. This would move through budget reconciliation, so it would allow the passage in the Senate with a simple majority versus a filibuster proof majority. The proposal includes about $70 billion for ICE and Border Patrol respectively. You'll remember that there's been a deadlock around DHS funding for some time. My understanding is that the Senate has started voting today to begin the debate on the budget resolution, so we should see voting continue through this week. At the state level, floor action is slowing down. Traditionally, at this point in the legislative session, budget negotiations are picking up. You may have seen Governor Hobbs last week issued a moratorium on signing new bills until GOP leadership comes to the table with a budget proposal that would counter her proposal to move negotiations forward in earnest. So there are still a few bills that the city has weighed in on that we're waiting for votes on around preemption, a few other items. So we'll keep you posted on that, but that does conclude my report.
Thank you, Laura. Really appreciate it. First, I would like to say congressional action on immigration enforcement without pairing it with sensible bipartisan reforms is a step in the wrong direction. And Congress never ceases to amaze me. On a related note, I did see that a 1487 possible complaint, and I'll have Roy explain a little bit more, has been filed against the city of Phoenix and Pima County. This is in response to their policy blocking federal agents from using city property to plan or carry out immigration raids. I want to make it super clear, the city of Tucson passed a similar, gave similar direction to our city manager. And and I'm sure my council colleagues stand by our people and we stand by our policy. And of course, we won't be intimidated by the state legislature when we're trying to protect our residents. So Roy, did you want to kind of dive in a little bit on that 1487 complaint?
Sure, Honorable Mayor. Thank you, members of council. So on March 30th, Phoenix received a complaint from the state Senate through an SB 1487 complaint. That complaint alleges that their adoption of a similar administrative directive to what we adopted in January of this year violated ARS 11-1051, which is not commonly known as SB 1070. I've read the complaint and have conferred with the Phoenix City Attorney, and we both are comfortable in what has been passed by both the City of Tucson and by the City of Phoenix. And we fully support Phoenix in their response to the 1487 complaint. And I've read that and concur, as well as I've also read Pima County's response to their 1487 complaint, and they passed similar legislation earlier this year. I've read that complaint and the response, and I believe the response adequately addresses the issues. We have received an inquiry from the same senator who filed both complaints. We anticipate that there will likely be a 1487 complaint for us, and we're more than willing to respond, and we believe we are appropriately following the law.
I think it would be appropriate to work with Pima County and the city of Phoenix to see if we can coordinate a response to those concerns or complaints and see how we approach together the Attorney General.
Absolutely, Your Honor, and we've been in conversation already, and we'll continue, and the City of Tucson will continue to support the two offices as well. I know they would do for us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Laura, I have a couple of thoughts, a few thoughts on state level action. Today I saw in the front page of the paper an article about SB 1431. I know that the city of Tucson took a position in opposition. 1431 is yet another preemption bill that undercuts cities and our ability to set standards for housing developments in our community. We've all been doing this work together. The city of Tucson and mayor and council have been leading on housing affordability and changing land use codes so they can be tools for creating affordability, from legalizing ADUs to the community corridors tool, to our embrace of middle housing citywide. We understand the need and are advancing local solutions. SB 1431 would block cities and towns from requiring everything from garages, paved driveways, backyard patios, safety lighting, or fencing of new homes. This will result in lower quality homes and assumes that savings generated by home builders would trickle down to everyday residents. I think this is naive, and I think this is a bad idea. I want to recognize Senator Lauren Kuby, who said it best, and the story's in the paper today. This bill broadly preempts local building standards and imposes a one-size-fits-all mandate. Cities and towns should retain the ability to require thoughtful design and shared amenities. I agree with her and underscore that here in Tucson, we are opposed to this bill. And I think this bill is guised under affordable housing, but when we build affordability, it goes further, by the way. This bill also preempts cities from having any type of design standards, even including trees into the building of these homes. It is putting affordable housing at a very concerning place to me, because they just want to undo any type of standards that cities and towns attach to be able to build affordable, quality housing in our communities. So I just wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to bring out an issue that we wanted to discuss. Earlier this year, Tucson elected officials, including all of us on the city council, petitioned Governor Katie Hobbs to halt the planned April 29, 2026 state trust land auction for 160 acres near Vail, tied to Copper World. Several years ago, we sent a letter to the CAP board raising concerns about how mining in the Santa Ritas impacts our groundwater quality and regional water supplies. Recently, Pima County took a position formally opposing Copper World mine, and I would like for us to consider taking similar action at the city level. We were all looking for this before. We put out letters in support. We all thought we had passed a resolution, but I want to make sure that we consider a resolution taking similar action at the city level. So I welcome feedback from our city attorney, and I know that some of us on the council wanted to make sure that we added our voices to that. So I'll open the floor to my council colleagues, but I do want to hear first from our city attorney to give us some guidance in terms of what we can do to make sure that we codify a position.
Sure, Mayor and council members. It's appropriate to pass a resolution. The last resolution that was actually passed by the mayor and council related to this item was a general resolution adopting or opposing federal legislation in this area related to the Santa Ritas and other sensitive public lands. So if the mayor and council decide that they want to specifically oppose this project itself, as well as the upcoming state land trust auction, I think that's an appropriate measure to take.
I did want to open up to my colleagues on the council to see if you all want to jump in. Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you for bringing this up. I've been wondering about this all week. Really concerned about the state land trust sale auction happening on the 29th, and want to make sure that we're united in expressing our disapproval of that. I would love to be a part of an official resolution codifying our opposition to Copper World, and as well as calling on Governor Hobbs to exercise her authority to halt or withdraw this parcel from the April 29th auction.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Mr. Lusk.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll proceed with that resolution, although the state land sale will happen before our next meeting. I don't know if you want to add an additional motion to draft a letter as well on behalf of Mayor and Council.
Yes, we actually all added our names to an effort that was put together by the Save the Scenic Santa Rita's. So we all added our names there. I mean, it's public, but I would be happy to write a letter on behalf of Mayor and Council taking this official position against the auction.
Do you want to have a motion proposed for that?
Do I need a motion?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Anything else that we wanted to touch on? Okay, thank you. Anything else? Ms. Dent? Thank you so much. Wonderfully done. Appreciate it. Alrighty, so we move on to item 15. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda for today's regular meeting? I know that we had one over from the city attorneys.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 7G, the consent item between the IGA between Pima County and the City of South Tucson and the City of Tucson has been requested by Pima County to continue for a period of time for the parties to work out some differences.
So 7G.
Correct.
Alrighty, thank you. Anything else? So we move on to item 16. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Seeing none, study session is adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting is on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. And let me see, we will start our regular council meeting at 5:45. Thank you. Council will stand in session.
Okay. We're going to get started,
We're going to
everybody.
get started, everyone. Council will stand in session. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Here.
Councilmember Dahl?
Here.
Councilmember Lee?
Here.
Councilmember Barajas?
Here.
Councilmember Short?
Here.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
She is on her way
Mayor Romero?
here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council, or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure in compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Dioro Mendoza, St. Bellamy Byzantine Catholic Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Gracious and sovereign God, we gather with purpose and humility as we lift up our mayor and city council. We ask that you grant them wisdom and guidance, that they may lead with integrity, honesty, and fairness. As Socrates taught, the unexamined life is not worth living. So may these leaders continually examine their decisions with clarity and conscience. And as it is written in the Epistle of St. James, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, and it will be given. Bestow upon them discernment to distinguish right from wrong, and the strength to bring order, stability, and prosperity to all they serve. Lord, we pray for unity and collaboration among these leaders. As Aristotle observed, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. May they work together in mutual respect, seeking not division but harmony, guided by wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Let their shared purpose reflect the truth of King David in Psalm 133. How good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. We ask that they may be strengthened in service and integrity, inspire them to lead sacrificially within the law for the good of all their constituents. May they carry their responsibilities with courage and humility, remembering the words of Pericles, who said, "What you leave behind is not what is engraved in stone monuments, but what is woven into the lives of others." Let their leadership be measured not by power, but by service, as taught in the Gospel of St. Mark, for even the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve. We pray for the welfare of this community, this city of Tucson. Guide the council in righteous decisions and bring joy and purpose to their duties. Let truth prevail in their deliberations and justice flow freely, as declared in the book of Amos. Let justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never-failing stream. May their work uplift every neighborhood, protect the vulnerable, and build a future marked by fairness and opportunity. Finally, we lift up their families, their spouses, their children, and all who support them behind the scenes. Surround them with peace and strength. Grant them wisdom in how to encourage and sustain one another. As Plato wrote, good people do not lead laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws. May goodness, love, and mutual care anchor these families, sustaining those who serve the public each day. May this council be united in purpose, steadfast in service, and guided always toward the common good. Let their leadership reflect justice, compassion, and wisdom for all. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for those beautiful words, Reverend. All righty, now we're going to do our presentations. As always, I would love to invite my colleagues on the council to join me for the presentations. Our first presentation is proclaiming the City of Tucson's ongoing and steadfast partnership with Pima County, which, by the way, we have both Chair Jennifer Allen and our colleague Rex Scott here from the Board of Supervisors. And we also have partners in the nonprofit sector and the Community Coalition for Prosperity in attendance. I will read everyone down there, so I'll invite everyone there. The second proclamation would be for food cycle and composting and food waste reduction program. And then our third proclamation is an award of appreciation and recognition presented to Scott Blades in honor of his retirement from Titan after 30 years of dedicated service and meaningful contributions to our LGBTQIA community. So our first one is the Prosperity Initiative, and my colleagues want to join me. I'd love to have you. Read in personally, Pima County Board of Supervisors Chair Jen Allen, Supervisor Rex Scott, Jeannie Grable, Project Director at the Community Coalition for Prosperity, Brooke Gillum, Deputy Director of the Community Coalition for Prosperity, Jenny Flynn, CEO of the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona, Venetia Kerr, CEO of United Way of Tucson in Southern Arizona, Bonnie Bazada, professional advisor to Supervisor Allen, and architect of the Prosperity Initiative, Stephen Eddy, Tucson Electric Power, Eric Schindler, Coalition for Prosperity, Education Working Group co-lead, Elizabeth Cossey, Associate Vice President at United Way of Southern Arizona, Sherry Martin, Executive Director of the Water Center for System Thinking, Miles Chandler, Program Manager with Cradle to Career. We have an amazing and distinguished group here. Noah Garapi, former employee at Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, and now representing Cradle to Career. All righty, we have a proclamation. Yes, beautiful group, beautiful group. All righty, who wants to be the holder? Supervisor Allen, Bonnie, there you go. All righty. So, so happy. I think Josefina Cárdenas is here too. Where's Josefina? Hi, Josefina. I'm sorry I saw you here and not over here. Thank you for joining us. Josefina knows me since I was like, what? 21. Yeah, little baby, and working in the community. Alrighty, so, oh, and of course we have our very own Ana Rojoquin. Where's Ana? Ana, join us. I know you're taking pictures, but Ana has been my lead at the mayor's office for the Prosperity Initiative and has been an important key and part of this. So thank you for joining us. So whereas the city of Tucson is committed to building a community where every family has the opportunity to thrive economically, socially, and civically, and where the conditions that perpetuate generational poverty are identified, challenged, and dismantled. And whereas Vice Mayor Lane Santa Cruz initiated the development of a comprehensive policy response to generational poverty, recognizing the urgent need for coordinated cross-sector action to address its root causes within the city of Tucson. And whereas the Tucson Mayor and Council adopted the Prosperity Initiative policy framework on January 9th, 2024, marking a historic commitment to evidence-based, integrated policy strategies for addressing generational poverty in our community. And whereas Pima County, the City of Tucson, and the Community Coalition for Prosperity have entered a meaningful and enduring tri-party partnership to jointly develop and implement the Prosperity Initiative, a comprehensive evidence-based framework for addressing generational poverty across our region. And whereas the City of Tucson, Pima County, and CC4P collaboratively co-created the Prosperity Initiative's vision, mission, and guiding principles, establishing a shared ethos that bridges government and community-based leadership across jurisdictional and sectoral boundaries. And whereas the vision, a community where every family prospers, serves as the North Star guiding the city's policy development, program design, and resource allocation decisions in partnership with our fabulous partners, Pima County Board of Supervisors and CC4P. And whereas the guiding principles co-created by all three partners prioritize authentic community engagement, evidence-based approaches, addressing systemic inequities, and achieving measurable social and economic returns for Tucson's most vulnerable families. And whereas the City of Tucson recognizes CC4P as essential backbone infrastructure that supports cross-sector alignment, facilitates shared accountability, and ensures that the voices of community members experiencing poverty remain central to all decision-making. And whereas the City of Tucson commits to upholding the co-created guiding principles in its ongoing work across housing, health, education, and workforce development, particularly in engaging historically marginalized communities and addressing the root causes of poverty. And whereas the City of Tucson pledges its continued commitment to the 13 integrated policies and cross-policy strategies of the Prosperity Initiative, and to the sustained partnership with Pima County and CC4P that makes this work possible. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, on behalf of Mayor and Council, do hereby proclaim the City of Tucson's ongoing and steadfast partnership with Pima County and the Community Coalition for Prosperity in the implementation of the Prosperity Initiative, and call upon our residents, institutions, and leaders of Tucson to join us in our shared commitment to a future where every family in our community can prosper. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 21st day of April, 2026. Congratulations. Supervisor Allen, will you grace us with a few words?
Well, I will say that I am absolutely riding on the coattails of amazing work that has been done by the Vice Mayor, by Bonnie Basata, community partners, previous members of the Board of Supervisors. So it is an honor to follow through with that work and support it. It absolutely takes all of us working together to combat poverty, generational poverty, and to build wealth. Every time I want to reground around the importance of the Prosperity Initiative, I always go back and look at wealth concentrations in this country, and remembering that 1% of this country holds 30% of the wealth. And when you drill down even farther, I think it's for every dollar that the median white household has, a Latino family has 19 cents. And the wealth gap between the median white household and African-American families is a difference of 8 times, right? So the gap is tremendous across the board, and it drills down, impacting some communities more than others. So all that is to say, the work is so important, and it is such an honor to be able to be part of it and share that commitment with everyone here and those across our community. Thank you.
Did you want to add something? I should know.
Yeah. Offer an elected official a microphone? Are you kidding? I would like to acknowledge the fact that this proclamation that we are accepting from Mayor and Council tonight, and the proclamation that we gave to Vice Mayor Santa Cruz this morning at our meeting, neither of them would be possible. All of the progress that we've made up till now, all of the progress that we're going to make moving forward would not be possible without the intellectual leadership of Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. And I just want to acknowledge you for getting us started on this path. Thank you so much.
Jenny Grabble of the Coalition for Prosperity.
Thank you all so much. It is really an honor of a lifetime to be amongst all of these incredible community leaders, leading this collaborative effort with the non-governmental sectors in our community. We are joining together in hands with our business community, with our extraordinary nonprofit community, with our philanthropic sector, tying in faith-based communities, because it takes a village to raise our children and our families and to create a prosperous future for all. So we are deeply, deeply honored to be here today, acknowledging this partnership in this way. And just thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you all so much.
Stephen Eddy with TEP. Is Stephen here? Oh, Wendy.
Thank you so much. We're honored to be a part of this program, and we truly encourage everyone that can contribute with their time, talent, and financial resources, especially the business community, to step forward and join us in this effort.
Important words. And Bonnie Basata, the co-architect of this work.
I am completely unprepared for this, but I cannot tell you what an honor it is, and to really have been able to work and really, again, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz is the person who got this in motion, and to have given me the trust and our group to really get this off the ground. But it takes all of us in the community, and it really has an incredible foundation now with our city, our county representation, and all these non-governmental organizations working together. So it's a generation. I say it's cathedral thinking. It's going to take generations of work to make a difference. And you know what they say about, if you should have planted a tree 20 years ago, well, let's start planting it now, and we can all work together and really make this effort move forward. So I'm so honored. Thank you so much.
And finally, Vinicia, would you like to say Vinicia Kerr, CEO of United Way? I'm sorry, put her on the spot.
It's okay. I'm like, where do I stand here? Okay. Is this okay? All right. Wonderful. There we go. I am really pleased to be here representing United Way of Tucson in Southern Arizona. And what I will share with you is a portion of what you heard already, and which is that first, we are really honored to be a part of this initiative and to have the role of convening and being not only a supporter, but a convener of this work. We are also extremely thankful that we have received this proclamation. So thank you so much for this. And what I will leave you with is something that you have heard, which is that the need is great. And what we also understand is that it is going to require more than one organization, more than one entity, more than one person in order to address the needs that we're seeing within our community today. It is going to require all of us working together. It is going to require collaboration and partnership in order to address the most pressing needs within our community. When we think about poverty, poverty does not happen by accident. And we know that it is going to take intentional work in order to address the issues that we are facing within our community. And so all of us have a role to play in supporting the people within our community to ensure that they can thrive. Thank you.
And finally, can we all take a picture? I know it's going to take some time, but please squish in. And then look that way. And look that way.
I don't want to be behind Rex.
I don't want to be behind Rex.
It's complimentary.
All righty. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Maturing. Thank you. Alrighty, we're going to continue with the honors here. Certainly not least, we wanted to recognize businesses enrolled in our voluntary Freed Cycle program. They demonstrate a strong commitment to sustainability and food waste reduction. The two businesses being recognized tonight have distinguished themselves through exceptional participation and consistent adherence to program standards. The City of Tucson composting and food waste reduction programs are a bold initiative designed to drive our community towards a more sustainable and resilient future. Organic materials comprise over 51% of municipal solid waste in landfills. Reducing food waste is one of the easiest and most effective things we can do to fight climate change. Another nature-based solution for a changing climate in our world. Since 2024, our partners have helped to divert over 1.5 million pounds of food waste. City of Tucson has distributed 2.8 million pounds of compost back to the community. Recognizing these businesses is essential, as the success of the food cycle program depends on active and reliable engagement from our residents and commercial business partners. So our guests for this recognition tonight are, of course, Carlos de la Torre, Director of Environmental Services. I saw him earlier today. Come join us as I call your name. Pat Tapia, Environmental Service Administrator. Lisa Rotello, Planner at Environmental Services. Lisa Tarpley, PIO at Environmental Services. Nancy Kluge, a President and CEO at Reed Park Zoo. Colin Davies, Manager at Raging Sage Coffee Roasters. Trevor Ledbetter, Director of Sustainability at the University of Arizona. Nat Showerk, Compost Cats at the University of Arizona. And any others willing to join us today. Okay. Our first recognition is to Nancy and Reed Park Zoo. There you go. So, award of appreciation and recognition to Reed Park Zoo. On behalf of Mayor Romero and the residents of the City of Tucson, we proudly recognize Reed Park Zoo in the large business category for its outstanding participation in composting through the City of Tucson's commercial food cycle program. Last year, Reed Park Zoo demonstrated an exceptional commitment to sustainability by diverting more than 200 gallons of food waste each week, maintaining very low contamination levels. These efforts play a vital role in reducing methane emission in support of healthy environment, which sets an example for our community. In recognition of their achievements, we present Reed Park Zoo with this award for leading the way in composting excellence with the Food Cycle Commercial Program in 2025. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, this 21st day of April 2026. Congratulations. All righty. Our second recognition is to Raging Sage Coffee Roasters. Thank you so much. On behalf of Mayor Regina Romero and the residents of the City of Tucson, we proudly recognize Raging Sage Coffee Roasters in the small business category for its outstanding participation in composting through the City of Tucson Commercial Food Cycle Program. Last year, Raging Sage Coffee Roasters demonstrated an exceptional commitment to sustainability by diverting their food waste each week while maintaining very low contamination levels. These efforts play a vital role in support of a healthy environment, strengthening the success of the food cycle program. In recognition of their achievements, we present Raging Sage Coffee Roasters with this award for leading the way in composting excellence with the Food Cycle Commercial Program in 2025. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And then I did want to invite Director de la Torre to say a couple of words if you'd like to say something.
Mayor, thank you, members of the council. So this is an example where policy is put into action. So this is an example, it can't be any clearer, any more notable than that. We couldn't do it without our partners, with your direction, with the U of A, Compost Cats, and obviously some of our business partners. So can't thank them enough. It's a lot of work, and so just can't thank them enough for their efforts and their ongoing support of the programs that we continue to deploy out there in the community. So thank you for your guidance and direction as we move forward with these climate action initiatives. Thank you, Mayor.
Nancy, would you like to say a couple words?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I want to most of all just thank you for supporting this program, which really helps our climate and also helps people as well. At Reed Park Zoo, we compost our animal food, all the trimmings that we have. We have buckets at every lunchroom. But the stars of the show are our elephant herd, who generously contribute 3/4 of a ton daily of compost to help our community. We also enjoy participating in teaching and offer space for our community to learn about composting, and we're so fortunate to live in a community that cares so much about our climate. So thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it.
I would just like to say thank you on behalf of the Raging Sage for presenting us with this award. It means quite a bit. I'm also incredibly grateful to Compost Cats for all of their hard work that they've done. And thank you to the council members as well for creating these opportunities and creating a system where this can actually happen. I've worked in the restaurant industry for my entire adult life, and the Raging Sage has so far been the only place that I've worked at that has actually had any sort of environmental composting program. And I'm incredibly grateful that the dozens of eggshells that I go through per day are actually getting put to good use. So just thank you very much.
Anyone else? Lisa? Yes.
To Mayor and members of the council, thank you all so much for recognizing the work that we've been doing here. The university has been working with the city of Tucson for I think 12 years now. And so the partnership that we have had has been crucial to growing the food cycle program from what was just food cycle commercial now to food cycle at home and food cycle at schools now. And so to be able to see that growth over that period of time has been incredibly exciting. And to be able to do that while involving students at the university and working hand in hand with the community has been an incredible opportunity. And I only look forward to seeing what we can do from here. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all. And the last thing we need to do is a picture. Get in.
Come in, both sides. Look out. Come on in. We like each other. We can be close.
Yeah, squish in, squish in.
And we all smell like compost.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All righty, and this one I would love to call Scott Blades up. Jess, any family, friends that want to join him up here, please join him.
Who's this guy, Scott? We have a big...
Yes, all the contingency, yes.
Oh my goodness.
So you're going to have to hold this one. Look at how pretty it has the state of Arizona. All right. So, award of appreciation and recognition presented to Scott Blades in honor of his retirement from Tijuana after 30 years of dedicated service and meaningful contributions to our LGBTQIA community. I'd like to welcome all of the friends and family and coworkers that are joining us today. On behalf of myself and my colleagues on the council, we thank you for all of the incredible work that you have done for our community in a super important area of the work that is needed for us to advance equity and justice for all. And so on behalf of Mayor Regina Romero and the residents of the city of Tucson, we proudly recognize Scott Blades for more than 3 decades of extraordinary civic leadership, compassion, and unwavering dedication to supporting individuals and families living with HIV. Through your vision and commitment, what began as a simple act of care and companionship grew into a powerful community-wide movement. As founder and longtime executive director of the Tucson Interfaith HIV/AIDS Network, you brought together faith communities, volunteers, nonprofits, and partners to ensure that no person would face their journey alone. Under your leadership, thousands of volunteers have contributed countless hours of service, providing meals, care packages, and vital support services that have improved the quality of life for people living with HIV across southern Arizona. Your work has strengthened awareness, reduced stigma, and built a more compassionate and inclusive Tucson. In appreciation of your lasting contributions, we honor you and celebrate your remarkable service to our community. We hereby proclaim this day, April 21st, 2026, as Scott Blades Day in the city of Tucson, Arizona. You didn't know that one, huh? Given under my hand and the seal of City of Tucson, Arizona, this 21st day of April 2026. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to say something?
So it has been the honor of my life to serve this community through Tihan. And I know you're here with these folks and 20 more that didn't make it, who are outside, who didn't make it in. But I know you're here celebrating me and my decades of service and the impact I've helped make. But really, it's the people here and so many thousands of others who've been the heart and soul of Tihan, our care partners living with HIV, some of whom are here today, our volunteers, our faith communities, our donors, our businesses, the clergy, the lay people, the nonprofits, the business folks, the donors. We do this work together, right? So many people think that HIV is still like the old days when we started, when we were helping people to die. Fortunately, things have changed, and today we are able to help people live well, and that's what this amazing team of people have been doing with Tihan for so many years, giving their hearts, giving their time, giving their love and support, making a difference. So I want to acknowledge Kim and Ted and Kelly and Jerry and Ed and Becky and Claudia and Denise and Tim and Magda and Lupita and Gib and Tina and Don and Dan and my sister Paula, my sister Kim, Lady Kat, John, Gavino, all the people outside that didn't make it in, my amazing husband, Jess Lasoya. Thank you for making this impact possible. Thank you for this award, this recognition to all of the mayor and council members. I appreciate it greatly. And I don't know what my next step will be after retiring from Tihan, but you can count on me.
Commissions and committees.
All right. Sounds good. We'll keep fighting. We'll keep fighting. Thank you. Tim, do you want to say something?
So Tim, and then Lupita, I think I had you listed. I don't know if I'm surprising you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you, Scott. I just wanted to say that I have been a care partner or a client with Tihan, and I have known Scott for at least 30 years. And this man has made not only an impact on my life, but on our community, not just the HIV community or the LGBTQ community, but our community in Tucson as a whole and our state. There's no other program like Tihan in the world, and there's no other man like Scott Blades. Thank you.
One more.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm Ed. I've been associated with Tihan as a care partner since 2001. In that time, not just myself, but I've seen Scott open the eyes of this entire community, not just to HIV, but to LGBTQ, but to hatred, to stigma. He has knocked down doors. I said it earlier and I will say it again. There is one little blurb from Scripture that most defines this gentleman, and that is, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. This is the embodiment. I truly wholeheartedly believe he has made an impact on my entire family, not just my wife, not just my 3 kids, my sister in Albuquerque, my father, my mother, and all I can never say is thank you for your time, thank you for your patience with me and with everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for acknowledging my husband, Scott. And Scott, remarkable, as I said, you know, I hope to grow up to be a fraction of the man you are. And I'm just so proud of you. And I've just watched you nights, you know, personally handwriting letters, being at people's bedside when they're transitioning from this world, letting them know that they were loved and that they were seen, validated, and just all the work that you have done. I'm so proud of you. So congratulations.
Now we're going to take a picture. Squish in, please.
Good?
Thank you. Committee?
Scott asked us to be here, so I had to bring him.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 110 dated April 21st is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Alrighty, hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 108 dated April 21st is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, we're going to start over there with Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. I was honored to join the Sierra Club and community partners on Friday's Arizona Clean Energy Roundtable at the Tucson Small Business Center. I want to thank all the folks that showed up. We especially got to talk about the challenges for small businesses in our community with rising energy costs. I'm especially grateful to Ilenia Aguilar, the senior campaign organizer with Beyond Coal Sierra Club, for facilitating this conversation, and our state representatives Stephanie Saul Hamilton and Betty Villegas for their leadership and insight at the state level. So again, just want to thank the organizers for creating a space for honest dialogue and uplifting community voices. We look forward to continuing that work. I just wanted to do a quick plug-in. Today I'm celebrating my daughter, Sique Mayela, Red Lightning, who turns 11. She is mi orgullo, mi corazón, and she inspires me every day. So feliz cumpleaños, mija, te quiero con todo mi corazón. And then couple weeks ago, Mayor, you and I were proud to participate in the ribbon cutting of the Desert Dove Apartments, the first affordable housing development in Ward 1 since I've been in office, and a Yes in God's Backyard project located in Midville Park on Tucson's south side. This project reflects strong collaboration across community, public partners, and the faith communities to expand access to safe and stable housing. I want to thank the Desert Dove faith community for this vision to make this project possible, GHK Properties for their partnership, and a special thanks to Christopher of GHK Properties for coming to Tucson and helping us campus in support of this effort. And then finally, join myself and Councilmember Selena Barajas for the 5th Annual Dia de la Niñez at Mission Manor Park from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. This celebration is all about making our children feel seen, celebrated, and surrounded by love. Enjoy free food, music, activities, and our crowd favorite, the Hose Down, by our Tucson firefighters, as we create joyful memories together. And we look forward to celebrating with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham?
So on April 4th, Arizona went to the Final Four, but believe it or not, that wasn't the only Final Four going on. Here in Tucson, McHale Center actually hosted the men's and women's wheelchair basketball tournament. It generated some significant, it made a significant contribution to the economy, but that aside, it was actually really cool to be able to host that event. I wanted to give a shout out to Pete Hughes from the University of Arizona Adaptive Athletics to getting it off the ground and making it happen. It was a tough climb to get selected as a host city, and the community came together to do it. Chris Desborough from my office actually had a big hand in doing some of the event planning as well, and I know they had a great time attending the games. So congratulations to University of Arizona Adaptive Athletics on successfully hosting the wheelchair basketball Final Four. Wanted to thank the DM50. The DM50 is a group of civilians in Tucson that supports the efforts of the United States Air Force here in Tucson. They had their annual picnic and car show last week, and it was attended by about 4,000 people. It was a pretty incredible sight to see all the airmen, and it was interesting to talk to some of our service members who've been stationed here, some for just a couple months and some for many years, and get their perspectives about Tucson. And I think there's an opportunity to have more efforts, have them integrated into what we do here. I also want to congratulate the Therapeutic Riding of Tucson, Therapeutic Riding of Tucson. This is our equine social service program that works with special needs children, and they just were able to add on to their facility out in Ward 2, and they held their annual horsing around event and raised $30,000. I want to congratulate the Tucson Fire Department Bomberos softball team for winning the city softball tournament. I got to play on the city manager's office team. A spot opened up. Thank you, Kevin Dahl. And it's actually a really great event to all the city employees who participate. I see it as an event that will build camaraderie, and I think it's something that's really special for all of us. Last Wednesday, I attended the United Cerebral Palsy of Southern Arizona and their workability program. Their workability program is a program that takes folks with special needs and allows them to work in the community at a fair wage, at a inclusive wage. And I think that's a really exciting program. But what's interesting about Tucson is that we actually have 1,800 participants in that program, which is much higher for most of the cities our size. It's a $23 million influx to our economy. And celebrating that at United Cerebral Palsy was pretty special. I'd like to encourage my colleagues on the council to consider creating additional internships through workability for people with disabilities in partnership with UCPAZ. It's something that we should have been doing already, but it's an amazing opportunity. Congratulations to the Tucson Fire Academy graduates of 25-2. We added 30 new firefighters. Congratulations to Coy, who was named firefighter super boot. He was named the best recruit in the cycle. So congratulations to him, and congratulations to all of our firefighters, our brand new 30 firefighters. And speaking of that, we had a 15.2 acre fire
in Ward 2 last week along the wash. And it probably could have gotten out of control and burned some of our houses down, but we had an incredible response from the fire department, who had it under control within about an hour. It actually smoldered and burned all night for the next about 36 hours, and we had wilderness crews on site that whole time. So I wanted to acknowledge the firefighters who were able to do that. I want to give an update on Fort Lowell Pool. I talked about last week how Fort Lowell Pool, or last meeting, how Fort Lowell Pool has a leak, and we couldn't find where the water was going. And we took the risk of cutting the pool open to try to locate the reef. And we did find the leaks. We drained the pool and investigated where it was. They found it. They're going to patch everything up. And fingers crossed, we're going to be able to get that pool open this summer. So thank you for the parks team and everybody else. Very, very happy with our parks department and getting the Fort Lowell Pool salvaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow is Earth Day. The first Earth Day was 1970, 56 years ago. I was in 8th grade and I started celebrating them then. I remember one of the images that was so crucial to our celebration of the Earth and wanting to protect it was the first image of Earth from astronauts in the Apollo program, the Earth rising over the moon. Gave us a sense of we are on this Earth together throughout. And I thought of that recently when there were new photos of Earth from a new set of astronauts who went on the other side of the moon and showed us how precious our planet is. Well, my friend, little Sammy Saguaro, has come with me to encourage you to celebrate Earth Day some way, especially with kids. Get out in nature. We have a beautiful Sonoran Desert that we want to protect. There's lots of different events. I'm going to announce 2 in Ward 3. Join me and the mayor on Friday at a cleanup in the Dodge Flower neighborhood near Alvernon and Grant Road. Friday from 9 to 11, starting at the Wings of Freedom Apartments at 2425 North Haskell Drive. And then something unusual, and if you haven't done this, I encourage you to try it, at the Danny Lopez Park. The Friends of Danny Lopez are doing a BioBlitz. They're inviting everybody, children, all ages, all abilities, to join them in inventorying all the different species of plants and animal around the lake in that interesting riparian habitat, very unique vegetation, interesting plants and animals. All you need is a smartphone. They'll show you how to download the app. You don't even have to know anything. You take a picture with your phone and it suggests, oh, that's a bird. And it gets registered and will be important as we go forward in understanding what's happening at Danny Lopez Park. So again, happy Earth Day from me and from little Sammy Saguaro.
Thank you, Council Member. Councilman Lee.
Never possible to follow that, and I have no announcements tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a moment to ground us in both the progress and the responsibility we carry as a community. In Ward 5, we are seeing both the progress we've been working towards and the moments that remind us why this work matters so deeply. On April 10th, I had the opportunity to attend the historic groundbreaking just down the street from our Ward 5 office at Lariat Village, a new 120-unit workforce housing community coming to 860 East Irvington Road. Projects like this matter because they move us closer to making sure more Tucson families have access to safe, stable, and attainable housing. This village will offer below market rate homes that reflect the real needs we continue to hear from our community. This progress is possible because of strong collaboration between partners like Tool Design Group, Pima County, the Arizona Department of Housing, and many others committed to expanding housing opportunities across our city. And I want to thank you, Mayor Romero, for helping move efforts like this forward. I also want to recognize and acknowledge the G family who entrusted this space for development. This place holds deep meaning in our community, and today it represents continued investment in the future of Ward 5. This past weekend, we celebrated service and commitment at the Tucson Fire Department Family Night, honoring the 30 new firefighters who have officially joined the ranks. My Ward 5 team and I were grateful to stand with them and their families during this milestone. Congrats to all our new firefighters. I want to take a moment to celebrate one of our own. I would like to offer a huge congratulations to our Ward 5 intern, Amy Aldama from Pueblo High School. She has been recognized as a recipient of the Victoria Teresa Arias Memorial Foundation Scholarship, receiving $40,000 to support her college education. We are so proud of her and excited to see all that lies ahead. This past weekend was another example how preparation, service, and community care show up across our city. I attended Chispa, Arizona's Preparing for the Summer Heat event to learn more about the Efficiency Arizona rebate program and other resources available to help families prepare for extreme heat this summer. I also had the opportunity to present alongside Fatima Luna, our City Chief Resilience Officer, and I'm looking forward to continuing these important conversations. This weekend, we have so many fun events, and I would love to see you all there. On Saturday, April 25th, from 9 to 10:30 at the Yao Pueblo Activity Center, Mini Ponderosas is hosting an emotional intelligence session for families and daughters, and it is free to sign up. Also on Saturday, as our Vice Mayor mentioned, I would like to personally invite you all and your families to join us at Mission Manor Park from 10 to 1 p.m. Ward 1 and Ward 5 are coming together to host a free, family-friendly event with food, music, resources, and interactive activities for kids. I'm excited to partner with you, Vice Mayor. I have attended for the past 4 years alongside my family, my 2 younger daughters, and now I'm honored to be part of bringing it to life along our teams. Looking ahead, on Saturday, May 2nd from 10 to 11:30 a.m., please join us for story time at the Children's Peace Garden at Manuel Herrera Jr. Park. This event is in collaboration with Valencia Library and the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association. We look forward to gathering with families in the park for learning, connection, and joy. That same day, we are also eager to attend Fiesta in the Park, the grand opening of Julia Keene Stormwater Park from 10 to 2 p.m. at Parkview Park. We'll be joining Flowers and Bullets, Pima County Flood Control, and the Julia Keene Neighborhood Association in Storm to Shade for this community celebration. Before I close, I want to take a moment to acknowledge a heartbreaking loss in our Tucson community. We extend our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of 3-year-old Ana Garcia, who tragically lost her life in a high-speed crash at Valencian Country Club Road on April 10th. Many of us have deeply been impacted by this loss. Her parents, Manny and Bree Garcia, along with her older sister, Emmy, and her newborn sister, born just days after this tragedy, have shared their grief with the community that came together to honor their daughter at a candlelight vigil at Silver Lake Park this past week, a place where little Ana actually took some of her first steps. This moment calls on all of us to come together, to grieve, to support one another, and to continue advocating for safer streets and safer spaces for our families and our youth. We must show up for one another and keep building a stronger, more connected community rooted in care and accountability. I do not want to witness another family endure this kind of pain again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Barajas. We're going to stay in that space of talking about the impact of traffic violence on our communities. So last time I made a report was at our April 7th meeting. And as I was making that report, I didn't realize that there were multiple other fatalities that had occurred the same day that I didn't report on. So it just underscores the fact that this is an ongoing situation. So on April 7th alone, a 37-year-old and a 36-year-old both died within minutes of each other in separate locations. One was a cyclist, the other was a pedestrian. A 25-year-old motorcyclist also lost their life. There's also a 4-vehicle crash that same day near Vail on the I-10. One of the vehicles rolled over, 3 people were trapped inside until other people stopped to get them out. On April 10th, as Councilmember Barajas so beautifully paid tribute to Ana Garcia, 3-year-old member of Flowers and Bullets, and it's been beautiful to witness the way the community has come together to support her family. TPD said that the 22-year-old and 16-year-old drivers were street racing when they caused a crash that split another vehicle in half. This only happens when vehicles are going at very high speeds, and as Councilmember Barajas said, we need to take action here on the council to prevent these deaths from occurring. I will look forward to collaborating with my colleagues on the council to enact proactive, data-driven interventions to make our roads safer. Also on April 10th, a pedestrian suffered serious injuries. We had a hit-and-run crash on April 10th. On April 12th, a 23-year-old was thrown from his pickup truck and died from his injuries a few days later. Pedestrian deaths are up nearly 300% for this year compared to the same time in 2025. These summaries only reflect the reports I've been able to locate in news outlets and don't capture the full scale of how dangerous our roads are. The other thing that happened when I was making my traffic violence report at the last meeting was my wife and her friend were literally witnessing a cyclist getting hit and partially rolled over by a car on 6th Avenue near downtown. When the paramedic lifted up the back of the cyclist's shirt, my wife could see the tire marks. So I came home from the meeting and heard about this. Fortunately, several bystanders stuck around and held the driver accountable. He was speeding. These things don't happen unless you're speeding. These reports are in an effort to underscore the responsibility that we have on the council to do everything that we can to prevent traffic violence. Moving on to upcoming events, we hope that you'll help shape the future of transit by weighing in on route changes. SunTran is proposing route and service enhancements to routes 4, 8, 9, 102X, 104X, 108X, Sun On Demand, along with the new route 124X and new SunTran bus stop sign design. These recommendations are all a part of the 2024 Comprehensive Operational Analysis Study. And we have to approve those recommendations here on the Mayor and Council in order to take effect in August. So we really want to hear from you. We encourage riders and community members to attend a 1-hour session and provide feedback on the future of SunTran's transit system. Information is in the Ward 6 newsletter, or you can reach out to us for details. Also, don't forget, we're holding 5 budget information sessions. The City of Tucson is presenting the city manager's recommended budget to the community. Again, that information's in the Ward 6 newsletter, or you can reach out to us for that information. And finally, we hope you can make it to our special cleanup event in celebration of Earth Day. That's happening tomorrow, Wednesday, at 8:30 a.m. We're going to meet in the northwest parking lot of PCC's 29th Street Coalition at 8:30. Bring your friends, kick off the day with Ward 6, and pick up some trash in the 29th Thrive Zone. Thank you so much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Schubert. So as an update, I was too honored to be at the candlelight vigil of Ana Garcia with their entire family, and it was devastating. And we wanted to make sure that we had an update. I know that Councilwoman Lee and the entire Mayor and Council requested investment on drag racing on our streets. We put forward I believe about $900,000 to really empower our police department and deploy as much as we possibly can to prevent these tragedies. And as a result, Councilman Lee, Councilmember Barajas, and I will bring to the Mayor and Council an update of the progress or lack of this issue to the May 5th study session. We will be discussing that and other possibilities of to make our streets safer. So, as you said, Council Member Schubert, it's about acting and making sure that we make our streets safer for all. On a lighter note, I want to congratulate our newest 24 police officers who will serve our communities with dedication, integrity, and heart. Thank you so much to our Tucson Chief of Police, Monica Prieto, the leadership from Arizona Game and Fish, Oro Valley PD, Nogales PD, Casa Grande PD, Marana PD, for their partnership and commitment to public safety across our region. I want to congratulate our newest officers, 24 new officers, for their commitment to serving our community with courage. Your actions will be a light that inspire others to believe in the good of public service. So congratulations to Class 25-3 for becoming our newest members of our public safety family. With that, we are moving on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 109, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I think you all covered many of my notes for tonight, but the one that I'll still present for the evening is just an announcement that the City of Tucson broke ground last week on Amazon Flats, which is a 59-unit affordable housing community with one-bedroom apartments that will expand access to quality housing in Tucson. This milestone marks another major step in investing in the historic Miracle Mile corridor. My many thanks to the mayor and members of the council that joined us for the groundbreaking celebration, alongside our partners, community leaders, and neighbors. Amazon Flats is located at 1135 West Miracle Mile, and it's the second project on that site. The first was the transformation of the Amazon Motel into a 30-unit permanent supportive housing project, which opened last September. Construction of the $24.4 million development of Amazon Flats is expected to be completed in fall of 2027. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 114, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, are there any liquor license applications to be approved at this time?
No, Your Honor, there are no liquor licenses on this evening's agenda.
I think that's the first time I've ever witnessed no liquor license applications in the city of Tucson.
October of 2015. I'm just kidding, Your Honor.
Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Madam Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, at this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for public hearing at this meeting. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you're called to speak. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then it will turn red and beep when your time is up. At that time, please conclude your comments.
Alrighty, our first speaker is Megan Hughes.
Gonna turn green? Does it turn green? Oh, good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Megan Hughes, and I'm a Tucson resident. I'm the president of Tucson Area Pickleball, a 501c4 nonprofit that originally worked with the city to build pickleball courts that would be free to all. Now the Parks Department is proposing that a management company charge fees for the Udall pickleball courts. Mayor Romero posted yesterday to say that you have difficult decisions to make. We get it. You have to decide how to spend shrinking tax dollars. So why shouldn't pickleball players at Udall pay to help fund amenities at other parks? Why should pickleball players get to play for free? And the answer is equity. Numerous other recreational park amenities at Udall, the dog park, splash pad, bocce courts, walking paths, playground, and more are all provided free of charge. No outdoor recreational activity that we're aware of is charged for recreational play. Imposing fees solely on outdoor pickleball users raises significant concerns regarding fairness and equitable access to public recreational resources. In the interest of equity, parks could charge a fee to park at Udall. That way everyone shares the burden. Parks and Rec is selling their proposal as a way to recover costs, but there are almost no costs at the courts. So you're asking pickleball players to fund other amenities at other parks that they don't even use. TPRD is offering free play at 2 different parks that only have 3 courts and no lights. 3 courts are not enough to have community play, and obviously the courts can't be used at night. Udall is unique. I urge you to go item by item in the notice of intent to approve each of Park's suggested fees separately. Some of the fees and increases are needed to truly recover costs. Pickleball is not one of those amenities. Why does this matter to each one of you? Winter visitors who come to Tucson specifically to play pickleball at Udall spend money and rent lodging in every ward in the city. Players at Udall live in every ward in the city and vote for all the council members and the mayor. You represent us all. There are over 2,500 members of the Udall Pickleball Facebook group, and we're an involved group. I emailed you a position statement from TAP last week. I ask you all to read it before you vote no to pickleball fees June 9th and help TAP work to find a solution that will make everyone happy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Leonard Finkel.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of City Council. My name is Leonard Finkel and I live in Tucson. I'm a board member of Tucson Area Pickleball, TAP for short. You may not be aware of who we are or what we do, but we were a major impetus to building the pickleball courts at Udall Park. As the city did not budget any money for maintenance, TAP stepped up and spent approximately $55,000 for maintenance and upgrades. We were recently discussing with Parks and Rec another $40,000 plus in maintenance and upgrades. I distributed sheets to you detailing these expenses. We also propose using private funds to build the 6 new courts at Udall Park. That would take the burden off the city. Should the city decide to keep pickleball at Udall Park free to the public, TAP is willing to assume the responsibility and financial burden of improvements and upkeep of Udall pickleball courts. Should you decide to charge a fee, we shall rescind our offer for the latest improvements. I won't discuss how charging fees at Udall will destroy the culture we've built over the years. I'll leave that to others. I will show you that charging fees will be a money loser instead of a profit center. Parks and Recs proposed a fee of $3.50 per court for 1.5 hours. That will eliminate the major draw of open play, whether it be that change of culture, unaffordability for some, or the anger and resentment of others. The pool of player will be a small fraction of what exists today. There are 14 entry points to the courts. To control the flow of people would require some type of barrier or fencing. That could cost between $50,000 and $100,000, plus replacing the $40,000 that TAP was willing to donate. For 7 months a year, the pickleball courts at Udall are full about 6 hours a day. At $3.50 per court, that equals $35,280. In the afternoon, the courts are dead. Obviously, there'll be some off-peak play and additional revenue, although it's difficult to speculate how much. I would venture to say that with a fee structure, the courts would almost never be full and often empty. The 5 months of the off-season would be a ghost town, including staffing 16 hours a day, paying for the fencing and all the additional maintenance. It will be difficult for a management company to make a profit. It's not a rosy picture for any management company, the city, or our pickleball community. Why risk all of this when TAP is ready to cover the costs at Udall Park for pickleball? Thank you for your time. I hope you'll consider our offer. And thank you, Councilman Cunningham, for your support.
Thank you. Hector Macias. Hector Macias.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself and my colleagues at Suntran. I am a coach operator and would like to speak about unsafe workplace transit practices and how they create dangerous environments, not only for workers, but the general public. When transit safety takes a back seat on the bus, the danger does not stop at our doors. The danger extends into our streets, our communities, and our homes. Unsafe practices like the absence of security on board the bus, poor maintenance schedules for our equipment, failure of our support systems to follow safety protocols, rush route schedules, and a lack of proper training puts the public at direct risk of harm. For example, a majority of the ridership on Suntran city buses are the unhoused, many of whom suffer from addiction and or are mentally ill. I state this by my own observation and lived experiences. Many of those unhoused passengers utilize the transit system as mobile shelters and as a means to engage in illicit activities, especially as it relates to obtaining and abusing fentanyl. The bus is a congregate setting for people in crisis where there is no present trained in crisis management. This puts drivers and the public at risk. When workplace safety fails, it is the public who pays the price. A safe workplace is not only a worker's right, it is the employer's responsibility. While the city is not our direct employer, you are responsible for public safety. You are responsible to uphold the rule of law and maintain order. Assaults on drivers are still too common of an occurrence. Approximately 1 month ago, a female driver was attacked at the end of the line by a male passenger. This was an act of sexual violence. This was a driver at the mercy of a man who meant her harm. She received no assistance from Suntran or TPD as she waited vulnerable at the scene for over 30 minutes. Do you know why this happens to Suntran drivers and not Sunlink operators? They have an enclosed cab while we have a sneeze guard for protection. We are about as safe as the bagels in this bakery at Safeway. We all deserve to feel safe, whether we are on the road, at work, shopping, or simply walking through our neighborhoods. Safety must always come first, because in this case, protecting workers means protecting the community. We are telling you we are not safe on the bus. I ask you today, why won't you believe us? Why can you not hear our voices? Mayor and council, at what point is enough enough? I stand here before you to remind you that despite all these unfortunate events, you still have dedicated public servants that move this city day in, day out. But there comes a time when we all reach our breaking point. That time is now. So I implore you to take action. Safety should not be a topic that gets lip service from time to time. It should be a focal point in every aspect of our community that includes public service. There can be no prosperity without our health, well-being. This lawlessness cannot continue in the city. Tucson, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Linnell Cirana.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I have to get my glasses on so I can see what I wrote. My name is Linnell Cirana, and I do live in Tucson, and I'm here to speak about Udall Pickleball. Udall Pickleball, you might think is just a place to play pickleball, and it's more than that. It's a real community hub. It's built around connection. And what makes it so unique is its welcoming, open play. People come, you don't have to have a partner, you don't have to have a foursome. You can be all by yourself, you can be old, you can be young. You can put your paddle up in the rack and you can play pickleball. And you're not just playing pickleball, you're making a friend, you're meeting people, you're connecting. And this simple dynamic of playing like that breaks down barriers. It brings people together of all ethnicities, from all wards, from all ages. We have kids playing. We have high school kids playing, which I'm hoping he'll speak to you. We have seniors playing. We have an 84-year-old woman playing with us. So talk about safe family places. Pickleball at Udall is one of those places. It's the village that that woman was talking about. Players aren't just competing. We celebrate birthdays. We celebrate when someone finishes chemotherapy. We celebrate all these moments, and we also support people when they lose a loved one or a spouse. We're that village, we're that community, and that's what makes Udall Pickleball such a unique place to have in Tucson. And Udall is also one of these places that I've talked to so many people from out of town. They come to Udall specifically, and to Tucson specifically, to play pickleball here for their winters. And so they're spending money in the shops and the hardware stores and our restaurants. So it's not just pickleball, it's not just a sport, it's actually an economic advantage for Tucson to have Udall Pickleball. People are spending money here. They're really being, a good economic feed for Tucson. Introducing a pay-to-play system would fundamentally change all that. It would break that system. It creates barriers for people. Families with small children, they can't pay. I mean, we see fathers taking their 3 kids and they're teaching them how to play. And politics right now, it's dividing us. It's so divisive that people feel isolated. Kids are on their phones. This is a place where we teach kids how to be respectful, how to be friendly, it promotes friendliness, it promotes communication. And in a time with social isolation, Udall pickleball is the solution to that. It's not a problem. So please work with Tucson area pickleball TAP to come up with a solution because it's the best thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Burrell. Patricia Burrell. Patricia. Bowerly, yes. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry, I couldn't read. I couldn't.
No problem.
Okay.
Please continue funding Armory Park Senior Center and its variety of activities, including exercise classes designed for aging well. I am a 60-year-old longtime Tucson resident with a variety of cognitive, spatial, visual processing, short-term memory, and visual motor coordination disabilities, a variety of psychosocial disabilities, and 2 different physical disabilities, who depends upon the Armory Park Senior Center to help provide me with physical functionality, mental well-being, cognitive stimulation, social support, entertainment, and quality of life. Armory Park Senior Center is a lifeline for many of us seniors and actually helps to save us and our community with very expensive healthcare costs and more disabilities with focus on prevention, maintenance, and improving. The variety of activities that Armory Park Senior Center offers include specially designed exercise classes, sign language classes, games, arts and crafts, entertainment, meals, and dining time together in addition to field trips. Armory Park Senior Center also provides a variety of wellness classes and activities. Armory Park Senior Center also has at least 2 volunteer instructors, one of which has been volunteering teaching Tai Chi a 2nd day a week due to popular demand, and has been garnering attendance of approximately 20 seniors with a variety of aging issues per session. And that's just merely one of the fabulous activities that Armory Park Senior Center offers. The center helps Tucson residents look forward to instead of dreading becoming a senior. If Armory Park Center closes, I would personally likely have to sacrifice much needed sleep and medical appointments in order to attend exercise classes at another center, since I depend upon public transportation. For both my mental and physical health, I want to avoid sacrificing sleep and medical appointments. The public Sunlink streetcar and most public buses seem to stop at Ronstadt Transit Center, which has restrooms and is in walking distance of Armory Park Senior Center, making the senior center more accessible and equitable for more people than any other center in Tucson. Armory Park Senior Center specializes in staff and volunteers who are trained, experienced, knowledgeable, and interested in working with seniors. Thus, Armory Park Senior Center is an irreplaceable service to our community, should be considered indispensable, and receive high priority for funding. Please also refer to letters emailed months ago and more recently by me and other Armory Park Senior Center members to Tucson City Council and the city manager, and the 2 different petitions about the need for continued funding for Armory Park Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sally Fixes. Sally Fixes. Sally Fixes. Sally, you'll tell me how you pronounce your last name. Does it say Fixes?
Okay, I'm here. I don't have a speech. I'm not prepared for this, so I'm just going to speak from my gut. We have people that are living in the parks for free. They're riding our buses for free. They're sleeping for free and transporting their drugs on our buses and on our streets for free. Why do we have them riding for free? I pay for my transportation. I pay to work just to do my transportation and to live in my place. So why shouldn't they have to pay fares? I don't think that it's fair that they are riding for free, that we are providing them and making easy for the people out there that don't want any help to live for free. And I'm paying for that. We're all paying for that. You know, we wasted so much time. I'm not saying we're wasting time, but we did waste a lot of time with all the conversation we had earlier, and we're limited on what we can speak now, and that's not fair to us because this meeting was supposed to be here so we could tell you what we feel and what we think we should be done. And if you notice, a lot of them are gone. Nobody seems to care what we're doing in our jobs. So I think we need to bring the fairs back, and we need to let pickleball be free. You say what we need to work together. Well, this is unity. We're all united here. This is working together. So I think that's what we should do.
Lola Wing. Lola Wing. Lola Wing. Lola Wing.
All of a sudden, I'm too nervous, but I'm going to do my best here. My name is Lola Wing. I'm, oh my God. Hold on a second. Okay. I live in Tucson, and I say greetings, Mayor Regina Romero and City Council members. I am the president of the Armory Park Senior Center Club Number 1 that has been operating in Armory since 1959. Today, I bring these letters to your attention, written by elders who attend the center. Some of us live in the 3 or 4 senior housing complexes right in downtown area and nearby. You may have seen us scooting down 2 or 3 blocks to the center in our wheelchairs. Others walk or ride their bike there, some drive or travel by bus or sunvan. I especially want to draw your attention to feedback from those who, after having gone to other centers in Tucson that offer activities for seniors, choose Armory Park Senior Center as their primary home away from home. What makes our center unique? It is the only center in Tucson that is designated solely for elders so that we can be among folks of our own age group. Many of us go daily, and don't forget, a number of us regularly support businesses in the downtown area during the day and late afternoon. We are able and disabled. We are Chicana, Latinx, Hispanic, Tono Atom, Yaqui, African American, Chinese, Thai, Japanese, from the country of Georgia, and Anglo. We represent a mix of poor, working class, and well-off folks, ages ranging from 50 to a recently lost 97-year-old young one. I come here today because I believe if the Tucson City Council would only listen to our stories, you will do the right thing. Keep Armory Park Senior Center open without raising fees so there continues to be a safe space for our city's elders to gather downtown with each other and enjoy socializing and participating in the thoughtful variety of activities offered by the staff and volunteers, some of whom are elders and others who are studying at the University of Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wing. Emery Johnson. Emery Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Henry Gummerson. I have lived in Tucson for 5 years, and one of my favorite activities to do is pickleball. I live in Indian Ridge, just 5 minutes down the road from Udall, and oftentimes as I lifeguarded and I got off of work, I would go play pickleball with my friends. I am currently a full-time high school student. I have a 4.0. I'm a straight A student at one of the top-ranked high schools in the nation, and this is such an important issue to me that I'm taking time out of my day to study for my finals to speak on this enacted fee. Pickleball is not just a sport to me, it is a place to stay active and maintain a healthy lifestyle. The majority of my friends, whether they be from school, work, or neighborhood friends, will often join me in big rounds to play. Over the summer in the past, the full courts, the friendly chatter, and the sound of pickleball is something that I have thoroughly enjoyed. Not only do I see the Udall pickleball courts as a place for me to stay active, but a safe place for me to meet new people and to learn a different sport. I'm a swimmer, so obviously learning a ball sport was hard for me, but this gave me the opportunity to do so. I've met many kinds of people, old or young, who have taught me how to be a better person in and out of the game. I've become close with a lot of my friends through pickleball, and this sport focuses on sportsmanship and working with other people. It is a quick sport to pick up, and for everyone of all ages and all playing levels to enjoy. Enacting a fee on these courts will not only decrease younger players, but discourage attendance in high numbers. On many nights that I have played, there have been well over 50 people. The courts have been full. People have just been coming and coming and coming. By starting a fee, individuals will not only stop playing, but connections that are so easily made here will decrease. I have seen kids as young as 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 playing with their parents, playing with individuals who are older than them, and these kids are learning lessons that they can carry into their adulthood, where they may not be able to do elsewhere. Prohibiting something that is so easily accessible will only bring negative consequences. My own mother, who has a doctorate in physical therapy and who has been working in her field for 27 years to rehabilitate individuals back to their original mobility, had also some things to say. She states that the importance that everyone has access to free and fun exercise is most important to the mind and body. If placing a fee prohibits individuals, this will negatively impact us, no matter who. All socioeconomic statuses are able to participate now. And in a time where people are struggling in our economy, this will limit recreational fun, pushing individuals back into isolation. Having access to free exercise is important, and restricting this access will only negatively impact our community. I urge you, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, Councilmember Cunningham, Councilmember Dahl, Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Barajas, Councilmember Schubert, and Mayor Romero, please listen to us. Listen to our voices and listen to the people here, whether it's someone new to the game or someone who's been playing for 10 years. The pickleball courts are not only a place where I have gotten better at pickleball, but where I have met friends, maintained an active lifestyle, and made lifelong memories. Thank you.
Thank you. Emery Johnson. Emery Johnson.
To the Mayor and Council, my name is Emery Johnson. I live in Tucson. I work for Sunvan. I'm the chief union steward there. I'm here to talk about reinstating some fares. Actually, our disabled passengers are being underserved here because of that, because of the lack of resources. Disabled community have delayed medical care, late canceled doctor's appointments, the day programs, they're late for work. The caregivers and the parents are leaving early because we can't get there in time. Naturally, we're understaffed, but our equipment is subpar. Our radio system's been there since 1996. It's an analog system. Hold on one second here. The passengers are being more aggressive now. The PCAs are being more aggressive now with this free fare issue. Some of the issues that SunTran has is starting to bleed over to Sunvan. It's actually depleting the resources for everybody. All our day programs that we deliver to, the schools, everybody's paying overtime because we can't get there in time. There's a 48% increase of ridership since 2021. Around 500,000 rides now. We need to restore the rides, the fares. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why it's a big deal. Why would everybody, we have even, I'll say it like this, our passengers are asking to pay fares so they can get better service. We have 5 electric vehicles, 1 charging station. Takes 1 hour to charge a battery to make it go 10%. So we have 5 vehicles. Maybe we can put 2 or 3 on the road at one time. That's it. We got to be more efficient than that.
Thank you. Nero Vasquez.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jordan Euro, and I'm 13 years old. I'm here today not just speaking for myself, but for my teammates, my friends, and a lot of kids in our community who may not feel comfortable standing up here. I spend a lot of my time at our local parks and fields. It's where we practice, where we grow, and where we learn teamwork and discipline. But what I've experienced there is always not safe and not always right. At 13 years old, I have already witnessed drug use at our parks. I have seen things that kids should never have to see, including public nudity. These are not rare situations. They happen often enough that many of us expect it. I, along with others, have younger siblings who I worry about when they need to use the restroom. The situations they may be exposed to that shouldn't be normal for any child. On top of that, the condition of our fields is poor. I've watched my teammates get injured because the fields are not properly maintained. Uneven ground, unsafe surfaces, these are things that can be fixed, but they haven't been. We come out to play sports, to stay active and out of trouble, but instead we're put at risk. I also want to talk about our families. Many of our parents work long hours just to make sure we can be at practice on time. Some of us are raised by single parents, and grandparents often step in, or even coaches and friends in our organization to step in to help us get us where we need to go. It takes a lot of effort and sacrifices just for us to be able to play. That's why it feels unfair to see costs being increased on youth programs that are trying to help kids like me stay active, stay safe, and stay focused on something positive. At the same time, we see adults being allowed to ride city buses for free, and while I understand that people need help sometimes, it's hard to understand why more support seems to go towards adults who have choices, while kids and families who are working hard are being asked to pay more. As a child, I don't have the option to go out and get a job to help my family. I rely on my adults in my life, and they are already doing everything they can. So when costs go up, it doesn't just affect programs. It affects where kids like me even get the chance to participate at all. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for safe parks, maintained fields, and fair decisions that support youth and families who are trying to do the right thing. Please consider what these decisions mean for kids, like not just today, but for our futures. Thank you.
Donna Lambert. Donna Lambert.
Am I waiting for a light? Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight because our community needs help, and we don't know what else to do. We do not feel that we have been properly represented by the leadership at the Arizona School and Multiple Disabilities. These students thrive in this environment. If they are placed into traditional public schools, many will face isolation, bullying, and the loss of specialized support that they rely on every day. That is not an acceptable outcome. We also want to emphasize how much this location matters. This campus is deeply connected to the neighborhood around it. It doesn't just sit there, it contributes to and reflects the culture of this community. We are in a historic, culturally rich area that represents Tucson's Hispanic community, and our students are part of that fabric. Relocating the school to Oro Valley would disconnect our students from a community that reflects who they are. The demographics there do not match the demographics of our school, and that matters. Our students deserve to learn in an environment where they feel seen, represented, and connected, not isolated or out of place. We love this location. It is accessible, close to the freeway, and central for families that travel from all over the state. We are also concerned that many of our most vulnerable students, including those from minority backgrounds and tribal communities, are not being fully protected or prioritized in its current decisions. These voices deserve to be heard and respected. ASDB has a long history of success. Its graduates have gone to the U of A. They've done incredible things like Gallaudet University, Arizona State University. This school is one of Tucson's most important investments, and yet it's a quiet community that rarely asks for anything. We are not just here to raise our concerns, we are asking for solutions, whether that means advocating at the state level, helping preserve this campus, exploring partnerships, or even creative options like using a portion of the property to help fund restoration. We need leadership and we need support. We are also seeing the loss of programs like music and art. To each of you individual, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, the school is in your ward. Councilmember Dahl and Councilmember Cunningham, you have all shown that you care deeply about children and your communities. We are asking you to extend that same advocacy for our students. We hear the commitment to supporting the disinvested and underserved. Our children are among the most vulnerable in Tucson, and we are asking them to include them in that commitment. Please help us protect the school, the community, and our children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Christopher Milk.
Buenas tardes, Alcaldesa Romero, el Consejo Municipal, y los ciudadanos de Tucson. My name is Christopher Mills. I reside in Ward 6, and today I represent myself alone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to express my full support for fair, free transit. I would like to suggest making this a permanent policy, a permanent fixture of public policy, as our sister city Albuquerque has already done. Personally, I believe that no barrier public transportation is the safest place for me to be on our city streets. I am a 26-year-old born and raised East Sider, and I work as a Suntran coach operator as part of the Teamsters Union Local 104. More so, I ride the bus every single day. My career and transportation choices are informed by a desire to navigate the city safely, sustainably, and humanely. I grew up with my mom and stepdad in the Hillcrest at Wingate subdivision of Ward 4, an isolating and inconvenient development just across the Fredenke Golf Course from the Pima Community College, East Campus. Every weekend of my youth, I would spend visiting with my dad. His presence in my life brought me face to face at a very young age with the negligence, traffic violence, and road rage condoned by an exclusionary and antagonistic policy of car-centered public infrastructure. He often encouraged me not to wear my seatbelt. He was a reckless driver who would weave between lanes, chase EMS vehicles to beat traffic, and take turn lanes at high speed to travel straight through an intersection just as the light turned green. He would also chuck pennies at other drivers to intimidate those he thought were in his way. And he would catcall or body shame women on the sidewalk. My mom bought me a car at 16 years old to get me through high school and university. Her support allowed me to succeed, but I felt the pressure to adhere to the driving norms of those around me and made mistakes that still shame me. It wasn't until I lived on campus at NAU when I began to have my first memorable experiences riding public transit. As a student, rides, rides were provided free to me, and it was a safe and convenient way to get between classes. In my senior year, I attended a study abroad program in Costa Rica, where I was astonished by the multitude of people walking through colonial-era cities as well as their extensive traffic-clogged highway system. But I also took my very first train ride on a day that I will never forget. I learned how to navigate our jumping ahead. Shortly after graduating in 2022, I took the opportunity to become a local bus driver. I learned how to navigate our transit system from an insider perspective and eventually moved into the historic Armory Park neighborhood to take advantage of the full range of transportation services our city has to offer. All of my transit experiences have come from my adult life. While I don't know what it's like for a young person, an elderly person, someone with a disability, or even veteran bus drivers, I do believe that by riding public transit, I make transit safe. You can make transit safe too. And so again, I'll ask you to free the bus, Make it permanent. Celebrate it. Ride it. Get accustomed to it. Make it part of your day. I'm asking you to free the bus, and I'm inviting you to ride with me every day, to ride your bus. So
Thank
please
you.
free the bus.
Thank you so much. Curtis Simpson. Curtis Simpson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Curtis Simpson. I live in Ward 4 in Tucson. And for the past 5 years, the pickleball courts at Morris Udall Park have been completely free and open to everyone. They've become a welcoming community hub where people of all ages and skills come together to play, socialize, and stay active. Now the city is proposing to turn Udall into a managed location and start charging $350 per court for 90 minutes of play beginning in July. That may sound like a small amount, but for many regular players, especially retirees, families, and newer players, it quickly adds up and creates a barrier. We've already seen what happened at Keno Courts after fees and reservations were introduced there earlier this year. While some dedicated groups adapted, casual drop-in play dropped off, and some longtime players stopped going altogether because they no longer wanted to plan ahead and pay every time. Udall is different. It's one of the most popular community-driven pickleball spots in Tucson. Hundreds of players recently packed a public meeting to voice strong opposition, chanting "no pay to play." Many worry that adding fees and management will turn this vibrant, inclusive space into something less accessible and ultimately hurt the community that we've built here. We're not against contributing to maintenance. In fact, the local pickleball groups have offered to help resurface courts, provide windscreens, and assist with upkeep. We simply ask that you keep Udall's courts free and open so everyone can continue to enjoy them without financial or bureaucratic hurdles. Please listen to the players and reject the proposed fees for Udall Park pickleball courts. Preserving free public access will keep pickleball strong and healthy in Tucson. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Maharia Mabini. Maharia.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor, and members of the City of Tucson Council. My name is Maharia Habibi. I am a proud Tucson resident for the past 25 years, and I'm here on behalf of the International Rescue Committee, one of the refugee resettlement organizations here in Tucson, serving Tucsonans since 1997. I'm here to thank you on the different initiatives that you have supported our communities, including the Prosperity Initiative and also your investment in the 29th Thrive project for your continued support of refugee families in Tucson. Your community approved investment through the 29th Street Thrive Zone, including dedicated funding for refugee support in partnership with our organization, will have direct and meaningful impact on families rebuilding their lives in our community. We're especially grateful for city's intentional efforts to build trust between refugee communities and local government, to directly address fear and uncertainty, and to strengthen the capacity of community organizations whose clients' needs are rapidly increasing. I also wanted to take this opportunity to provide a brief update on current refugee needs. As of March 1st, like many other Tucsonans and Arizonans, many refugee households have lost access to SNAP benefits due to federal policy changes under H.R. 1. At the same time, refugees are facing significant barriers to employment due to misunderstandings of their employment authorization through some of the employers, as well as increased fear driven by shifting federal policies. As demand for assistance increases, our capacity to respond has become more strained, like many other nonprofit organizations. We're also seeing a growing need for legal services to help eligible refugees adjust status to legal permanent residence, which would allow families to regain access to benefits and achieve long-term stability. In response to the immediate need following the government shutdown and the implementation of H.R. 1, IRC, working in partnership with other refugee-serving organizations, community food banks, with support from Pima County and City of Tucson, has coordinated approximately a dozen food distributions, serving an average of 740 individuals per distribution. We're grateful for your leadership and for your continued partnership in ensuring our community-driven investments like the 29th Street Thrive Zone, strengthening stability, opportunity, and well-being for refugee families here in Tucson, Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ben Lucero.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Romero, Council, City Manager Tim Timmer. For the record, my name is Ben Lucero. I'm the president of Asheville Local 905. I'm here tonight to express our sincere appreciation for the elevated funding dedicated towards the general fund for employee compensation. On behalf of the hardworking men and women who keep the city running, I want to thank the mayor and the city manager, the mayor, and the council for your support. This investment is more than just a line item. It is a vital lifeline. We are currently navigating a period of unprecedented inflation where the cost of providing for a working family has skyrocketed. By prioritizing these funds, you are sending a clear message that the City of Tucson employees are valued resources. Specifically, we are encouraged to see the move away from the temporary tier program like those created for our SWEOs and environmental services since the pandemic. While those programs helped us stabilize during a crisis, transitioning to a sustainable market-based structure is what will truly help us retain and recruit the skilled operators we need. Furthermore, we are finally addressing skill-based pay programs that were, in some cases, 20 years outdated. Bringing these job classifications up to current market value is a massive step in correcting years of stagnation. We recognize that as we entered the second year of this 3-year compensation plan, not every classification is whole just yet. However, the progress we've made is significant. We are grateful for the momentum, and we're looking forward to continuing our work together to ensure that every single classification, from our field crews, laborers, all the way to the people that are taking the phone calls as customer service reps, brought to or closer to market value. Thank you for your leadership and your partnership and investing in the people who serve the city of Tucson every day.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. And we're coming to our two last speakers. Usually we dedicate about 30 minutes to call to the audience, and we've been going at it for 50 minutes. So the last two speakers are going to be Robin Steinberg and Robin McCardle.
Let's see. Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you regarding transit fares. I thought if RTA next passed, reinstating fares would be off the table. I was disappointed to learn that this is not the case, though I do understand that this year's budget presents significant challenges. Fortunately, the city manager is not recommending reinstating fares, and I hope you will follow his lead. I know that almost all of you supported RTA Next. Some of you were quite vocal in your support and were concerned about what would happen to transit if it failed. I have to ask, what do city voters get for the next 20 years of paying sales tax, if not at least a modest transit system? There are those who say people should pay for what they use. That's very fair sounding, but it fails to take into account that bus riders already subsidize an automobile driving infrastructure that they hardly use. One day, within just a few hours, I passed by 2 major crashes. Just last week in my neighborhood, a driver ran a stop sign hitting a motorcyclist. All of these events brought police officers, community service officers, fire trucks, etc. Who pays for all those police hours? I'm sure it is not covered by liability insurance, and I doubt that those who have gotten rich from promoting car dependency do not chip in. All over the city, neighborhoods apply for grants to install speed-reducing infrastructure. We all pay taxes for these car-necessitated improvements, even if we don't own a car. Meanwhile, the drum beats to reinstate fares. This would require an investment in a cumbersome infrastructure to essentially tax those who rely on transit. Some people think that charging people to ride will improve safety. While I do support the city's current efforts to improve safety, charging to ride will not help. Underlying this idea is the notion that charging to ride will eliminate the riffraff and will create some boutique transit system, more attractive to those with the ability to pay. I resent this essentially classist view. More importantly, this view negates the reality of what is going on in this country and state, where more and more people are being impoverished, losing their housing, and experiencing mental health crises. Unfortunately, it falls to local municipalities and taxpayers to deal with these problems. And even with the current situation, Anna Garcia and her mother would have been safer on the bus than driving on streets
Thank you,
where we
ma'am.
seem to have been given up enforcing traffic laws.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Mercado, and you'll be our last speaker.
How are you? Good evening, Mayor Romero, council members. I was here to adamantly speak about keeping neighborhood centers off the discussion for budget cuts, but we have been assured that they are off. And for all of those who think that's a good idea that showed up tonight, I know we would have had at least 100 more people here, and so we thank you for that, for understanding the importance of these programs being looked at as mandated services, because they really are. And speaking of Parks and Recreation, I want to acknowledge my mentor, Donna Liggins, being here to speak on behalf of neighborhood centers. So I will speak on your behalf, I hope. I started working for Ms. Liggins when I was 16 years old under Parks and Recreation and had 38 wonderful years. So good to see you, Donna. But since I am here, I want to continue to talk to you about congregate meal programs. I was here a year ago to discuss with you the fact that in 2 weeks' time, congregate meal programs funded by the Older Americans Act were pulled from 5 centers, which they served 1/3 of the daily nutrition requirements for our elders. For 1 year, many of you, some of you council members, and we appreciate that, have been able to sustain some meals in some of those centers. However, the idea of sustainability is not, cannot be guaranteed. The Older Americans Act was funded in 1965 to assure that older Americans had the services that they need. These Older Americans funds for congregate meal programs under Title III have not been cut. We need to make that clear. We keep being told that, well, you know, all programs are being cut. We've lost this funding. We have not lost these funding. We haven't had this funding in the city centers for over a year, and I still can't understand or fathom where that funding is. Of course, that's not city funding. That comes through Pima Council on Aging. Now I know that Pima Council on Aging is proposing a new program called Community Lunches. The Community Lunches are collaborations that would offer nutrition programs in centers that provide physical space, nutrition, staffing, programming, and a sense of belonging, wraparound support, and fiscal responsibility. That's exactly what neighborhood centers did, what community centers did under Parks and Recreation for over 40 years and did it very well. I would ask you to please urge the Director of Parks and Recreation
Thank you, ma'am.
to make sure that we're in this round of questioning for the community lunch programs,
Thank you,
which I'm
Robin.
told that we're not.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone that came to speak with your mayor and council. We appreciate you very much. Item 7.
Consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Do you want me to remove the item?
Oh, yeah. You could read it all and then remove the item.
Okay. Item 7A, approval of minutes. Item 7B, intergovernmental agreement with the Pima County Elections Department to provide elections-related services for the City of Tucson elections. Item 7C, amending Chapter 20, motor vehicles and traffic relating to speed limits on various roadways within the city limits. Item 7D, amending Tucson Code Section 20-138.2 to reduce speed limits on various bicycle boulevards within city limits. Item 7E, lease agreement with the City of Tucson and Penelope's Pizza East LLC for property located at 400 North Toole Avenue within the historic depot building. Item 7F, extension of intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for wastewater billing services. And item 7G, intergovernmental agreement between Pima County, City of Tucson, City of South Tucson for fire and emergency medical services.
Alrighty, may I have a motion to move the items on the consent agenda with the exception of
If
item
the
G?
motion could include a continuance for item 7G to a time to be determined, upcoming regular meeting.
So moved. There's a motion. May I have a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Lee? Aye. Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing, City of Tucson fiscal year 2027 annual action plan, HUD program year 2026.
City Manager's Communication Number 119 dated April 21st is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing for the City of Tucson fiscal year 2027 annual action plan, HUD program year 2026. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any speakers to speak today? Alrighty, so if there's anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read resolution number 24108 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24108 relating to public housing, approving the proposed City of Tucson annual action plan program year for fiscal year 2027, HUD program year 2026, authorizing and directing submittal of the same to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 24108.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. There. She's happy.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Did I get everyone except the mayor? Okay, Mayor Romero?
You missed me.
Councilmember Dahl? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24108 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Rezoning ordinance adoption, TPENT 0623-00026, Center East Speedway Boulevard, RX1 to C1, Ward 2.
Councilmember?
Your Honor, this is actually the old Ward 2 office that we sold to Desert Christian to acquire our current office at 7820 East Broadway. This is part of the, not part of the sale, but it's kind of an afterthought to it. There's some protests about some of the traffic issues, but when it was designated RX1, we built a east side city facility there, so it's been acting as a commercial place forever anyway. So there's a couple of protests about traffic and the recycling center, which has been removed. So I'm comfortable moving the item.
Second. So I do have to read the title as part of the record. So City Manager's Communication number 107, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for ordinance adoption to rezone 1.06 acres of a 12.82 acre parcel from RX1 residential to C1 commercial. The proposal is the conversion of the former City Ward 2 office for administrative and professional offices with site improvements for parking, landscaping, fencing, and walkways. The subject site is at the east of Pantano Wash, north of Speedway Boulevard, and west of North Pantano Road. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road, representing the property owner.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We are, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Rory. Alrighty, Madam Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12241 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12241 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 7575 East Speedway Boulevard, 2,000 feet west of the Speedway Boulevard and Pantano intersection in case TP ENT 623-00026, Century Center, Speedway Boulevard, RX1 to C1, and setting an effective date.
So now we can do the motion to approve the request for rezoning.
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt ordinance 12241.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Cunningham? Aye. Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12241 passes by a vote of 7-1. Item 10.
Reappointment of Magistrate A. Kate Bochi-Verna and fixing compensation.
City Manager's Communication number 117, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution number 24101 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12248 relating to city magistrates, reappointing A. Kate Bochi-Verna to another four-year term as city magistrate for the city of Tucson, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
May I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12248.
Second. There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Congratulations, Judge Verena.
Congratulations. Let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24101 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11.
Amending compensation for city magistrates effective May 3rd, 2026.
Already, City Manager's Communication number 121, dated April 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance number 12248 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12249 relating to the city magistrates, amending ordinance number 12248, reappointing A. Kate Bochi-Verna to another four-year term as city magistrate of the city of Tucson, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Apologize, Madam Mayor, if I may be heard just real quickly. We were reviewing it, and with the help of Judge Klotz, we found an error in the ordinance 12249. If I could read that into the record before the council proceeds.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. In section 1, this, it should read that section 2 of ordinance number 12248 is amended to provide as follows. The above named city magistrate shall be compensated at an annual salary of $182,457.60 instead of what's there, which is $185,203.20. That's the change.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the change. So just to make sure, item 11 is 12249, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Alrighty, so we have a motion.
Not yet.
Get a motion? May I get a motion?
I move to pass and adopt ordinance 12249.
Second.
With amended changes?
With amended changes.
With amended changes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Con.
Councilmember Schubert. Aye. Councilmember Dahl. Aye. Councilmember Barajas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance number 12249 passes by a vote of 7-0. Sorry, everyone, we're having technical difficulties up here. Item 12.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, May 5th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank
You guys remember
everyone.
that thing where you try to unlock the door while the other person outside is trying to open it and you can't get the door unlocked? That's what's happening. Everybody's
exactly
pushing their
what was
button at the same
happening.
time.
I think when more than 4 microphones are on, some of them cut out.
Okay.
So if we can turn our microphones on.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful rest
Don't
of your
quit
week.
on the
Thank you,
car lock theory.
Judge.